is the payoff. This is the payoff. The This is the payoff.
Well, hello, good morning, and welcome to day 4 of action here at the IWWF World Water Ski Championships. My name is Tony Leifert, and you're looking at live pictures of the Parco Nautico di Sezia, the national training site of the Italian water ski team. And we are here in the commune of Riceto, the province of Novara, and the region of Piemonte for more live coverage of the 2025 World Water Ski Championships. Beautiful site, and we'll be occupying the lake right at the very center, and also on the jump lake, which is to the right, as you see this beautiful drone shot out of the clouds, kind of giving us a little bit more of a cinematic look there, not too dissimilar to Gladiator, one would say. And we do have the gladiators of tournament water skiing about to make their presence felt out there in the water in the next few minutes. Let's have a quick look at our schedule so far as this morning is concerned. There it is, right up there on your screen. We've got Women's Series 3 Slalom, followed by Women's Series 2, and then Women's Series 1, followed on by our next event, which should be the jump event. But before that, we'll have a men's Series 2 tricks and Series 1, and then we'll go into Series 2 women's jump, and then the women's Series 1 jump. And not only will we see the best, the top individual competitors in those events from around the world, but also we're going to see the first look at our top 5 overall contenders in each of those events. The way that this is lined up is that Series 1 not only contains the very best seeded skiers in their particular events, but we also have the overall skiers, and it is going to be a battle royale all day. We've got slalom, we've got tricks, we've got jump, and there's plenty to like about today's schedule there, Glenn.
Absolutely, Tony. Good morning all here in Italy, watching live on the banks of this wonderful water ski facility, and all our viewers on the webcasts around the world, the water ski world. You're absolutely right. Day 4 of these World Championships, we're kind of getting down to the business end now, because we're getting our first look at our top seeds. So this seed 3, 2 and 1 of women's slalom is going to be the top 35 slalom skiers in the world. And we look at our leaderboard there, Tony, we can see where our lead is at the moment, currently at 2 on the 11.25 metre line. That's not a score I would think that would get you through to the final. I think these ladies this morning will know that they're going to have to run the 11 metre line. And Zane, conditions look great out there.
Yeah, no, conditions are absolutely perfect. It looks like the rain might hold off here for the this slalom event, which is great. I know yesterday we had a ton of rain. That was not what we were looking for today, but I think weather is calling for a little bit better. Maybe some rain later in the afternoon, but we'll have to see. You got a little ripple on the water, so it's a headwind blowing towards the start dock. So that's just something to keep in mind as the skiers get going. We might see that as a strategy into play later today.
And there's Julie Fay right next to the women's slalom dock, and her score of 2 at 11.25 meters, tied with 2 other competitors, is now a sitting duck, as it were. That is going to be picked apart between now and the end of the women's slalom elimination round. There is our chief judge, Kerry Lee, coordinating things, and a good quick look at her watch will determine that the time is about less than 10 minutes to go before we go into the business end of day 4 of competition. As we see a whole bunch of our skiers getting ready. We see there Kim Helen Niederbaumer, and we see a few more competitors getting ready. But in less than 10 minutes, we're about to throw down. So make sure that you grab your favorite chair, grab your favorite beverage, because we are going to bring to you some of the best skiing that you will see all season long. We are at the 2025 World Water Ski Championships, coming to you live from the commune of Rocchetto, the province of Novara, the region of Piemonte, right here at the Parco Nautico di Sesia. And we'll be back right after this break with the start of the Women's Series 3 elimination round of the slalom event. Back right after this.
Eagle, made in the USA.
Returning to live coverage.
Welcome back, folks, here to Rocchetto for these 2025 IWWF World Championships. We're just minutes away now from a start in this women's slalom elimination round. Series 3 will be up first, of course, followed by Series 2 and Series 1. So all the best 30-odd female slalom skiers in the world have gathered here in Italy to try and get into Sunday's final. 12 will make the final. The cut historically, probably around that maybe 1 or 2 on the 10.75. Zane, what are you thinking today about the cut? Conditions are great. It's a great ski site, so it could even be slightly higher maybe.
Yeah, I mean, we've already seen a bunch of PBs already this weekend. So, I mean, that 2 at 10.7 could be huge. I would say it's probably going to sit right around there. I mean, there's a lot of girls that kind of, I bet you'll see a log jam there at that 2 at 10.7, and then it'll kind of be which ones can get past that 2 ball over to 3 will be the ones that I think will definitely be able to punch their ticket in.
All right, then. As a matter of fact, it took a two-way tie in the last cycle for the World Championships to make it through to the final 1.5 on 10.75 meters. I beg your pardon. As we run the boat up and down as halfway through its simulation phase. So that's kind of what we've got historically going for us with that kind of target.
Yeah, I remember it well because Kiwi Jamie Metcalf scored 2 at 10.75, and we were already expecting a runoff with a score of 2 at 10.75, but the runoff ended up actually being at 1.5, so Jamie made it in relatively comfortably.
And a lot of those women that were actually involved in that section of the competition are here. They are definitely present. I mean, you look down the list and see the likes of Sadie Ferguson, who came out on the wrong side of that multiple way runoff in the last cycle. And then you've got the likes of Alicia Bagnoli. She was in the mix as well. But looking to try and get a little higher this time around. And then we see our women's running order. We just saw that flash up on the screen. Ines Anguno is going to be our lead-off skier this morning, followed by Sancha Altram, then Erica Lang, Kim Helen Niederbaumer, Dominga Gonzalez, Lexi Abelson, Katerina Vrevkova, Anna Hunter, Chiara Bonneman, and Delfina Kuklevan.
Yeah, we look at these wonderful aerial shots from the drone and coming down through the mist into the what is our battle zone here for this women's slalom final, trying to get through to the women's slalom final. Some great pictures coming through from our drone. Absolutely perfect conditions, and you'd have to say one of the best slalom sites in the world. It's absolutely perfect. The banks are perfect. I haven't seen any washback or rollers or anything. The entire time I've been here. It's a man-made lake, of course, but it's been made very well. A lot of rain yesterday. The lake level may have come up a little bit. Tony was sort of mentioning that yesterday, but I don't think it's going to make too much. The banks here on this lake look absolutely perfect. The old 10-to-1 gradient, I think it's going to be fine.
Yeah, I think the first couple of competitors are going to be a little bit of a litmus test in that regard. You know, whether the lake level had risen anything higher significantly to make that happen. But you're absolutely right. I mean, the conditions here are absolutely perfect. Pristine site right here in the middle of northern Italy, and in amongst the northern Italy countryside, right here in the region of Piemonte. And this competition, these World Championships, enjoys a great support from a private and governmental level. We've got the Ministry of Tourism, we have the Ministry of Sport, we have the sub offices that deal with various aspects of supporting sport at this level. And we are terribly indebted to each of those entities for providing us with the resources necessary to make these championships happen right here at the Parco Nautico di Sesia. So, Ines Anguno, a member of the French team. And let's not forget that there is a team classification competition in this event as well. So we'll keep an eye on that as we head towards the end of each event and towards the finals. Okay, so coming in on 14.25 meters for the opening pass, it should be Ines Anguno, Andrew Bergman at the helm of that towboat. Robert Ritter is our boat judge. And let's see how she fares. Zane, take it away.
Yeah, so Ines Anguno coming in. This is 14 meters and been looking strong all season. She's been consistently getting into 11 meters. We saw her at the Open Europeans and ran 1 at 11 in both rounds. So she has been absolutely consistent and looking nice and strong there to get the slalom event underway today.
Yeah, great start there, of course. These first couple of passes on a beautiful site like this should just be a warm-up, but of course we get some huge pressure on these guys. It's always very nervous slalom skiing on those first couple of passes, especially at a World Championship, so feels good for this young lady, I'm sure, to run that opening pass.
And there's the French team captain, Sebastian Cohn, who actually competed here at the World Championships in 2001, way back in the day.
Tony, I am always impressed how you can remember who skied somewhere in 2001. I could not even tell you what I had for dinner last night, and yet you can tell us who was skiing at the Worlds.
I think
in
you had risotto.
2001.
I think you had risotto last night.
Me? Nope. I actually remember we had steaks and we had pasta. So we were steak and pasta last night. It was awesome.
I recommend the veal.
Yeah, I would too, but I'm on one of the Danish team members cooked dinner for us last night, so beggars cannot be choosers.
All right, then let's focus right ahead. We've got Ines Anguino coming in on the second pass. This is going to be 13 meters, the green loop, and this is where it starts to get a little bit more intense there, Glenn.
Yeah, for sure, but still a pass that she would run, I'm sure, 99% of the time. So it's great conditions out there. She's just feeling it out and looking really solid here as she goes around 5 and over to 6, and that's a lovely 13-meter pass.
Indeed, and 13 meters. In terms of for anyone out there that is watching this and is learning how to slalom, and getting through the 58K 18.25 minutes into 16 and has aspirations to get into 14.25 minutes. The transition between 16 and 14 isn't that much of a hill to climb, but between 14 and 13, Zane, it requires a little bit of change in technique and a whole lot more intensity.
So actually, Tony, I would disagree with you. I think there is a bigger difference between 16 and 14 than there are from 14 to 13, just because I think as the rope is a little longer, you've got that hump behind the boat. Now, the difference between 14 and 13 is you can actually start to attack the pass a little bit more. You've got the rope a little shorter, so you do have to put more intensity into it. But I think that the similarities between 14 and 13 are a lot more similar. So you'll definitely see the skiers today. I don't really think you'll see probably any skiers starting at 16. Maybe I'll stand corrected, but we'll see a lot of, just about everybody starting at 14, and I'm kind of wondering how far down this list are we going to get till we start seeing the skiers starting at this 13-meter pass that we just saw her run. But right now we've got Ines coming in. This is going to be 12 meters.
All right, then 12 meters, which only leaves about half a meter of line outside the buoy line in order to make the turns happen there, Glenn.
Yeah, for sure. An absolute must-run pass for this young lady. Stands up a little bit out of 2. She's just getting slightly down course, but still on this. Round 4, this is looking pretty good. Over to 5 she goes. Round 5, breaks forward, but she's okay. Over to 6, and there's the 12-meter line.
All right, then. So we're now within a third of a pass away from tying the lead with 2 at 11.25 meters. It's a three-way tie between Julie Fay with Violetta Mosiolski and one other competitor that is a little hard to recall. But at this moment in time, Ines Anguino getting the job done on 12 meters, not only for herself, but also for Team France as well, going down the line.
And you're going to hear me say this quite a bit, Tony, but this next pass, this 11.25 meter pass over the next 3 hours of slalom is really the crunch pass. It's the one that counts for all these ladies, because I don't see anyone making the final if they don't run this next pass, the 11.25, especially if the conditions hold like this. So it's so important to get through this next 11.25 if any of these young ladies have aspirations of skiing on Sunday in the women's slalom final.
All right, then we see Erica Lang. She's going to be our third person off the dock in this slalom competition, known primarily for her tricking ability, but she's no slouch on the slalom course either. Let's have a look and see what Ines Anguino can do on 11.25 minutes. If she gets a good start, then a lot of things are possible here.
Not the start she needed there, Tony.
No, she gets round 2. She's to the wake. She's in the 4-way tie with the lead now, with 2 on 11.25 meters. But there you go, Ines Anguino. Her slaloming is done for this competition. One would surmise with that score at 2 at 11.25 meters there, Zane.
Yeah, and let's see what happens to her here. So she rolls in here for the gate. Let's see what she does here out of 1. You see the ski kind of pop up on her there. So you see how that handle comes into that inside hip. That allows that ski to check, because the ski needs to go under the rope and before the skier can make it move. So when you see that ski kind of come around slow, they've kind of snatched the handle to the inside, and then they have to start moving the hands to the opposite hip, and the ski just not quite wanting to turn. We'll see again here from the replay. Losing a little bit of speed at the gate, so that also didn't help her as well. But you see here that handle comes kind of the inside, breaks over on her with her upper body, and the ski just not wanting to turn, and then not quite getting the angle over too. So taking the S turn, going to take the tie for the lead with Julie Fay, Violetta, and Victoria Soracco.
Yes,
so,
absolutely. That's the name I was trying to recall.
Yeah, so we're getting a little bit of a log jam here at 2-ball, but I'm waiting for one of these girls to just break past 2, and then I think we'll see everybody either start going for the 3s and the 4s. But right now, 2 is kind of holding some people up. But
okay, here comes Sancha Altram now, adoptive Kiwi because she lives in New Zealand, but obviously skis for Team Great Britain, British national. And 14.25 to start. And didn't want to mention on the dock, but she didn't have a great trick set last night. It was pretty disappointing. She loves her tricks and just didn't get it together. But she'll be happy to be underway here in the slalom event.
We hear some noise in the background.
Yeah, the
there.
British team right behind her, which is good to see.
Yes, indeed.
And then right there we see one of our American skiers coming up. That's Taylor May.
Taylor Woolsey Van Mastijk.
There you go. I did not have the last name all the way down, but she had taken quite a bit of a break, and it's good to see her back here, competing at the Worlds.
And there's former World Under-21 Women's Slalom Champion Delfina Kuklevan, and she's getting warmed up as well when skiing for Peru. And so these next 2 series, including the one that we're on right now, full of great women's slalom talent who have medaled in a lot of high class events. Maybe not necessarily the Open World Championships, but in the World Championships in the age categories, in the U17s and U21s, and so on and so forth, and also the Confederation events in the Pan Am and Europe and Asia, Australasia as well. They've all had varying degrees of success coming into this event. So now, Sancha Altram, coming to us from Great Britain, originally from Dartford, I believe.
Yep, trained through a New Zealand winter for this World. Just had 2 weeks at home in Britain to train in a little bit warmer weather, but she's been training through a Kiwi winter, which is not an easy thing to do. It's good to see her out here, though, completing that 13-metre pass. As I mentioned last night when she tricked, Tony works for Rowing New Zealand, part of that Olympic gold medal winning success story, which is New Zealand rowing there at Lake Karapiro, just about an hour and a half south of Auckland.
Mm-hmm. All right, we see a good smattering of folks there from France and from Great Britain along the shore side. We're building up to a pretty decent crowd along the shore side, but I mean, as we get closer to the weekend, I'm sure the crowd is going to get even larger when some of the locals come into play.
Yeah, no, for sure, Tony. We're expecting quite a big crowd here, and I kind of expect we'll get a big crowd here today, just with Series 2 and 1 of the slalom, and then we've got the Series 2 and 1 of trick, and then the big series of the women's jump, which is what I'm really looking forward to, as well as this women's slalom event. So it's going to be a good weekend. Like I said, we're expecting a bunch of spectators, and right now, we're rolling through with slalom, and we just saw Sancha Altram running her first 2 passes. So we'll sit here and wait for that boat time to get that rope tight and then bring her back in for pass number 3.
Perfect viewing time back home in New Zealand, just after 6 p.m. in the evening on a Friday evening. So I'm sure there's lots of Kiwis here supporting Sancha, and of course back there in Britain it's probably 7 a.m., something like that.
Yeah, 1 hour back.
Yeah, 1 hour back. So there'll be a lot of support online for Sancha. Here we go, 12-metre line. Not a bad start on 1.
Oh, nice, good hook up on number 1. Now it's all about line tension and control here, just being able to do this without manipulating the line too much. Getting broken over into number 6 there. But
she almost went out the front and go into 6-ball there, Tony. That was pretty close. She almost let that boat pull her over the front of the ski, but a good job on her to stay over her feet and not let that happen to her.
Yeah, I think she'll be very happy to run that pass. It's not easy. She's a full-time job now, and training through a New Zealand winter for a World Champs is not easy. kind of scrambles her way through this pass zone.
Yeah, no, you see her. She was just a little bit shaky there off of 1. 2 ball wasn't too bad. Now let's see what happens. You see the hands kind of get away from her there at 3, so she comes up a little bit short there, and that's when things start to get dicey. Here out of 4, she now starts scrambling, trying to get a big turn, brings that handle to the inside hip, so you see the ski check up on her there, and then right here is where she really gets yanked forward. You see the hands start getting away from her, pull it over the front of the ski, but gets it outside of 6 ball, and now she gets a mental reset, and we'll bring her in for this next pass, which is 11 meters, and so she's going to be have a chance to take the lead. If she can get a good kind of start like she did at that 12-meter pass, I think she be able to get kind of down this one. It would be pretty nice, and we'll just have to see if she can put it together here. Needs a really good gate. That's really important here at 11 meters. It's kind of overseen. So the speed is up there. Let's see what she can do off of 1. Gets a pretty decent 1. Can she get outside of 2? She does. Pulls to 3. So new leader.
There you go. New leader with 3.
Great skiing. Great skiing. Gives the lead exactly what she skied actually at the World Championships 2 years ago in Florida, 3 at 11, if my memory serves me well. She'll be really happy, not only for herself, but also for Team Great Britain. She's a very proud member of that team, and as their number 1 female skier in a very strong team, it's good for her to help out there with some slalom points.
Yep, she was in 26th place 2 seasons ago with this exact same score of 3 on 11.25 meters, tying with Trinidad Espinal with that same score. And we'll see how things turn out for her in terms of placement. But so far, so good. She has the lead as our second skier out in Women's Series 3 Slalom Elimination. From Great Britain, that is Sanja Outram. So looking at this once again, Zane, and what do you see here?
Yeah, I mean, I thought she got a pretty good gate here. Now you see, breaks over at the waist off of 1, but doesn't really stress, and she waits on the boat to pick up the line. So that's what gets her outside of 2, able to turn the ski out of 2. But then going to 3, just doesn't keep working through the wake, so kind of takes a path directly towards 3 ball. That's why you see she doesn't quite get outside of 3, as well as she would like and as early as she would like, and then not able to make a play on it, but still takes the lead. So that's her job is done there.
All right, then moving on from Team GB to Team USA. This is Erica Lang.
16-meter, which is interesting because we didn't think anyone would start at 16. But Erica, of course, a world trick record holder. Slalom not her number 1 event, and on Team USA, I guess, looking to get a backup score for the United States in the slalom event.
Yep, I mean, and their team is solidly stacked with a talent. I mean, you see Lexi Abelson. We're going to see her in a few minutes in I believe this either this series or the next year, and absolutely in this series. And then you've got others such as Regina Jaquez and an independent talent such as Elizabeth Montavon. We'll see her later on as well. So. We look forward to patiently seeing those competitors as we see our next skier warming up on the dock from Germany, Kim Helen Niederbaumer. But slaloming, not quite Erica Lang's forte, but she can put out a decent performance once every so often there, Zane.
Yeah, no, I have to say, I mean, Erica, when she does get out and she trains on the slalom ski, she looks pretty good. The one thing she doesn't have is she doesn't have the height like the other skiers do. She is definitely one of our most compact skiers, but she really moves her hips really well. Gets the ski to turn. If she can get over her feet and stay good, she can put out a big score here just like any of the other ones. I know she's been into 11 meters several times, so let's just see if she can put it together here as we bring her in. 14 meters, and you see she uses those hips real well, so the ski turn, she gets that ski tip to turn in there like she does at 3. And like I said, Erica's a very talented slalom skier, so let's not discount her as a slalom skier there, Tony.
Yeah, sorry. So she actually was a medalist in slalom at the Junior Worlds way back, I think, in
2010.
2012, I think, in Moala. Or 2013, actually, but it was the 2012 Junior Worlds. They were February of 2013. But I know Erica's living in San Diego now, and She does a little bit of skiing with my son Curtis, and she won't be doing any slalom with him because, as we know, Curtis has got this little anti-slalom thing going on, so he does a bit of tricking with him. But I know she would have travelled. She'll travel around and do a lot of training at other sites. But, yeah, living in San Diego, I don't know that she's doing a heck of a lot of slalom practice when she's there in San Diego.
But when the time does avail itself, she does make the odd visit to Gilbert in Arizona as
Absolutely.
well over
Yep.
at Crystal Point. But we see a few of our folks along the shore side and getting ready to welcome their favoured skier into the course at each given moment. And a few of those will be solidly behind Erica Lang as she now gets ready for the next pass, which I believe is going to be 13 meters there, Zane.
Yep, nope, 13 meters. That is the next progression there on the rope. So we will see what she's got here. Like I said, I thought that 14 looked really nice. Again, we'll see her. She really gets those hips engaged, gets that ski to turn. So we'll see if she can do that here. Rotates in at the gate, really gets the ski under the line. Same thing there. Uses the hips out of 1, gets a good turn there. A little bit on the tail out of 2, but nothing too major, and looking good there off of 4 over to 5. And there you go. That's another 13-meter pass under the belt, and I think she's looking really strong this morning, guys.
All right, there, fantastic skiing there from Erica Lang with the boat moving north, and we know that because with that drone shot, the drone shot was actually looking directly at the sun, and as the sun comes up in the east, doesn't take an awful lot to determine the lake's orientation north and south.
That's right, Tony. Pretty happy to see that sun, to be fair, coming up from New Zealand and the depths of a cold, wet New Zealand winter. I was looking forward to some hot, warm Italian sunshine, but geez, yesterday it rained. I felt like I was at home. But it's looking much better now, and the forecast looks really good for the weekend, which is important because we have quite a full program. We don't have a lot of time for delays over the next 3 days, so we need to get some good weather under our belt, and it's certainly looking very nice at the moment.
All right, then, beautiful conditions and a few clouds up in the sky, a little bit of remnants from the rain that we've had for the last day and a half here at the Parco Nautico di Sesia, the national training site for the Italian Surfing, Water Ski and Wakeboard Federation. So here we go, coming in 12 meters.
This is where that lack of height, that disadvantage for Erica starts to come into play. But she's moving really well on the ski, I've got to say. She is all over this pass, 12-metre line, and she'll head across to 6. A little bit late, but no worries at all. That's a great pass. Well done.
And that's
the
the best
12-metre line.
12-metre pass that we've seen so far, Zane.
No, I mean, that was really good. You saw her check her speed up there at 5-ball, and I was thinking through that pass, she's not the tallest skier, but she generates quite a bit of speed across course, which gets that ski to swing out, and what she lacks in height, she was creating in space at the buoys, and I thought that was really good. And, Tony, this is also something that might be something to look at. She started at 16 meters, but we do have a little bit of a headwind into the dock, so this could help her out and be able to help her take the lead. But you see right there, creates all that space in front of 1, really uses those hips to turn, and, I really like what she does. She keeps her hands in as she swings her feet. She doesn't let the hands get away from her. So, if she does that, she's going to come up short and not make it outside the buoys. But doing a really good job about keeping things connected as she goes out. And you see here, she got off the handle just a touch early there at 5 because she was generating a lot of speed. But, she had so much space created from the other side, the other 4 buoys that, it didn't call her out and gets through that 12 meters. So, now another skier into 11 meters.
She's just a champ. Sorry, Tony. She's just a champion athlete, isn't she? She's just so well balanced, and that's why she's a world trick record holder.
And the current world champion, too.
Yeah, so just despite her height disadvantage, she's able to move so well on the ski.
All right, then, here we go. This is Erica Lang coming in on this pass on 11.25 meters. Oh, look at that. That's as good a start as you're going to see from her. There's number 2, inside 3, which puts her into a 4-way tie for second place right now. Actually, a 5-way tie, as a matter of fact.
Quite the logjam there with 2. But let's see here as we take a look at the replay. Let's see what happened to Erica here. Again, I thought the gate was pretty good, and I really like how she attacks here. But you see how she kind of comes up a little short there at 1, but gets the ski to turn pretty nice. but then she generates a little bit too much speed over there to 2 and has has a little bit of slack, and then not able to get outside of 3. So not able to take the lead, but she has put herself up there kind of at the top of the leaderboard. But I do not think that's going to be enough to get her through in this slalom event. But we see here, look, watch this one ball, Tony. It is a really nice one ball, but then doesn't keep working through the wakes going to 2 and just kind of coming up a little short with a lot of speed carrying down course and, not able to get the ski to turn there, and 2 it'll be.
All right, then. So that's the score, 2 at 11.25 minutes. That puts her into a multiple-way tie for second place, with a number of different competitors showing the same score, and we're looking like we're seeing our first indication in the women's overall in this early women's overall results so far. We've got Susanna Orekova still in the lead in the overall competition right now for Slovakia. And we've got Haru Kamaya in second place overall. But this is really, really early, and those are the only skiers that have completed their 3 events to have an overall score for. But we'll have a clear indication of where the overall competition is leading us by day's end, with the likes of Hannah Streltsova and Sasha Denyaskaya and the like, and including Regina Jaquist in that mix too.
Yeah, well, the top women don't trick until midday tomorrow, so we probably don't get a full overall picture until tomorrow afternoon. But yeah, it's good to look at those early leaders. Tony?
All right then. So 14-meter start for Kim Helen Niederbaumer from Germany. Now, she's been skiing pretty well this season on the European circuit, hasn't she, Zane?
Yeah, no, for sure. We saw her at Open Europeans. I thought she had a pretty good go, and we'll see if she can put it together here for the Open Worlds. But 14 meters, a little slow there off of 1 there, Tony. Not what you like to see to start your campaign, and same kind of thing at 2. So that was a little bit better off of 3, and so now I think she's got her feet together. Maybe a little bit of nerves on the first couple buoys, but not the best 14-meter pass we saw today. But good thing they don't give style points for your passes, and she got through it. So hopefully she can get down here, breathe a sigh of relief, and get rolling on her second pass, the 13-meter pass.
All right, so good skiing there as we get ready to welcome Dominga Gonzalez on the dock, and Daniela Kretschmer. We'll see her a little bit later on in the second series. Dominga will be skiing earlier in our current series. She'll be next out. And there is your leaderboard as it stands right now. We've got a 3-buoy count, courtesy of that Sancha Outram being the lead score for Great Britain. And then we've got a multiple-way tie currently for second place between Ines Anguino, Julie Fay, Erica Lang, Violetta Mosielski, and Vittoria Sirocco, all on 2. And it's going to be a bit crowded at the top there, at least for the next few skiers. But that gives you an indication of where we are right now. Andrew Bergman at the helm of that Nautique towboat, and bring in Kim Helen Niederbaumer from Germany into the course.
Yeah, here she comes now, 13-meter line. Starts off on 1 ball, too bad. On time, into 3 she goes. Really comfortable at the moment, round 4. Just making sure she doesn't make any errors out there. Stays on the ski and runs that pass pretty comfortably in the end. Well done there on the 13-meter line.
Certainly more committed and more aggressive on that second pass there, Zane, and that reached some benefits there for her.
Yeah, I mean, 14 meters, you can over-ski it a little bit, but, I kind of thought she looked a little bit nervous on that first pass, but there looked much stronger, much better on the 13 meters, and, that's what we like to see out of our skiers. And, I don't blame her. We're at the Open Worlds. We've been training for 2 years to get to this event and, kind of get some butterflies on the dock, and it's just trying to knock those off the first pass and then, go out there in attack mode for the rest. So that was a good job on her for 13 meters, and, now we've got her coming in at 12, and this one, you got to attack this one too. If you take it too easy, you're kind of in trouble. So looking to see her, get in attack mode from the start at the gates, 1 and 2, and set herself up for good rhythm and plenty of space for this next pass.
All right, then. So Kim Helen Niederbaumer getting ready now for 12 meters, a critical pass going forward. But as we get deeper and deeper down this series, and indeed into the remaining 2 that come up afterwards, things are going to have to start increasing in intensity, because the scores that we're seeing right now probably will not be good enough to make it through to the final.
Okay, stands up a little bit out of one ball there. Not a great 2. She's fighting hard, 12-metre line from the start dock in. She's pushing hard. She's got to run this pass. She's working really hard here. I think she's around 5. She should just get the 6, does she? Oh, it's close. And she does. Runs the 12-metre line. And the skin of her teeth.
And I tell you what, Kim Helen Niederbaumer has certainly had to deliver on that particular run. 12 meters, and we're just waiting on the confirmed score to come through. And before we send her back into the course, maybe on 11.25 meters, Zane.
Yeah, no, she was in trouble off of 1 ball and really had to work through that one. So let's see here. Turns in for the gate, not too bad, but let's see what happens here off of 1. You see, handle comes in high, and the ski just does not turn. And, now she's on her horse here going, and handle comes the inside. So you see that checkup gets pulled up a little bit off of 2. Gets a turn out of 3, but then lets the boat pull her. And so, she is just kind of getting towed down the lake. There she did a good job about getting her hands across her body pretty fast, even though she brought them to the inside. And then there, now she's just got a bunch of speed. Almost gets pulled over the front of the ski, but, she is a tall skier, so able to throw that ski outside of 6 ball and, gets the full 6. So we are going to need a much better 1 ball here, Tony, if she is going to try to take the lead away from
she definitely needs
Sancha Altram, who ran 3. So definitely needs a much better gate in 1 here to make sure she has that chance to do that.
And much like her current occupation as someone who works for Amazon, Germany and UK, she has to be on point and on time.
Oh, hang on. We've got a problem. She's missed the entrance gates. Oh, that's not. That's devastation.
Yeah, she just got on her horses there to run that one, and then gets the gates pulled. That is not what we want to see here. That is a huge bummer. Did all the hard work, and then missing the gates. So we'll see if we can't get a replay for everybody watching at home and show you kind of where she missed those gates. But that is. That's right here. This is the longest ski ride back to the dock I think anybody's ever had, as you do it from the far end of the lake and come in. So let's see. I believe it was really close, Tony. Let's see if she gets through him, though. We know she didn't. But, oh, yeah, you're right. She just barely missed him on the outside. That is a huge heartbreak here for Kim.
Well, we've all done it. Anyone that's skied at water ski tournaments on occasion, the odd time has missed those entry gates, but it certainly does, especially on the big stage at the World Championships. So her score will be 0 on the 12-metre line.
All right there. So a huge disappointment there for Kim Helen Niederbaumer. Was rather looking forward to seeing her on 11.25 meters, but the missed gates on 12 precludes that from happening. As we now send on our first Chilean competitor in this competition, coming to us out of the nation's capital of Santiago. This is Dominga Gonzalez.
And, Tony, as I look at the scores from this year, it looks like she only has twice this season has she not run 12 meters. And she has been getting, 3 and 4 at 11 pretty consistently. So I think she's going to get through this 12-meter pass. I don't want to jinx her, but I'm looking for her to get through it and be able to get an awesome start at 11 and get down it. Maybe even be the first lady to get through the 11 meters, this week. So here we go, 14 meters for Dominga, and looking nice and strong off of 1 and 2, and yeah, that's how we want to see them, get rolling here to start our set. He's much different than the last year that we saw. Doesn't look nervous at all, in attack mode from the start, and great looking opening pass there.
There you go. As we see Kim Helen walk away back towards her prep area. Domingo Gonzalez opening up with the first pass, and we'll see how things progress on from this point onwards. And the sun is slowly creeping up in the sky, and it's providing us with a great stage for this competition right here at the Parco Nautico di Sesia. So Andrew Bergman at the helm of that towboat, Robert Ritter and the boat judge. I also see back there alongside Vincent Stadelbauer with the ones and the twos, our video replay official, that is Virginie Sorti, and making sure that everything is on the up and up, especially when it comes down to close buoy related decisions. We see Lexi Abelson on the starting dock there, wearing bib 169, and
yeah, warming up, punching her brother, which is a typical little sister thing to do.
Yeah,
it's good to see.
That's pretty common. All right, there. So we've got Domingo Gonzalez.
Yep, this is 13-meter line, and she's getting it done at the moment. Round 5, very nice pass. Lovely slalom style.
Yeah, absolutely.
Really smooth on the ski.
Smooth as you like. So looking good and looking strong out there with the opening 2 passes and getting things done. And just a walk in the park so far with the passes that have been produced so far from Domingo Gonzalez there, Zane.
Yeah, no, I mean, and like we touched on, she's out here and she's attacking the turns, and that's really what you want to see. That's kind of what we like about that slalom style here, Tony, is, she's not being timid. She's not, she really uses that nose of that ski, really, carries it out before the buoy so she can get it to dive in on the buoys and, really get that snapping turn and looking really strong here. So I expect to see the same thing out of her here on this 12-meter pass, and that's definitely the ski style that we want to see at 11, and that's really what you need to be able to run that 11-meter pass. So, I know we're talking about it here, so we can't get the cart before the mule. She's got to run this one here, which is 12 meters, and this is no easy task, even though we're kind of talking about it like it is. This is still kind of a struggle, but, these girls are super strong, super competitive, and let's see what she's got here. So I really like that gate there. That's pretty nice. Let's see what she gets off of 1. A little bit of ski rise out of 1, but nothing to really scream about. Looking good here, and she's just in attack mode from the start. You see how much space she had into 4 and into 5. She's there nice and early, gets across course, and solid looking skiing there on that 12-meter pass.
Yep, solid as you like there with that run. And 12 meters, we're going to see this pass be completed with ever-increasing regularity now, Glenn.
Yeah, well, that's right. It's a seeded order, as you know. So, in theory, every skier is a little bit better, has a better score in the last year. So I'm sure the 12-meter line will go down pretty more regularly or often. In fact, to be fair, it's hardly been missed even towards the end of the series that we had, Series 4.
Series 4, yeah.
On Wednesday. But it's the 11.25 coming up. That's the big one, isn't it? This is the one that our skiers, I believe, will need to complete to have any chance of making it through to Sunday's final.
All right, here we are in Friday in northern Italy. We've got still in the lead is Sancha Altram.
Yeah, an interesting thing about Sancha is, if my memory is correct, last year she finished up Series, well, 2 years ago she finished up Series 3 as the leader. It wasn't until we got into Series 2 that her score at 3.
And inside two there.
Wasn't the score that she was looking for. It's going to be 1 boo, I think, there officially. We'll get it confirmed. We are going to review it, but looked like 1 to me on the 11.25 meter line.
Yeah, certainly didn't make any attempts to sell us on that buoy too much. So should be a 1 buoy count there for Domingo Gonzalez. And
yeah, I guess what I was trying to say, Tony, is that 3 on the 11 is actually a pretty good score in Series 3. I'm not saying I'm sure someone will beat it sooner or later, but Sacha's been here before where she's finished Series 3 with the lead with 3 at 11, and then of course we get into our final 2 series. We have upwards of 20 slalomers, of course, to go. So it won't be a score that holds up to make it into the final, but it's a solid score in terms of Series 3 slalom.
Just managing to get to the wakes, but I don't think she got enough of that ski on the outside of number 2 as we take a look at this via our instant replay. Good extension on number 1, but not really committing all the way to the turn off it.
Yeah, and and then you see when she goes to 2 there, Tony, doesn't quite get, doesn't work all the way through the wake, so doesn't get the ski to shoot out like she would like. So when she edge changes, she edge changes kind of up and towards the buoy, and, that just kind of not able to get outside of 2, and, that's a bit of a bummer there.
All right, next skier up, coming to us from the United States of America, is an individual athlete for the purposes of these championships, and this is going to be Lexi Abelson.
Yeah, I'm picking a 14-meter start here. We'll just get that confirmed. Yeah, 14-meter.
Yeah, she comes 14.25 meters, the yellow loop. Oh, a little bit unsteady there on round number 2, but it's nothing that she hasn't already experienced before. She knew exactly what she needed to do to solve that, and gets around all 6 buoys as we see her brother along the shore side, and just waiting to see what the score will eventually be for Lexi Abelson. As you join us here at the 2025 IWWF World Water Ski Championships, coming to you live from Parco Nautico de Sesia in the commune of Riceto, the province of Novara, and the region of Piemonte.
Yep, it's a beautiful day here in northern Italy, and
yeah, and there's your Open European champion there in the slalom event, Tony. She was super pumped and super floored, and she skied so well, and with Manon kind of getting hurt and pulling out, she came in and just stomped a slalom score and got the win. So congrats to her, and I'm looking forward to getting her on the water here in just a minute.
yeah, as we said, beautiful slalom conditions here as we move our way through the best female slalom skiers on the planet, looking to find our finalists for Sunday. Here comes the 13-meter line now for Lexi Abelson, just a youngster out of Arizona in the United States. Probably around, 15 years of age, I'm guessing. So plenty of years ahead of her. She runs this 13-meter line. There you go. Nice pass.
Yeah, and taking things down course there just a little bit. You see she's a little slow at the gate and not quite as wide as we've seen, the several of our other skiers. So that's something to kind of just to keep an eye out for, as we get to these shorter line lengths. That gate is super important. And, if you're kind of slow when you turn in and not as wide, it tends to not give you as good of a swing out and, can catch you out. So, you did see her. She ran down course at 2-ball, and that was just a product of that slow and narrow gate that she had.
So a competitor who's competed for the United States with distinction at U17 and U21 level, competed at the U21 Worlds, which took place not too long ago at the Lakes of Casting Stone, up there in Canada, in Calgary, Alberta.
Yep, she looks like she's got a big future, of course. Very talented family, the Abelsons. Lexi's a skier we're going to see around World Championships for a number of years to come.
Scored a 2 at 11.25 meters in the elimination round at those U21 championships, and eventually scored 5 on 12 meters in the final. And we are on 12 meters right now. A little bit loose into number 3, but managing to execute a good turn on number 4 and 5. A little drop of the shoulder there, but still able to get the pass underneath her there, Zane.
Yeah, and I mean, we'll look at the replay, but still she is slow and a bit narrow at that gate. I would like to see her get, higher up on the boat to help her get a little bit of a better swing. You can't really see it here, but she's not as wide as you'd like her to be there, and gets the ski to turn here on 1, which is okay, but then watch how much down course she takes it at 2, and you see that angle she's taking. That's just because of the way she came through the gate, and see her, she kind of gets pulled up a little bit behind the boat there, and does a better job there going to 2. So it's going to be something to watch out. You see, she's running down course, and that's things that's happening at the gate. So definitely going to need to kind of correct that here if she's going to try to get further down this 11-meter pass and take the lead from Sancha Altram. But good on her to get through that 12-meter pass, and we'll shorten that rope up and see what she's got on her go at 11.
Yeah, that's right. 11.25 coming up. Current lead is 3 on the 11 from Great Britain's Sancha Altram. We've got a bunch of skiers, about 4, maybe 5 skiers have scored 2 at 11. And we're down to our final 4 skiers in Series 3. Series 2 and 1 yet to come.
Okay, so 3 buoys, the current lead right now, courtesy of Sancha Altram, and this is 11.25 meters, that same line length. There's number 1 and number 2. She's there on number 3 now. Good hookup on number 3. Good to go around number 4. This is going to be a huge score if she can pull it off. There's number 5 and inside number 6. But there you go, a great score. It takes the lead, 11.25 meters, a 5 buoy count. And
that's got to be close to a PB, doesn't it?
That was the season's best, but I'll also say that was the best skate of the set, guys. Yeah. She actually had a little more speed when she turned in, and that's why you saw her be able to get out of 1 a lot better. But right here, had more speed when she rolled in, so that gets the ski under the line, and then gets through. I still think she was a little bit narrow. She could stand to be a little bit wider there, but you see the ski dive there off of 2. That is because she had more speed at the turn in at the gate. And, good job on her there. So you see a little bit of struggle there. You see she loses her hands going to 4. So that's kind of what caught her out here at 5. But, that was great skiing. Those hands getting away from her going to 4 causes that ski to kind of run. So she squats to try to get the ski to turn and then, not able to carry the ski out to 5. And
it's a huge score, though, for the youngster. Like, season's best when you're 15 generally means a PB, you would think. I'm not sure, but that could be a PB. 5 on the 11.25 meter line.
Yeah, but much better at the gate. Got the 2-ball turn. Now watch here, Glenn. See how those hands go up high and get away from her. So she's kind of narrow at 4, and then she has to make that squat to get to 5. And that's why she wasn't quite able to get that turn there. And just right inside of 6. I thought she was going to run it. That was going to be awesome. But still, big skiing from her. She's your new leader, 5 at 11, and we are moving right along to the skier from the Czech Republic. This is Katarina.
Vrabkova.
I knew you would nail it, Tony.
Yes, Katarina Vrabkova, the current European women's slalom champion, took that title in Salmsee, which is just outside of Linz in Austria, about maybe close to 2 weeks ago now. So I mean, she'll be brimming with confidence having taken that title, but she's got some work to do to match, if not overhaul, the score that is currently just being produced by Lexi Abelson there, Glenn.
Absolutely, and it sells me just outside of Linz. Is that the home of, was it the 2007 Worlds? Or
yeah, that's the one.
There you go. Did I impress you there, Tony, by coming up with a fact?
No, you impressed me. Again, I'm telling you, I don't know how you guys can remember that stuff from back in 07. I'm struggling to remember what happened 3 days ago, and you guys are all the way back there. That is so impressive.
Who won the women's slalom world title there?
Oh, geez.
Nicole Arthur.
Oh, wow. Scotland. You should remember that. That's probably maybe even a one and only for Scotland, you would think.
Yeah, oh lordy. I know. That's great. I remember Nicole Arthur back in the day. She was one of my favorite skiers, and got that win. I do remember, actually, now that you say that, I remember watching that world title. I believe, keeping up with that, and it was pretty cool. So here we go. We've got Katrina going on. This is 13 meters. Open European Slalom champion and looking strong. I got to interview her after her slalom set there, and it was really cool to talk to her. I can't believe we're not seeing her kind of show up at the pro events. I really think she needs to start putting her name in the hat and getting to those with just how she's been skiing, and right there, that 13 meters was an awesome looking pass there.
Yeah, no problem at all. Obviously in good form, having taken that European title a week or so ago. Great shots of the bow of that magnificent ski Nautique, #1 tournament towboat in the world. What a magnificent sponsor Nautique have been of world water skiing over the last 10 years, the major sponsor of the IWWF. Kept the lights on, you'd have to say, in the sport of water skiing over the last decade, have Nautique.
All right, then let's continue on. We've got Katerina Vrabkova. She's gotten through the opening couple of runs there, 14 and 13, 12 meters. The critical run now, critical to any chance that she harbors of being successful right here, right now. Going from south to north here with the odd-numbered passes, of which this is a second. Here we go. This is 12 meters. Good extension there on number 2. A little bit broken over off that turn, but still able to stay upright on number 4. And there you go. 12 meters, just like that.
That was a nice pass. No problems at all there. She runs that 12-meter line. Shot on the dock there of Anna Hunter, of course. Another skier, a little bit like Erica Lang, who's predominantly a trick skier, but can still slalom very well. Let's watch this.
Yeah, and I really like that turn in for the gate. I mean, just the way she kind of, it's a little bit different. Doesn't look like everybody else's, but she really gets that ski to kind of almost like an S-turn, kind of go out and then rock in, and sets her up with a good rhythm to 1 and 2, and looking nice and smooth here through the 12-meter pass. I really didn't, she had a little bobble here and there, but it wasn't really anything major, and looking strong as she got through that one. And now she's setting herself up with a good tone on the whole pass for this next pass, which is the 11-meter pass. And we saw her get into it at the Open Europeans, and I'm not sure she's ever been through it, but if she can keep skiing like she is right now, get that same, again, I want to see that same gait she just had right there, and set herself up. But I think she'd give herself a good shot to get through this 11-meter pass.
Okay, here it goes. Big moment. The 11.25 meter line. The European champion. Let's see if she can't get herself into that slalom final on Sunday. Needs a good start. Into 1 she goes. Rears up a little bit on 1. She's going to need a big 2 to get back on time. 2's not too bad. Across the 3. She's fighting hard. She's working hard for this one. Over to 4 she goes. She's around 4. She's going to be late for 5. I don't know if she's going to get to 5. That's a judge's call.
But it is an outright score for second place there. That is Katerina Vrabkova from Czechia.
Yeah, and we'll have to wait and see what the judges have. I don't know. Just, my slalom eye says that she didn't get outside of 5, but we'll wait and see. If she goes right inside of it, I know that'll be right a buoy under her season's best. But you see here on 1, she pulls those hands in and just doesn't quite get the turn that she wants. And then here, gets a much better turn here out of 2, but 1 ball kind of put her behind the 8 ball to start. And there, a little down course, you see she brings that handle to the inside hip. That's something that, I'm real big about with skiers. You want to see them bring that handle across their body that allows the ski to go under the line so you don't get that speed check. And then, yeah, she went inside of 5. So that's going to, not be able to take the lead from Lexi Abelson, but that'll be 4-11 will put her in outright, spot for second. So good skiing from her, but not enough to take the lead.
Yeah, I think, and you saw her body language. She's disappointed because she desperately wanted to run this pass. And she got pretty close, but as you say, just slipped inside 5 ball there. Moving right along, this will be Anna Hunter, formerly Anna Gay, of course, Dad Russell here on site, one of our sponsors, of course, Masterline.
And Eagle, of course.
And Eagle.
Anna Hunter, 14.25 meters. Individual competitor for the United States. And we are 3 skiers away from the end now on women's elimination slalom, a series of 3. So not looking too bad on that opening pass as we check out the scene at dockside with Chiara Bonnemann from Germany, our second German skier in this series. And there is your current leaderboard as it stands right now. Lexi Abelson with 5 on 11.25 meters, ahead of Katerina Vrabkova with 4. And then we have Sancha Altram on 3. So that's your top 3 right now. There is Andrew Bergman there with our boat judge Robert Ritter. Katerina Vrabkova. Her job is done, and whether it's enough to secure herself a spot through to the final, only time will tell. Beautiful conditions here, right here in northern Italy, over at the Parco Nautico di Sesia. The Sesia is the river that flows down the western side of this facility, and actually caused a significant amount of flooding here several years ago, which nearly took this place out completely. But due to the efforts here of the local folk and the various agencies that come to the rescue, you are looking at a pristine venue right here in northern Italy. As we see Anna Hunter looking pretty smart out there on 13 meters, and easy as you like.
Yeah, nice pass. Very settled.
Yeah, and you can tell she's been skiing with her husband, Sean. You know, he's a really strong slalom skier himself, and he's got Anna looking dialed today, and, you know, that's what we like to see. Something that we notice from our trick skiers is they really, really use their hips and you know, get that ski to turn. You know, they get the ski to turn a little bit better than maybe, you know, somebody that doesn't have a really good trick background. And you know, right there, she's using that to her advantage, you know, getting the ski to really engage through the turn. You know, it snaps around, but it's not like she's forcing it around. And, you know, looking really good there on 13 meters. And, you know, if she can keep that rolling here, you know, give herself a good chance to get through 12 and get deep down 11.
So Anna Hunter getting ready to go. Her occupation during the daytime is a real estate agent in Central Florida.
Now, how many skiers in this slalom event here do you think are real estate agents? There's quite a few there, Tony.
Yeah, exactly. It's not exactly an uncommon occupation in Central Florida.
Yeah, if you just happen to mention on site that might be interested in buying a lakeside property in Central Florida, I'm sure you'd have half a dozen people swarming around you within 20 minutes.
Yeah, you're too right about that one. Here we go. We've got Anna Hunter there on 12 meters, getting good rhythm there off the first half of the course. Nice extension on number 3, able to get the ski round nice and smooth on number 4, 5, and indeed number 6. So good skiing there. As Chiara Bonnemann waits nervously and patiently for a turn with the pro gear gloves, getting ready for battle. Let's have a look and see what Anna Hunter does with this instant replay there, Zane.
Yeah, no, and again, I mean, you see how she's really rotating that ski around and getting it through. I mean, I really like how she just gets the nose to engage there on the turns and looking nice and strong. And yeah, this is a solid 12-meter pass.
Yep, getting that ski nicely round and providing some resistance against the boat as well to prevent the boat from pulling her off the edges. There we go. That is Anna Hunter. All right. right, so let's have a look at that leaderboard once again. Lexi Abelson still very much in the lead with a 5 on 11.25 meters, and here is a real serious threat to that lead position. Here she comes in on 11. This is Anna Hunter.
Nice skate there, Tony. So got the speed up. Let's see if she can get the one. Nice one ball. So that's going to set her up right here. Looking good off of 2. So gets a play on 3. Oh, gets pulled up a little bit there, and that's all she wrote.
And that ties her with Sancha Outram in 3rd place right now.
And let's see, when we check the replay, let's see if we can see what happened to her at 3. I thought the gate was good, got a pretty good 1 and a good 2, but not getting the turn she needed out of 3 and just not able to get back into position to keep skiing there. But that's good skiing. I know she runs 3 at 11, pretty consistently when she skis, so that's pretty much about what she does. But I thought she was able to go further here. You see, she gets that ski on the line, goes a little bit heavy there, so has to unload a little heavy, but manages it fine. That's why you see a little slack off the backside there. But you see, she gets a little separated into 2. That's why it was a little slow. And then coming over here to 3, she's running with the boat, really needs a turn, tries to bite it. Handle comes to the inside hip, so that checks that ski up. And then, not able to get it across her body back to where she wanted to be. But right there, she hits it a little hard and, unloads a little heavy in 1. That's okay for a lefty, but then it catches you out over here at 2. You end up getting a little separated, and then they're just not working all the way through the wakes. Like, it's that offside pull going there, going to 3, and she needed to keep turning, keep pulling through, and didn't get it, and then tried to snap the turn by snatching the handle in and just didn't get it to the right spot, and we see that ski check up on her, and 3's all she got. But moving along to Germany, Chiara Bonneman, and she was on the podium at the Open Europeans as well, so quite a few decorated European skiers here in this Series 3.
And has also skied in a number of pro events so far this season over at Morocco at the Nautique Pro event there in Rabat, and also in the Portuguese tour stop as well.
Yeah, and it's been really fun to have her, putting her name in the hat on the Pro Tour stops, and we love seeing these ladies show up, and we're looking to get more and more onto the Pro Tour and just get a bigger group of the ladies, and it's nice to see some new faces on the tour. It makes the stops more fun, and Chiara has been great, and looking forward to seeing her there next year.
And you just saw the graphic there on the Waterski Pro Tour. You can find out more about that by going to waterskiprotour.com, including the addition of a new event over in the Republic of Georgia, which is next weekend. You can find out more details on that on waterskiprotour.com, and maybe submit an entry in for that one at the last minute.
Yeah, I think they're still taking entries. I know I am looking forward to getting there and skiing in the Republic of Georgia. It's the site. I've kind of seen some stuff with the site. It looks really nice. I've heard great things. I'm also looking forward to the Georgian food, Tony. It's definitely on my places to go, and I'm looking forward to next weekend. It's going to be a really fun time.
You guys are making me jealous. I'm a massive fan of food, and
do you like cheese there, Glenn?
I love chocolate.
Because they are all about the cheese there in Georgia too.
I work in the dairy industry. I love cheese. New Zealand is a dairy country, so I'm jealous, but I'm going to have to head back to New Zealand, do some work.
All right, there.
13-meter line now.
30-meter run.
Chiara Bonneman, the German.
Chiara Bonneman.
And before she goes, pretty basic stuff for her, isn't it? Very, very much a warm-up pass. Got her eye in nicely. And around 6 and out those exit gates.
All right, they're not looking too bad there. Fantastic skiing, as a matter of fact, there. She's gone through 13 now. She's eyeing up 12 into the wind now. Now, you kind of wonder a little bit about the wind strategy, because the wind is starting to pick up a little bit here. That means that it's going to be a headwind for the odd-numbered passes.
Yeah, and Tony, and that's going to be something to start looking at. You got this headwind, so we might start seeing some of these ladies coming up, getting ready to say, we're going to start that 13-meter pass and play to get that 11-meter headwind and set themselves up to, again, we know historically the cut line has been around that 2 at 10.7. So, you got to get through this 11 meters if that's going to stick, hold up. And right now with scores already at 5 at 11, it's definitely looking like you're going to have to get into 10.7 if you're wanting to cut, get yourself into that final cut. So we'll see what Kiara's got here as we bring her in. This is 12 meters, so she's not quite on that, that same strategy, but looking strong through her first two passes, and we'll see what she's got here. I know she normally runs this pass and can really get down that 11 meters, so we'll see here. Gets a really good start, good one there. Looking strong off of 2. This one's almost the same pass that we saw out of the 13-meter pass out of her, so looking real good here. She's around in 6, and a solid pass there for Kiara Bonneman.
Yeah, nice pass. Beautiful 12-meter. Now we get down to the business end, though, the 11.25. Coming up, we'll watch the replay here of the 12, but the next pass to 11.25 will be the one. Of course, the crunch pass. She wants to make her way into Sunday's final. Let's watch this Tony out of 2 ball. Looks pretty early here, doesn't she? Nice tight turn out of 2.
Yeah, not looking too bad at all. Looking fairly smooth, like she's done this a few times before there, Glenn.
Yeah, I would say so. She's in good form. Looking very good out there. And she runs this 12-meter pass. Now onto the 11.25 because this is the crunch pass coming up. Current lead is 5 on this pass with Lexi Abelson, but really I think everyone on site knows, all the competitors, everyone probably watching home on a webcast would have a fair idea too that to make the final on Sunday you're going to need to run this 11.25 metre line. So let's wish her well, the German athlete.
All right, there we just saw a shot there of a former U21 world champion there, Delfina Kuklevan, who won that title in 2011. So looking at this next pass there, 11.25 meters. Who is going to make the breakthrough? Who is going to be the first one to run this pass? Could it be Kiara Bonneman? It's round number 3. Getting round number 4 and tries to make a play on number 5, but I don't think she makes it round. So it looks like she's going to be in a multiple-way tie for second spot with our other skier that made it 4 on 11.25 meters. That would be Katerina Vrabkova, I believe.
Yeah, no, that's going to put her in a tie with Katrina, and let's see here what happens to her. Again, I like the way she rolls in here at the gate, and you see a little bit of a double pump there. So that's why there's a little loose line, but looks good here off of 2. And then go into 3. Watch here. You see how those hands kind of get away from her. Gets off of the handle a little bit early, so that causes that ski to not want to turn there. And, now she's having to work and didn't quite get the turn she needed there on the onside. Brought that handle, again, inside hip. That's something that I stress on just as a coach, Tony, is that if you bring that handle to the spot where you don't want to be, you end up with the handle, not behind the ski, and then it's really hard to pull. So you see them start to check up here. You see there the handle come across, but it come high, but she had gotten off the handle. But here you see how it came to the inside, and that makes you kind of have to wait. You got to move your hands, and that's when you see that ski, and you see the skiers get pulled up. They get you see that check, and not able to get outside a 5 ball and tie for the lead. So puts her in a tie for second. We're gonna have to wait and see if that's gonna be enough to get her into the final. But right now here at the announcers booth, we are thinking that you're gonna have to get through that 11-meter pass and get probably 2 at 10.7 to feel a little more comfortable about getting into the final.
All right there. So our last skier to take to the water in Women's Series 3, coming to us from Peru, has medaled at Confederation and World Championship level. And in the past, she has worked for an agency in Geneva under the United Nations. This is Delfina Kuklevan.
Yeah, 14.25 to open, and just feeling out conditions here. The sun has disappeared on us just temporarily here. We've got a bit of cloud now. Hopefully we're not going to get showers today.
But it's still pretty warm though.
Yeah, it's very pleasant. I'm not complaining, Tony.
Yeah, he just came from wintertime there, Tony. So
nice.
he's happy that he's in shorts and a T-shirt, and
happier than a dog with a bone.
Yeah, there you go. Or happy as a clam is what I'd like to say. So looking good there. And, it is, like I said, conditions are kind of nice. And as we see our next skier, Beatrizia Yanni, on the dock, getting the boots all strapped up and getting ready for her set. There we go. Got a smile and a wave. So happy to see her out there. She's one of my favorite slalom skiers. I like the way she skis. So I'm looking forward to getting her on the water. But right now we've got Delphi on the water and looking good there on the opening pass.
All right, getting ready for pass number 2. It's going to be a tailwind on this next one. Delfina Kuglevan started in on 14.25 meters. Will return into the course on 13. So looking to try and put that 11.25 meters with the tailwind, and may have it. And if she can get through that pass, it would not only be a season's best, but it could well set up to be a catalyst for a higher performance to come afterwards. Here we go. This is Delfina Kuglevan. This is 13 meters. Looking good, though.
Yeah, getting it done at the moment, isn't she? 13 metre. Drops the shoulder a little bit there on 3, but
very
on time
powerful.
and early for 5. And runs the 13 metre line. Back towards the start dock. We'll shorten now onto the blue, shortening the 12 metre line. Last skier in Series 3 for the morning. And then we move, of course, into Series 2. So we've got about 22 slalomers left to go in this women's elimination round, all looking for 12 spots in that final for Sunday.
All right there. So Andrew Bergman there getting ready to bring in our current skier, Delfina Kuglevan, back into the course. It's going to be on the 12-meter line. And it's shaping up for 12 meters to be into the wind. It's just one of those critical passes that every single skier from here on out has to at least to get through, and then that challenge of 11.25 meters comes up immediately afterwards. Let's see what she does here on the blue loop, Delfina Kuglevan.
It starts pretty strong here. She's getting it done early enough here for 4 ball. Round 4. Over to 5. This is a good pass here. Really strong, a 1.35, this young lady. And runs the 12-metre line. Shortened now to the 11.25. Can she be the first to run this pass? Current lead is 5 with Lexi Abelson. There's a great shot there of one of the power couples of our sport, Louis de Plom-Freiberg and Brooke Baldwin. And here's our replay, Tony.
Yes, indeed. And not especially wide on buoy number 1, but she has more than enough power and talent in reserve to make a deep impact upon this run. Getting around buoy number 3 a little bit delayed there, but it's still able to bring the handle down and just leverage away from one side of the course to the next. Solid skiing all the way through. And that is Delfina Kuglevan from Peru. Now let's see how she handles 11.25 meters. Could she be the breakthrough skier at the very last skier in Series 3? The current leader is right there along the shoreline, and it is Lexi Abelson on 5.
I certainly hope so, Tony, because it'll lift the standard, I think, in Series 2 if they know that somebody's already run the 11.25 metre line in the lower series. Here we go. Delfina Kuglevan from Peru. Not a bad one, actually. It's a pretty good start. Round 2. Breaks forward a little on 2, but she's fighting hard. Round 3 and 11.25. She's working hard. Across the 4 she goes. Round 4, that's going to be it. 3.5.
It's going to be 3.5.
Will be a score. Gee, she had a chance there, though, early on in that pass. I thought to run it. But it's a good, solid score, but not enough. So
currently puts her in 4th place right now.
Geez, I don't know if you would have picked Lexi Abelson to come out of Series 3 with the top score. That's a big effort from her, personal best. Young 15-year-old, probably the youngest skier in Series 3, has ended up with the best score, Tony.
Yeah, you're absolutely right there as we look at Delfina Kuklevan here around buoy number 3, bringing a high side in the handle, high and on the inside, and just not able to get much of anything going on beyond that point. So it is 3.5, 3 1/2 there on 11.25 meters. And that is the final score for Delfina Kuklevan as we now work away from this series, Series 3, to Series 2. I think we're in the midst of having an official change. Virginia Sortie, our video replay official, is now relinquishing a seat to Nikki Lee. And I think there's going to be a boat driver swap in amongst that as well. So we've got the women's slalom leaderboard, combining scores from the previous series, including this one. We got Lexi Abelson won 5 and 11.25 meters, a two-way tie for second between Katerina Vravkova and Kiara Bonneman, with 4. Fourth place so far, Delfina Kuklevan on 3.5. Two-way tie for fifth between Sancha Altram and Anna Hunter. And the remaining scores you can access by going to IWWF.sport. So as we get ready for our next series, let's send it over to the dock for the first time in this competition in the 2025 Open World Water Ski Championships. Let's check in with Wade.
Hey, thanks, Tony. Super excited to be back here in Italy. It's been a while since I've been across the pond, but as you guys been watching, you guys already seen, we are at an absolutely perfect man-made water ski facility. We're watching the Ladies Series 2 getting ready to begin right here, while on the first lake over here, I'm watching some of the Canadians practice. The lake runs north-south, so if you know what that means, no east-west sun glare, so we don't have morning, evening issues. We've had some outdoor weather issues so far, but the forecast is looking better and better for the weekend, and wow, I just can't wait. Super excited to be here with you guys. Back to you, Tony.
All right, then. Thank you very much there, Wade, as we check out the dock area and get a sense of what it is to be in preparation for this event, as we see Lexi Abelson still there and sitting pretty with a score of 5 at 11.25 meters. And Delfina Kuklevan along the shore side as well. And now the Italians are coming out in droves as they get ready for our next skier. Our first skier in Series 2, it is going to be Beatrice Yanni. And another Italian getting ready herself. It's going to be Alicia Bagnoli. She'll be skiing number 5 off the dock in this next upcoming series. Maybe we'll get a shot inside the boat to find out who our boat driver is. We have 3 drivers in these championships. We have Manuel Domini, we have Andrew Bergman, and we also have Scott Ellis, are part of our cadre of drivers, as we see a good few of our friends along the shore side getting ready for the remaining skiers to come in the Women's Series 2. Here is our running order. Beatrice Yanni. She'll be our lead-off skier, followed by Taylor Wolsey Van Mastijk. Brooke Baldwin, third off the dock, Daniela Kretzmer. Fourth off the dock, Alicia Bagnoli from Italy follows on, along with Jamie Metcalf of New Zealand, Sadie Ferguson, Australia, Trinidad Espinal, Chile, Anne-Marie Rabluski from the United States, and Paige Pagozzi.
Yeah, huge order there. Some big names, some former junior age group world champions. There's some open world medalists as well. And it's Series 2. We're really starting to get down to the business end of this elimination for the women's slalom.
Looks like we're staying with Andrew Bergman for the time being, at least.
I think we heard he's driving all 3 series there, Tony, so he should be in the boat for at least another 24 skiers.
Big stint. It's a big driving stint. I think the last Worlds in Florida, I think Glenn Martin ended up with the top 3 series of men's slalom, and there was a couple of delays for, I can't remember the reason. Was it sun or something? I can't remember, at Florida 2 years ago. But I think Glenn Martin ended up in the boat for 5 hours. And we're going to go back to the dock now for the legend, the myth, of course, is Wade Cox.
Hey, thanks, Glenn. I'm here with Miss Anna Gay Hunter, who's already had her slalom ride. So, Anna, how are the conditions out there? They look good from up here.
Oh, yeah, it feels perfect out there. Everything's so nice. The boat feels amazing. Driving feels amazing. So, yeah, you can really go out there and have fun.
So, how have you been enjoying your time in Italy so far?
Oh, it's been good. We just got in Wednesday night, so we haven't had a ton of time to do much, but it's really fun to be here.
Well, I'm glad to be here, too. Already had some pasta and some pizza, so going to enjoy some skiing now. Back to you guys.
Why, thank you there, Wade, and indeed Anna Hunter, who is among our skiers towards the lead on the top towards the top of the leaderboard with 3 on 11.25 meters. That currently puts in about 5th or 6th place right now. Actually, a multiple way tie for 5th right now between herself and Sancha Outram with that same score of 3. As we now get ready to bring on Series 2. Beatricia Yanni from Italia coming up right off the dock. 14-meter start.
Yeah, and Arnie is such a prominent name in Italian water skiing, of course. Great water ski family from this part of the world. And, well, it's exciting, isn't it? I'm excited sitting up here. We're about to get into these top 2 series. First time at these World Championships that we've seen Series 2 and Series 1 skiers compete. Absolutely perfect conditions out here on a world-class, or one of the best slalom sites in the world, you'd have to say. I think we're going to see some big scores.
All right there, so Beatricia Yanni getting ready to take to the water. Her first opening pass is going to be 14.25 meters as the rope tightens up on her and brings her on top of the water. Now, Beatricia Yanni, you'll notice almost immediately she gets on top of the water how she grips the handle. It's opposite side grip. And the reason for that is because she's had a real complicated relationship with this site in particular at the Parco Nautico di Sesia, because in 2011 in the European Championship, she took a pretty nasty fall and so brutal, in fact, that she had to change her handle grip not too long afterwards to compensate for that. All right, then, let's send it over to Wade.
Hey, guys, here with Miss Regina Jaquist. And, Regina, you've been to a few Worlds, and does it ever get old? I mean, does the excitement, the energy pre-event ever get old?
No, I mean, it kind of gets more and more as you get through it. My first Worlds was in 2001, right here in Rocchetto. So this one's a pretty special one, just to be 24 years ago and still doing it, and still on the U.S. team. That was my first Worlds, my first U.S. team. I won tricks here. So, yeah, it's exciting. But, then you were just so young and just coming into it, and now you just realize how many people it takes to get you here, and everybody back home that's holding down the fort and everything that, get you ready for it and that are here for you, too. So, yeah, it's without them, you're not here. So it's all for them, and you just get more meaning behind it. You realize how hard it is. So, I think the 24-year span, they get more and more special. They have more and more meaning to it because you realize how many people it takes for anything to happen for you.
Well, we love it for you. We can't wait to watch. We're going to let you get busy. Back to you guys.
13-meter line now for Beatrice. Starts pretty well here. Into 3 ball she goes, looking on time and quite comfortable. Round 4.
Looking very aggressive out there.
Yeah,
So,
getting it done. Getting her eye in for the 11 metre or the 12 next, and then the 11 metre line to come. So good second pass there on the 13 metre line for Beatrice Andy.
Yeah, and Bea looking really strong here today. Again, I said it a little earlier. I really like her ski style, just the way she skis. She skis nice and tall, and doesn't try to do too much at the turns, but then uses that leverage behind the boat, and skiing really strong today. We saw her at the Open Europeans. I think she ran 3 at 11 in the preliminary round, and then just not quite able to put it together in the finals. But as of late, I kind of talked to her earlier this week, and she's been skiing good, and you're seeing that out there right now.
all right there. So looking on the dockside and seeing our first view of World Women's World Championship in the U21 slalom medalist. That is Daniela Kretschmer from Chile. We'll see her in a few minutes. And the Italians are out here, and they're out here in force, getting ready to cheer on one of their own. Coming to us out of the eternal city of Rome in Italy, and trains over at the water ski club Sperlonga. This is Patrizia Yanni.
Okay, 12 metre line now from the start dock end. Let's see how she goes. Should be a regulation pass, but nothing's ever given in the sport of water skiing, particularly under the white-hot pressure of a World Championships. Comes out of 2. Seems to be on time and early here. Getting it done. 12 metre line, 35 off if you're watching from the US. The blue shortening around 5 and over to 6, and there's a very nice 12 metre pass.
I'm going to tell you something, Tony. We watched her a couple weeks ago at the Open Europeans, and she was struggling a little bit at her gate. Couldn't quite get it dialed. And, today, all 3 of these passes, her gate's looking a lot more dialed. She's looking a lot stronger just as she rolls into the slalom course. And that's something that, you really want to see out of our skiers. She was having a lot too much speed, at that last tournament. Here she looks like she's got her speed, regulated. And when she turns in, she comes in and gets a really good play on one, and, making the passes look easier. And that's something that's really important. The gate it's not the whole pass, but if you hit a good gate, it makes everything slow down and go a lot smoother. And Bea, doing a really good job here on this 12 meters. You saw her bring her handle to the inside hip there at 4, just kind of checking some speed up there. And you see that ski kind of pop up on her, but still gets through 12 meters. And now she's got 11 meters now. It is a little bit of a tailwind, so she's getting a little bit of a push. But we'll see if she can get that same good start here and get through this 11 meters, be the first lady to get through 11 meters.
All right there. So Patrizia Yanni getting ready. 11.25 meters coming up next. Right foot forward and right hand up.
Can she be the first skier through the 11.25 metre line in the women's slalom elimination round? Gets up to a good start on 1. Round 2 she goes, getting a little bit down course now, into 3. She's set a little bit slow out of 3, but she's still fighting hard. Round 4, breaks forward on 4, and it's all over with 3.5 on the 11. She had a shot there, had a chance, Zane, but didn't quite manage it.
Yeah, and just you see her when she goes to 4, she dumps her feet really fast, and then, that's just something that once you dump your feet, the ski starts running. But, again, that gate is looking really good there from Bea, and that's why you see this really good-looking one-ball turn here. Gets off of it nice and comes over to 2. You see she kind of dumps her feet a little bit quick there onto 2, but still not too bad. Rolls out nice and good here off of 3. I think she didn't like that turn here, so she's kind of rushing. But boom, you see how that ski moves super quick on the edge change. She didn't let it roll nice and smooth. She dumped it, and then when she gets over to 4, she tries to make the turn, doesn't quite have the width on the buoy, and just unable to hang on to the rope there. So that is going to be a bit of a bummer. Like I said, I know after Open European, she had sent me a couple videos, and we had actually kind of been picking at her gate, and then she was smoking some 11s. So I know that was in the back of her mind, and I thought she was going to get through it. If she had just been a little smoother there on that edge change into 4, that would have been a nice looking pass.
Currently in a two-way tie with Delfina Kuklevan in 4th place with 3.5 at 11.25 meters. And now here is our next competitor. This is Taylor Worsey van Maasdijk.
Taking a bit of a break from slalom skiing for a few years, but back out here skiing on that LaPointe ski. Chris LaPointe is her stepdad, so looking good out here and strong skiing. Glad to have her back at these events and back on the water.
All right, then, and with that, let's send it over to Wade.
Thanks, Tony. I'm here with Mr. Drew Ross, a fellow competitor of mine back in the day, father of young Charlie Ross and Miss Lee Ross, and Neely, and you were bronze medalist here in 2001 World Championships. Welcome back.
Yeah, thanks. It is nice to be back. I haven't seen the lake since then in 01, and I just remember it being such a good place to ski. The men's slalom final, it heated it up. Of course, it was a tough field, and I remember Andy Mapple ran 3 at 41 in the final. Parrish and I had 2s. He had the superior prelim. So the scores were big back then, and that's 24 years ago.
Well, and you mentioned being here. I was here in 1999 as well. And when you come back to a lake after so many years, isn't it cool to see the maturity of the lake, the trees, the buildings?
Yeah, I mean, it was leading the way back then. I mean, I think most of the infrastructure was here, like building wise. But yeah, all the trees are grown in, and now the wind protection's awesome. It's such a good spot for a world championship.
Well, thanks for sharing some time with us. I'll let you get back to being a dad and a coach, and enjoy your weekend, Drew. Back to you guys.
Thanks, Coxie.
Couple of absolute legends there of men's slalom, and as they said, 2001 World Champs was kind of the christening of this great water ski facility. Here's the 13-metre line now for Taylor Woosley.
All right, Taylor Wolsey Van Maasdijk, and not looking too badly there off this pass of 13 meters, and slicing and dicing away through that run, and it kind of divides her time between the United States and the United Kingdom, and not looking too bad on that La Pointe slalom skier there.
No, she's looking good. Runs the 13-metre line. Stepdad Chris Lapointe giving her a few words of advice from the doc. Looked at more shots of some of our elite athletes down towards the start dock area.
And looking at some of the scores that she's putting in so far this season, has skied in a number of different locales, Okehili, Swiss Spring Classic, La Pointe Ski Park Spring Record, has produced a score as high as a 2 at 10.75 meters. That's her season's best right now. So she would love to put something, a score of that range, to really set this tournament alight, as we see Brooke Baldwin continue to ready herself for her turn. Coming into the course right now on the 12-meter line, this is Taylor Wolsey Van Maasdijk.
Yep, getting down to the shorter lengths now, 12-metre line. Let's see what she can do. Round 1 she goes. Across the 2. Just pulls the handle up a little bit towards her chest there on 2, but she's okay. Back out on 3. You see the US team coach, I think it is, Brenda Baldwin, watching in the insert. And there we go. Full pass on the 12-metre line. Apologies, it's Laurie Kruger down there.
All right, then. So let's have a look at 12 meters, and again, a decent gate shot there, but struggled a little bit on some of her linkages towards the end of each turn, breaking forward a little bit into number 2, and again, a little high-sided there, but she's a skier that has bags of experience at skiing at this level, and has some great coaching by the form of Chris Lapointe to help and guide her along, and looking good. That is.
Yeah, good. Looking good at 12. She's going to have to get it all together here, though, to run 11. She's going to have to up the ante here. Rope's obviously got quite a bit shorter, so we're going to have to see how she goes here on the 11.25. Still waiting for one of these ladies to run the 11. It'll happen sooner or later. We'll see plenty of it, I'm sure, in Series 1. But currently still with the youngster, Alexia Abelson, of 5 on the 11.25 metre line.
All right, who is going to make that breakthrough? I mean, I've asked the question before on a couple of occasions. Could it be someone like Taylor Wolsey Van Maasdijk? Here she comes in, 11.25 meters, gets horrid start on number
dumps
one.
those feet really fast there, guys, and then that's what makes that ski not want to turn. I mean, you're either going to get it to, you get a skier try to make it turn really hard and it bites too hard, or you try to stay over your feet and then the ski doesn't want to turn. That's something. So really, you want to see these skiers. We'll see here on the replay. A little bit harder to see here, but she rolls in. But watch her feet. You can't see it, but it dumps really quick there, and then the ski just carrying down course, not wanting to turn, and that's something. We want to see them. You want to unload, and you don't want to pull long, but you want your ski to roll right there. You see how it dumps really fast to that inside edge, and that just doesn't let the ski carry all the way out, and doesn't make it want to, bite back in quite like you'd like it to, and just a bit of devastation there, for Taylor. I know, she was excited to be back here on the World Championship stage, and I believe her slalom campaign, though, for this week will be over.
Okay, so next competitor, Brooke Baldwin from the United States. And she's seated a little bit lower than you'd normally see her at a world event because she's had that bad run of injuries, quite a long layoff, hasn't quite got the scores to get her into Series 1 slalom. But I think you asked just before, Tony, who will be the first lady to run the 11.25 metre line, 38 off, and I think Brooke is probably a pretty strong candidate for that title.
Yeah, I mean, some people kind of might have forgotten Brooke is one of those, 10 or 11 women skiers that's actually been through that 10.75 pass. So fully capable of running the 11 meters and capable of running 10.7. So we'll have to see if she can put it together here and get it for her campaign. But
bold move here, 13-meter start.
Looking for that 11-meter headwind, Tony. So that might pay off for her. I know she's been kind of doing that. She's been on the Pro Tour and having that start sometimes. So, and look at her here. She's looking nice and strong on that opening pass.
0 at 11.25 meters for Taylor Wolsey Van Maasdijk. And with that score being revealed, let's send it over to Wade.
Hey, guys, here with Miss Whitney McClintock-Reaney, another one of our Canadian champs, and enjoying your time so far?
Yeah, we've had a great time. We've got to go up to Stresa to see the lake up there. Even in the rain, we got to experience it, and it's just such a beautiful area up there, and we're super excited to have the sun out today. Praise the Lord for the sun being out today for slalom, and hopefully it stays that way for us for the rest of the weekend.
And got the whole family, which is totally cool.
Yeah, we got the in-laws because Paige is skiing, of course, and then I also have my parents and Zane and Matt are here too. So all the support is here.
I love it. So got any plans after Worlds?
Go home to get my child back to kindergarten.
I love it. Being a real mom, right?
Yes, and it's been great. He loves school. But Paige and Dan and Judy and actually Matt's other two kids are flying over to go to Sicily after, so they're going to have a great time. But we're going to have to go back to real life.
Well, maybe you're going to go home with some hardware, right?
I really would like for this weekend to go better than my last two Worlds have gone. I've been prayerfully trying to focus in on skiing fearfully out there, fearlessly. See, that's what I'm trying to get through. Trying to ski fearlessly out there and just get through this weekend. And if I have a medal around my neck at the end, I'll be really, really thankful.
Well, you seem relaxed as usual. Go out and be yourself and have fun. Back to you guys.
Okay, 12-metre line from Brooke Baldwin. No problems at all there. And she'll shorten down the 11. Great slalom style, doesn't she, Zane? She stands up, that characteristic sort of stand up before the buoy from Brooke Baldwin.
Yeah, I mean, if I had one thing that I didn't like about that pass there, Glenn, was she was just a little bit hot at the gate when she turned in, had a little bit too much speed. So you see her start to straighten those legs, kind of rock to the back of the ski. Right there, you see a little loose line when she turns in, rocks to the back. But, again, you see that she really extends, gets everything kind of, outright and stays tall, gets stacked, and then manages it. But, that's what, kind of running a little bit down course, and that was a product of the gate. But we have kind of pointed out there's a little tailwind. You see it kind of catching her there at 3, just, not quite getting the turn off of 2 that she wanted. And that's, that's definitely a left foot forward thing. If you're a little bit hot at the gate and you roll back, the lefties are always able to turn 1, but then they get over to 2, and that gate kind of calls them out, and then it kind of affects you over to 3. But 12 meters is something that Brooke runs just about, I'd say she runs it every time she skis. So Here we go. We've got 11 meters, and this is something that's really cool about this site is the competitors are right there next to each other on the start docks. So maybe a little bit of tension as you're down here on this end.
But back chat.
Brooke Baldwin coming in 11 meters, so speed is much better here at the gate. Let's see what she can do off of one ball.
Okay.
Gets a better one.
11.25 meter line, 2 balls. Slight little head breeze for this pass. She's on it at the moment,
look
almost
at that.
drops it on 3 though, but this is all over it on 4, over to 5, and this is 11.25 metre line for the first time
Gets it.
by a lady at these World Championships, and sensational skiing from Brooke Baldwin. Great to have her back on the circuit.
Yeah, and I mean that 3 ball right there is the that's a lefty thing. She's able to crank that side, stay over it, and turn. But again, her speed was much better here at the gate. Didn't quite get the turn that she did on 12, but still it helped her out here over at 2. That gate did. So you see, she gets the better turn here off of 2, and then this is what allows this big turn here at 3. Some people might have thought she was going to drop it, but you see,
that.
She hangs on to it. That is just lefty skiing right there. And then after that 3 ball turn, there was never a question she was going to run it, and then that's also a very good thing here, Tony. We've been watching her ski the Pro Tour, and she's been riding kind of an old D3, and looks like she has changed to that new D3 ski, and looking the knee. She's on the Neo 2 and looking much stronger. So maybe that's why she's looking a little bit stronger out there. I know D3's been doing a really good job with their skis, and I've heard a lot of good things about that ski. So it's kind of cool to see that change, and see Brooke come out here and be the first lady through that 11-meter pass.
Now, her best score this season, and she's done this twice, is 1 at 10.75 meters at Botas and also at Monaco.
Here we go.
Here she comes. There's number 1. She gets that a tie for the best score of the season, but now she's exceeded it. She tries to make a play on number 3.
Huge
She
score.
tries to sell us on 3, but we'll see what that score is. But a magnificent bit of skiing there from Brooke Baldwin.
Yeah, and again there, Tony, something down there at that end of the gate, she was just a little bit hot, so had a little bit too much speed, and that's kind of what got her to where she had to just make a play on 3. We'll have to wait and see the replay if she got all the way outside of 3. You see, she's a little bit fast when she turns in, so then carries a little more speed into 1. That's why you see the ski rise up on the tail. And then not quite getting the turn here, and then we got an official score of 2, so it doesn't get outside of 3. And that turn there at 2 ball, again, for the lefties, you're always going to see that gate show up at 2 ball. Sometimes it'll slow 1 ball down, but it won't be as prevalent. But then you get to 2, and you'll see it. You'll see a gate like that catch her out, but she has too much speed, rocks to the back of the ski, and then comes in. So that's why you see her turn on the tail here, but still can turn it and keep it moving. And then coming over to 2, that's where the gate really catches her. You see her bring the handle up high, trying to shed speed, and then makes the play, but goes inside a 3 ball.
It's a big score though, and it will probably mean she's either into the final or involved in a runoff situation, I would think, Tony.
All right, then. Excellent skiing there from Brooke Baldwin, a skier that has been largely absent from the pro scene for the last couple of seasons due to injury and also to med school studies. So kudos to Brooke Baldwin for a score of 2 at 10.75 meters. Now we're looking for at a rising star in girls slalom skiing. This is Daniela Kretzmer, a podium placement skier at the U21 World Championships that just took place less than 2 months ago.
Yeah, Tony, and starting off there at 16 meters, so taking the same strategy that we just saw from Brooke Baldwin, but taking it a little different, taking the scenic route to get there. So, we'll have to see if it pays off for her, but we're going to send it over to Wade on the dock side.
Hey guys, here with Miss Brooke Baldwin, our leader on the dock here. Wow, your best score of the year as well, huh?
I guess so. Yeah, I didn't even think about that, so that's good. I was hoping to get around 3, but that's okay.
And first 11 meters of the day, so walk us through it. How was it? I heard you say it was a little sketch.
Personally, I didn't really think it was super sketchy. It felt like probably my best pass. I just had to stay committed to it and strong, and it's super nice out there.
No, that's what we like to see. So had you could do 39 again, would you do the gate any different?
I don't know. I think I would try to pull out like a little bit easier, but then stronger at the end. I had a nice one, but then I kind of just led up to 2. And as a lefty, it's a little difficult.
Well, awesome skiing. Well done. Congrats. Back to you guys.
All right, then, as Alicia Bagnoli on the starting dock pacing up and down, we've got this next pass coming up there for Daniela Kretzmer, electing to go in on 16 meters, so coming back on 14.25 meters and probably trying to implement an alternate win strategy going forwards here, Zane.
Yeah, no, I mean, I think the skiers are trying to play that 11-meter headwind. You know, you saw Brooke go out and, you know, again, she's been started at 14, sometimes 13, but, you know, she took that little bit of a gamble at 13 to have that headwind at 11, and it paid off for her, you know, got through it, First Lady through it. So I think Daniela was probably, I think she normally starts at 14, probably not very comfortable with that 13-meter start. So electing to take the 16, you know, a nice easy pass to just get through it. And, you know, now she's going to be, you know, on 13. So also getting her money's worth here out of boat gas just for her entry fee. So that you know, making sure she gets her ski right in. But I think that is the right strategy. I would say that a lot of these skiers coming up are going to start at that 13-meter pass and play to get that 11-meter headwind.
And Daniela Kretzmer, the winner of the silver medal at the U21 Slalom World Championships, as I mentioned, over in Canada, qualified into those finals with 3 at 11.25 meters and eventually scored 4 at 11.25 minutes to force that three-way runoff in which Cristiana de Osma prevailed via that titanic battle between herself, Daniela Kretzmer, and indeed Trinidad Espinal. And we look forward to seeing those competitors a little bit later on. But right here and now, this is Daniela Kretzmer, and not looking too bad on 30 meters so far there, Glenn.
Yeah, 13-meter line. It's still really a settling in pass for Daniela, and runs that pass pretty comfortably. It starts to get a little bit more serious now, though. She shortens down to the 12-meter.
So looking a quick and albeit brief look at the Frecce Rossa, the high-speed train that traverses the Italian countryside between its various centers of importance, whether it be Torino or Milan or Roma or Napoli or even Venice. You can take a high-speed train from Milan to Venice and be there in under an hour.
I've got to say, Tony, I went for a bit of a tourist drive yesterday in my rental car, and I managed to get out there on that motorway, the freeway.
The A4.
The A4. I'm not sure what the speed limit's actually meant to be, but, geez, I had some fun out there.
Yeah, it's 130, but some of these Italians here, they just use that as a suggestion. It's not a rule that they follow. They'll blow your doors off.
I got to say, I was doing 130, 140K, and I was
getting your doors blown off.
Exactly. I was in the slow lane. It was a bit of fun.
Of course, we don't recommend that.
Of course not.
Now, when I drove down through here, I got to go through Germany and hit the Autobahn, and I mean, we were running 140. I had my van going about as much as it would go, and I had cars that, you know, just whoom, right by us, and it kind of scared me. But you know, at least they don't have that here in Italy. But right now, we got Daniela Kretzmer coming in. This is 12 meters, and you know, you don't want to see her going over the speed limit. You know, controlling her speed here and looking good through this 12-meter pass. And she has been having a strong season. She got second at the Under 21 Worlds, and looking to put a stamp here on her Open Worlds campaign. But looking good through 12 meters, so setting herself up for the 11-meter headwind. And like I said, I said it a little earlier. I think that is the right move to set yourself up 11-meter headwind. Try to get through that, and then we know historically 2 at 10.7 will put you into the finals. So we'll have to see if she can get through this next one. Now, this next one's tough, but, again, she skis strong. Really like that gait. She rolls the ski under the rope, and that's super important. Doesn't lead with the shoulder, so she doesn't generate too much speed going into 1 and 2, and then, has an established rhythm here at 3. And you see how early she is at 3 ball. Just creates a lot of space in front of the buoy. And, Daniela Kretzmer is looking really good here today.
Fantastic skiing there on that good slalom ski, slicing and dicing one way or the other, and the wind is starting to pick up a little bit here, so that's definitely going to be definitely going to be paramount in our mind to.
Yeah, you wouldn't. I don't think the wind's really too much of a factor. It's when you say it's picking up, it's a pretty good side here. It's not too bad out there at the moment, but there will be a little head breeze here just to help Daniela out. This is the 11.25 metre line.
Here she comes. We've seen 11 run once before, courtesy of Brooke Baldwin, our previous skier.
And this is a wicked start here at 11, Tony. A little bit slow off of 3, but looking
She's
good here
still
off of 4.
there.
Going to have to work to 5. Oh, she's down course. Can she get to 6?
Oh!
No, it takes a tumble. I hope she's okay. We'll see if she gives us a wave. She does. There we go. So she's good. All right, perfect.
Big old yard sail there out the front. She's pushing hard to get to 6. I thought out of 4 she had that pass, but kind of, we'll see the replay, see what happened there on 5, but so close to running the 11.25 metre line.
Now that gate right there, that was awesome, right? So that gives her this good 1 here, and then it's going to get this 2 ball, and she looks good. Now, was a little bit slow off of 3, and let's see what happens to her there. You see she generates a little extra speed, unloads a little bit soon, lets the hands get away from her for 3, so that's why you saw the stall off of 3. And then now at 4, she's carrying some speed down course, and then here at 5, you see those hands. They get way away from her body going to 5. That's why the ski didn't want to turn, and then just trying to give it all she had, and right there gets across the wakes and hits that tipping point on the ski, and that release did its job and released her from the ski. And good thing she kind of rolled and took it on her back, so she's okay. We saw a smile from her and a wave, and that's what that's good. But right here, you see the hands start to get away there, and the ski doesn't want to turn. Now she's carrying speed down course, but right here, watch her hands. See, they get away from her right off the second wake, so that's why she doesn't get the width there, has that checkup, and then boom, out it, and it rolled. She took it right there on the shoulders. As a slalom skier, when you take it, that's where you want to crash at. But glad she's moving around, getting out of the water okay, and we'll go check in with Wade at the dockside.
Hey, thanks, Zane. I'm here with Miss Taylor. And Taylor, you got quite the story. You got a real famous mom, and you're coming up skiing, and then all of a sudden 7 years you go away, and now you're back for your first Elite Worlds. Wow, what a story.
Yeah, it's been quite the adventure. I'm really grateful to be here, and there's so many people that have allowed me to be here. The team at Okahili, the team at La Pointe Ski Park, Chris at La Pointe Skis, my family, my husband, my son, so I'm so grateful.
So you mentioned Chris, your stepfather, and this is Jennifer Leachman's daughter, for those of you that don't know. So, yeah, what's it like growing up, with water skiing sort of like part of your lifeline?
What is it like growing up with, a fair few skiers here could answer that question. I grew up in a ski school. I think I was in a boat in a car seat from really young. It's just an honor. It was tough to follow in their footsteps. I think Chris won his first Masters at 13. But I'm just on the adventure of my own.
Well, welcome back. Well, and your first Elite Worlds, what a cool deal.
Yeah, thanks, Wade. It's going to be fun to be here.
We're going to enjoy the weekend. Back to you guys.
And Tony, I'm going to tell you, I'm super excited to have Taylor back here because, me and her grew up skiing, and I thought maybe we weren't going to see her back, but it's great to have her here, and I'm super excited to get her back out here on the water.
All right there. So we see a shot there of Daniela Kretzmer, whose score of 5 on 11.25 meters puts her in the two-way tie in second place right now with other skier that has completed 5 at 11.25 meters, and that would have been, I believe, Lexi Abelson. So there you see the leaderboard. Baldwin in first with 2 at 10.75 meters. Abelson and Kretschmar in a two-way tie for second on 5. As we now get ready to bring on our next competitor from Italia, Alice Bagnoli.
Yep, here she comes. First slalom event of the year, but had a few injury issues. Had a off-water training injury back, I think, in January in the winter. So it's good to see her back. Been around a little while. I can remember her at the Junior Worlds, maybe Peru in 2014, I think, Tony. So she's been representing Italy for quite some time.
and skied into 10.75 meters in the last World Championships 2 seasons ago, but a lot of water has been under the bridge since then. She's competed on the Water Ski Pro Tour quite extensively over last season, but before even this season got started, she sustained an injury in the gym and has been largely inactive since there. The first time that we've seen her in tournament this season was about 2 weeks ago over at the European Open Championship. And with that, let's send it over to Wade.
Hey guys, thanks. I'm here with Miss Allie Nicholson, and geez, between you and your brother, you guys have almost become Europeans the last couple summers, huh?
Yeah, I mean, we spent quite a bit of time earlier this year, and then happy to get to come back. I got to come and check out Ricciotto in July, so it was beautiful then, a lot warmer then, but yeah, I think it's going to be good today.
And what's been your prep, like at home last couple weeks?
Yeah, I've been home for the last couple weeks, and then I just came over. I got here Wednesday morning, so I got Wednesday, Thursday practice, but decided to kind of opt for more days at home and just feeling comfortable and then coming over. But I got some practice over on Lake 3, so excited to try out Lake 2 today.
Nice. We're going to watch a rip real soon. Back to you guys.
Well, thank you very much there, Wade, and Allie Nicholson, one of our premier skiers that we'll see a little bit later on. She is going to be a feature skier in Series 1. And we see Jamie Metcalf about to take to the water very, very soon. And Alicia Bagnoli, let's see what she's got here.
Yeah, 13-metre line now. A little bit underdone in terms of skiing tournaments this year, so I'm sure she'll be happy to get these first couple of passes under her belt. And that's a solid 13-metre pass, no problem whatsoever.
Yeah, and I mean, it's great to see Alicia back out here. Just, we know she's been battling a little bit of a back injury, and I'm super happy that she's here and skiing, and looking like that back is nice and healthy here. So I know that was the goal at the beginning of the summer, was just to get healthy and get back here for Worlds, and looks like she's the team here in Italy and all those physios she's been seeing are got the job done and got her here feeling nice and strong.
All right, they're seeing some scenes along the short line and around the dock area. A few of our competitors readying themselves. We see Janina Meckler, and we also see Elizabeth Montavon. They'll be out there on the water soon in Series 1, but we are exactly halfway down the list in Series 2. Alicia Bagnoli, our fifth skier out in this competition, and as we see some more imagery of the prep that it takes for each of our competitors to get ready for their action on the water. Now, Alicia Bagnoli, her first slalom event of the season.
Yep, 12-metre line now from that start dock end. So she's got 12 with the headwind, which means she gets through this pass. She will have 11 with that slight breeze behind her. Starts pretty nicely here. Good, strong stuff out of 2-ball. Round 3 she goes.
Looking good, though. Looking in good shape
getting
here.
It done.
There's number 5.
Big 5-ball. And there you go. Runs the 12-metre line.
Oh, yes. And throwing the fist up there, I mean.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I'll tell you, I would say just, with it being the first event of the season, the nerves are, not like most of these skiers who have had a bunch of, tournaments under their belt to help knock down those nerves. And, this being her first one, and then, kind of being, here in Italy on the home turf, every Italian here is going to have a little bit of nerves because they want to ski well in front of the home crowd. And, Alicia coming out here and just looking strong. Her slalom the last couple seasons has just taken a upward trajectory. She's been looking really, really good. And, it was a bummer to miss out on the first half of the season, but I'm super glad she's here and looking strong as you see, this replay here at 12 meters and, really not taking any hits. Really working that line, really good line control. So on the backside of the buoy, she's got a tight rope, and I mean that's something that's big. If you're having a back problems, you don't want that loose line. You don't want that boat, hitting you real hard off the buoy. Because one right pull and you're kind of back to square one. So really good to see her out here as we get a really cool shot right there, Tony.
And on top of everything else, Alicia Bagnoli is planning a wedding, her very own, to Vincent Stadelbauer in less than 2 weeks' time. Here we go, 11.25 meters, gets the good start, looking good for number 2. She's still there on number 3. Oh, and goes down on 2.5 on 11.25 meters. But do give it up for her, please. Alicia Bagnoli.
Yeah, and, she's happy with that, to get here, to get through that 12-meter pass and get to 11 and, not quite able to get all the way through it, but still really strong skiing, and you see the smile out of her, just happy to be back on the water, and, hats off to her and her crew of getting her back and healthy to be here. You see the replay there, rolls in on the gate really nice, and, here brings that handle to the inside hip, so you see a little bit of a slow turn out of 1, but does okay. Not able to kind of carry all of her width to 2, and then comes into 3. You see, doesn't keep working through the wakes, and that's what those lefties have, that offside pull going to that 135 side, and you want to see him keep twisting, get more angle behind the boat to get the ski to shoot out, and Alicia just not quite able to do it there at 3, but you see, turns in, goes a little bit with the upper body, so the ski's kind of behind her just a tad bit, and then, she checks up there out of 1, and then you see gets the turn here off of 2, but you see that angle that ski is taking, that's straight to 3 ball, and it really doesn't quite get outside the buoy until right in front of it, so needs a big turn and just wasn't able to quite get it there.
Big moment now for New Zealand water ski fans. I know all the Kiwis back home will be watching this webcast. Jamie Metcalf, absolute legend of New Zealand water skiing. Has represented New Zealand since she was 14 years of age. Her first Worlds were in 1999 here in Italy, not at Recito, but she came back in 2001 to Recito as well. And this is Jamie on the 14.25 metre line. So lovely stuff. And there we go. And we're going to cross back down to the dock to Wade Cox.
Hey guys, I'm here with Miss Daniele, and so first of all, you're okay from the crash?
Yeah, all good, perfect. Feeling good.
And so she says she's done this before. She's obviously a tough girl, but gosh, you were going well. Like you were early into 4, so what happened at the end of 11?
Yeah, everything felt really good. Like 35 was perfect, and then 38 on the football was good, and then just got a little bit too excited.
Was your mind counting buoys?
Well, yeah, until 4-ball, no, and then I turned 4, and I was, okay, I'm going to run it. I'm going to make finals, and just excited.
Well, glad to hear you're okay. You have more events to come, though, this weekend, right?
Well, no more until, I have tournaments in Chile in the summer, but I'm done for now.
Oh, that's okay. Well, enjoy your fall, and we hope to see you again next year.
Thank you, yeah, for sure.
Back to you guys.
Thanks, guys. Oh, Jamie Metcalf, the Kiwi. She's opting up to the 12-metre line. She knows she needs 11 metre into the head breeze, so she's the veteran. Of course, bronze medalist Tony at the World Championships at Putrajaya in Malaysia in 2019.
Uh-huh.
So she knows she wants 11 into the head, so she's going to opt up here to the 12-metre.
And she's going to opt up through 12 meters. As a matter of fact, when look at the last time that she skied here, which was in the year 2001, ended up with a score of 2.5 on 30 meters. Now she's going to go way past that this time around. One of the youngest skiers to represent New Zealand at World Championship level, and now one of the oldest.
Well, yeah, the youngest ever at 14, and the oldest at whatever she is now, probably, well, I don't want to say. Could possibly be getting close to 40 now. But interesting, when Jamie Metcalf was selected to ski for New Zealand in 2001, she would have been selected as a trick skier. Slalom would have been a backup score. She would have been one of our best trick skiers in 2001. But as she sort of grew and got taller, she's developed. She is the greatest ever female slalom skier from New Zealand. New Zealand record holder, of course.
And now this was an attempt on a 12 meters, so knocking that pass down and now getting ready for 11.25 meters into the wind in her attempt to try and get above the current leaderboard at this time. Brooke Baldwin with 2 on 10.75 meters represents the lead, but could it be enough to send her through to the next round? we'll know within about the next few skiers. Just to let you know that Women's Series 1 has a total of 14 athletes in it, so we would have to go at least 3 skiers deep to find out.
Well, we got to run 11, and Jamie knows that. This would have been her focus training the last few months, was to make sure she can run 11 and come back and get 1 or 2 on the 10.75. So big moment coming up now for New Zealand water ski fans. Just the only one Kiwi at this event, so it's our opportunity to cheer Jamie Metcalf on. Bit of slack line on 1. She's in a bit of trouble early here. Out of 2. Not too bad out of 2 maybe. Round 3. She's fighting hard, getting pretty late now. Round 4. Oh, Jamie's in trouble here, I think. Oh, devastation. 4 on the 11.25 metre line, and that is not what Jamie Metcalf was looking for. Just didn't quite get the start, Tony, on 1 ball as we watch the replay.
A score that puts her in a 3-way tie for 4th place right now with Kiara Bonneman and Katerina Vrabkova, but not exactly the best of starts there on 11.25 meters, and it only got worse for her after number 2. She tried to make up for that deficit there into buoy number 3, but by about the time that she brought the handle up off number 4, she knew that the gig was up and inside 5.
Yeah, disappointing. She's such a stalwart of New Zealand water skiing. Of course, lives in Switzerland now, so not too far for her to come to these World Championships. But, yeah, just obviously didn't get the start here on the 11.25. And almost stood up out of 2. It's remarkable that she could actually get 4 buoys after a 2 like that. Jamie Metcalf. She'll get a bit of a cheer. There's 2 Kiwis on the bank watching, Ed and Nicola Donald there, so I'm sure they'll stand up and give her an applause as she goes past. But
and I'm sure you fans over in New Zealand that are watching at sometime late in the evening will no doubt appreciate that score and that result for New Zealand's Jamie Metcalf.
Yeah, I mean, obviously I've got a lot invested in New Zealand water skiing. I would have loved to have seen Jamie into another slalom final, but she still did us proud from New Zealand. Okay, moving right on now. One of these great Aussie competitors. This girl is tough. You know, Australia have produced tough female skiers over the years, haven't they? Tony, you think of, you know, just said to Carol recently, but you go back to Emma Shears from the day.
And even more recently there with that phenom slalom skier in the men's competition, Lucas Cornell. We see him there along the shore side.
He's there. But I was talking about female skiers, of course. But yeah, Sadie gets into that bracket of being a tough, hard, uncompromising Aussie female water skier. Of course, has had a gold medal at a World Championships in slalom in the under-21 Worlds. What year was it? 2019, maybe, I think.
Yeah, and let's not forget that the last time the World Championships were held in 2001 right here on site, Emma Shears prevailed.
Yeah, well, there you go. So it's good to see. I'm sure Emma is watching. Sadie does a little bit of skiing with Emma there in Queensland. She'll be watching this webcast. The 13-metre line from Sadie Ferguson. Got involved in a runoff, actually, at the last World Championships in 2023 in Florida, and she actually missed out on the final in that runoff, which is disappointing. But anyway, we're going to go back to the dock now and see what Wade's up to.
Indeed.
Hey guys, here with Miss Jamie Metcalf. And Jamie, it seems that the wind has come up a little bit. What was it a factor at all in your 11-meter pass?
Yeah, well, I went out there at 14 and opted up to 12. Okay. So after my first pass, I was like, well, actually, it's a little stronger than I thought it was. So I think I'll take 11 with a head. And my start was okay, but pretty annoyed that I didn't get more than 4. But anyhow, it's skiing.
Well, if you had the set to do over again, would you do it sort of exactly the same, or would you maybe go 13 on the start?
I'd probably start at 13. Yeah, I think I'd start at 13. It's you don't see it too much, but I think it's picking up.
I just felt it swirling sort of when you were out there, and I was thinking, well, yeah, I wonder if that's going to be a factor at all, but you say yes.
Yeah, no, you can notice it. You definitely feel it, so it's up and down.
Okay, I don't know if you guys can feel it in the booth, but yeah, it's becoming a bit of a factor down here in the water. Back to you guys.
All right, and the clouds are coming as well, giving us a rather decidedly darker feel to this slalom competition. Coming in on the next pass, this is going to be Sadie Ferguson from Australia, coming in on 12 meters, having started in on 13 meters. So a bold move to go in on 13. Let's see if it pays off for her. 13 and now 12. And looking in good shape here as she gets ready for 11.25 meters into the wind.
Yeah, she's looking good, isn't she, Sadie? Tricked really well yesterday. May have even been a trick PB, just a shade under 6,000 points. So she's in good form. Tough competitor. And I'm sure she's got a good crack, good chance here running the 11.25 metre line.
Oh, absolutely. And Sadie Ferguson, who bases herself up in Queensland. I think she's originally from Victoria, right?
No, she's always been from Queensland.
Off
a farm in central Queensland, Roma, I think it is. The farm is probably the size of some of the European countries, to be fair, Tony. There'd be European countries that would be smaller than the Ferguson's family farm in central Queensland. And I am exaggerating, but probably not, actually. I'd love to know how big the Ferguson's family farm is, but she's big, a lot of wide open spaces out there in central Queensland. She does, Sadie has skied a lot in Perth with the Greens as well.
Indeed, and she's also spent some time over at Burek in western France next to Bordeaux. She spent a good portion of the European summer there. As she rolls in on 11.25 meters, let's see what kind of start she gets. Decent off number 1, round number 2. Keeping the flow going. There's number 3. Look at her go on number 4. Look at the go. Aggressive right from the start, and it pays off all the way to the end.
Well done.
Sadie Ferguson.
Easy as you like. You'd have to say the best 11. I guess Brooke Baldwin's 11 was pretty good as well, but that was a really nice 11.25 metre line from Sadie Ferguson.
Okay, so let's have a look at this from the historic perspective. She was 13th in the last World Championships 2 seasons ago, the plum position on the outside looking in. She scored 2. She scored 1.5 at 10.75 meters initially, and was second best in the runoff against Elizabeth Montavon, who prevailed and got herself into the 12 skier final. We're going to see Elizabeth Montavon a little bit later on in this event, but for the moment, Sadie Ferguson is doing everything that she can to be well and truly part of the conversation where it comes to determining who the last 12 skiers are going to be going into the women's slalom final. And there is another legendary Australian slalomer right there, Vanessa Veek. And we're seeing a few views of some other slalom skiers there. Anne-Marie Robleski coming to us from the United States, specifically from the state of Ohio. All right, then, here we go. Sadie Ferguson.
Well, let's see if she can't get 2 or 3 here on the 10.75. Round 1 she goes. Not too bad a 1. She'll get to 2. And...
Oh, 1.5 there.
Oh, I don't know. Put your hands together. It's a good score, but it's hard to know, Tony. It may have been better to stand up and get 2 there from Sadie. She's just not that kind of skier, though. She would have been looking to run that pass, I'm sure, Sadie, in her mind. But we'll have to wait and see. Long way to go yet in this event.
Exactly the same score she posted up 2 seasons ago.
Yes, and ended up in a runoff 2 seasons ago. So... I don't know. It's hard to know. It's hard to criticise because I can see what she was trying to do. She wanted to get the 3 ball.
So she's going to have to wait around for a little bit to see if things work out for her based upon that score, or could it well just be enough for a shot at the runoff there, Glenn?
Absolutely. It's going to be a wait because there's 14 skiers, as you say, in Series 1. Still another
3 to go here.
Yeah, so still another 17 skiers to go. It's still a great score, 1.5 at 10.75. I just don't think Sadie's mindset, and I admire this about her, I don't think her mindset is one of standing up in around 2 ball. I think her mindset is going out there and scrambling to get as many boys as she can, and good on her.
Great skiing there from Sadie Ferguson as we now move on to a podium bronze medalist in the U21 Women's Slalom World Championship, which took place less than 2 months ago at the Lakes of Cast in Stone in Calgary, in Canada. This is going to be Trinidad Espinal. I'll be intrigued to find out what this starting line length is. 13-meter start. Everyone apparently has had the idea of coming in on 14.25 meters, and we're looking at a 13-meter start here for Trinidad Espinal.
Yeah, comfortable pass here. Very much a warm-up pass. This is another young lady that's had success at World Championships and Age Group World Championships. Anyway, time now to go back to the dock and catch up with Wade.
Hey guys, here with Miss Jay Bagnoli, who's on the Italian team at her home site, but yet you missed the whole summer. Only been skiing 10 days, correct?
Yeah, unfortunately I injured my back in January actually, so I missed all the tournaments and I started just skiing in slalom 10 days ago about. So honestly, I'm thrilled. The only goal I had was to be able to ski here in my home site in Recetto. So I think I skied okay. Obviously, I missed some training under my feet, but I'm definitely super happy to have my family here and my teammates around me.
No, when I found that out that you had that huge break, just the fact that you made passes, that's a huge deal, right?
Yeah, I know. Everyone has been telling me, well, you know how to ski. I mean, even if you didn't train at 12, you know how to run in it. I think it's been that way, so it was just the 11-meter line pass was just a bit different, but I'm super happy.
No, we're good for you, and it's got to be a cool feeling to represent your home country at your home site, right?
Definitely. To have my teammates around me, and now we're going to keep watching the girls and just enjoy the rest of the tournament, you know. And it's super great to have you here, Wade, in Italy. Usually it's in the U.S., and now it's just here enjoying the tournament as well. So thank you for coming.
Well, I'm certainly doing that. We're going to let you guys enjoy with us as well. Back to you guys.
All right there, coming in on pass number 2. Has podiumed in the last 2 age division world championships. U17's
Oh, no.
And unfortunately,
This is a big upset here. A fall early on 5-ball, pretty sure it was. Oh, disappointing. As you said, had so much success at Age Group Worlds in the last 3 or 4 years. But really looking like getting this pass done here, Tony. There was really no issues. And unfortunately, as can sometimes happen in this cruel sport of water skiing, just finds a way to fall off. Comes across here to 4-ball now. I mean, you're not seeing any problems, are you, out there, Tony?
No, not at all.
Great.
I mean, she looked good. She looked in good shape there, and then she got real loose into number 5, and down she went, unfortunately, there. So a skier who has medaled in the last 2 age category World Championships, whether it's a 3rd place this year at the U21s or a silver medal in the last age group World Championships and U17 at exactly the same site. So she's been a model of consistency in that regard, but unfortunately, sometimes stuff like that happens.
Yeah, absolutely.
All right, then. So we're moving right along. Our next competitor, the former U21 women's slalom champion from not this current cycle, but the one before in those U World Championships that took place in Chapala, Mexico. From the United States, this is Anne-Marie Wroblewski.
Yep, 13-meter to start. And I think that's what we're going to see from all these skiers, especially if the wind continues to do what it's doing. And that's a lovely opening pass on the 13-meter.
A little bit of aggressive there, warming up there from Janina Bonneman and her husband there, Dane Meckler.
See Paige Reaney on the dock. Pagosi Reaney now. And Dad Matt, she'll be our next competitor. Brock Baldwin, of course, still leads this event. 2 on the 10.75. Aussie Sadie Ferguson in second with 1.5 at 10.75. Then we've got a real log jam there with a couple skiers at 5 at 11, a couple at 4 at 11. still 16 skiers, 15 skiers maybe left to go. So a long way to go. We're just looking for 12 skiers to make their way into the big dance, the slalom final on Sunday.
Okay, so there is a Brooke Baldwin waiting to see if her score prevails in terms of making it through to that top 12 list of skiers to go through into the women's slalom final.
Well, it's kind of got runoff written all over it, hasn't it, to 10.75. So she'll have her ski gear close, I'm sure.
Of course she will.
Know.
Here we go, coming in, Anne-Marie Wroblewski. 12 meters, slow start off number 1, but managing to keep on top of the water. She's round number 3, looking good for number 4. The U21 slalom champion of the world 2 seasons ago in 2023 in Chapala in Mexico. That is Anne-Marie Wroblewski, and also a former NCWSA National Collegiate Women's Slalom champion to boot, having represented Louisiana's Raging Cajuns in the past.
Yeah, she's a big name in collegiate water skiing in the United States. Quality athlete, of course. As you said, former world champion in age group skiing. This is a nice pass here.
Just looked in really, really good shape here. Just trying to maintain a body posture and not lose too much distance down course in the process. And great skiing there from Anne-Marie Wroblewski. She started on 13, that was 12. Here comes 11.25 meters into the head breeze. Now it is crunch time, most certainly. That head breeze is going to help her, but only insofar as she's prepared to stay committed in making sure that she gets adequate resistance behind the boat, like that into buoy number 1. Wheelies up on 1. Round number 2. Looking good for number 3. Wheelies up there as well, but not nearly as much as she did on number 1. Here she goes. Round number 5 takes it to the limit. There you go. That is a 6 buoy count on 11.25 meters. And now we'll be trying to track down that top score, courtesy of Brooke Baldwin.
Yeah, that was impressive, actually, Tony, because she didn't actually ski that 11 all that well, I don't think. She didn't really get a lot of angle out of most of the turns. Sort of not getting the ski all the way around, standing up a little bit out of the turns. But the great thing about it, she never panicked. She never tried to throw a big turn or do anything silly, which meant that she was always in the game. You know, if you got the old saying, no handle, no hope. Well, she made sure she was always on top of the water, always skiing, letting herself get a little bit down course, but just hanging in there nicely as she runs that 11.25 meter line.
So look, coming off her edge a little bit on that one, not nearly as much as Daniela Kretzmer, who scored a 5 on 11.25 meters as a result of her doing more or less the same thing. And we see Paige Pagotzi about to take to the water. She'll be representing Canada once again with her effort. And looks like we're seeing a pretty healthy crowd on hand here as we see Anne-Marie Wroblewski, a little bit of slackness in the line as she turns. She's round number 1. Can she make it round buoy number 2? Yes. Can she make it round number 3? Nope, but it is a tie for the lead. It is a tie.
Good skiing.
That keeps her in the conversation, very much so. 2 at 10.75 meters in a two-way tie for the lead between herself and Brooke Baldwin.
Yep. She's another skier that will get dry, stay warm, but want to stay fairly close to the dock with her ski gear, I think, because that 2 at 10.75, who knows, but may well be a runoff situation starting to loom.
Okay, some wonderful skiing there from Anne-Marie Robleski. As I say, skiing not exactly at her supreme best, but just adequately enough to keep herself very much a part of any situation that might evolve itself into a runoff. 2 buoys, 10.75 meters, tying up with the current lead scorer of Brooke Baldwin. There you see the leaderboard right there. Anne-Marie Robleski there, a two-way tie for the lead. All right then, Paige Pagozzi, our final skier to come in this Series 2 Slalom Elimination in the women's competition. And here's something you don't see very often, a one-handed gate shot.
Yeah, it's become rare, hasn't it, the old one-handed gates? But Paige, 13-metre line, 32 off. Warm-up pass for her, regulation, just to get her eye in as we get to the shorter lengths. And well done to Paige. And we'll take this opportunity, head back down to the dock and see Wade.
Hey, thanks, Glenn. I'm here with Anne-Marie Robleski, tied for leader at the dock. And I heard our New Zealand friend Glenn say your 11-metre pass was rather interesting. How was it?
I don't think it was too out of the ordinary. My 5-ball, I've been hesitating a lot there for no reason. But other than that, I thought it was all right.
We looked a little nervous at first, but geez, by the time you got into 2 and 3 and 4, yeah, you looked like you had lots of energy and nice outbound path. If you had that 10-7 to do over again, would you do anything different?
I would not pull along the 2-ball, which is kind of what I do every time, so I need to work on that.
Well, for those amateurs at home, it's as soon as we do over pull, then we've overshot our path, right?
Oh, yeah. I was going just too fast, so I couldn't turn it, get over to 3.
Well, 2, though, right? So kind of got to wait around, hope for a solid spot. Worst case runoff.
Yep. Just have to wait and see. Hopefully it's enough.
Well done, girl. Good for you. Back to you guys.
Okay, Paige Pagozzi now. This is 12-metre line.
Looking good, though. 12 meters.
Yes, on time and early. No worries at all here on the 12 for Paige. There you go. Full pass.
So, and the sun shining from behind the clouds and offering us a little bit more light upon the situation as it concerns Paige Pagozzi as she continues to ski. So, a good-looking second pass there, and seems to be on track there for a pretty decent score going forwards there, Glenn.
Yeah, she looks good, and obviously very accomplished slalom skier. Got her eye in. Well coached. I mean, she'll down at the start dock there. She's got her dad, Matt, there. I'm sure he'll be giving her a few little words of encouragement. But it all looks good at the moment for Paige. She runs that 12 metre, 11 now with that slight head breeze coming up, and she'll obviously look to run that past, come back and try and get more than 2. It'd be nice to. I think the skiers that get more than 2 will feel pretty comfortable about making that final, but we'll have to wait and see. A little ways to go, of course. I think we're down to, 13 skiers left on the dock after Paige, so we're getting close to that magic. The 12 skier final is the bubble, of course.
Of course, we'd have to go 2 skiers deep to know for absolute certain there with in respect to the 12 skiers making it through to the next round. But here is 11.25 meters into the wind here for Paige Pagozzi. She gets round number 3 in all kinds of trouble, and unfortunately producing almost exactly the same score that she produced 2 seasons ago to end up in 28th spot in the World Championship slalom event. And Paige Pagozzi just wasn't in rhythm.
This is a bit of an upset here. I'm a little bit surprised at this. This is unfortunately not a great start. We're missing Zane in commentary here with his expert comments to talk us through this, but she just did not look likely through that whole pass, and that is a little bit disappointing.
So Paige Pagozzi just didn't really get that snappiness and that quickness in the edge change to really set a stall out here. Just rocked up on the back. And once you do that once and replicate it, then the chances of making that pass are somewhere between slim and none.
And probably has some implications a little bit later on through the tournament in terms of overall for Paige as well. So a long way to go yet in the overall competition, but obviously she wanted to ski as well as she could.
All right there. So Brooke Baldwin in the lead, two-way tie for the lead with Anne-Marie Wroblewski, third place Sadie Ferguson, and a two-way tie for fourth with Alexi Abelson and Daniela Kretschmer. You can find out the other results by going to our live scoring at IWWF.sport, IWWF.sport. All right, then, that concludes Series 2 Slalom. We have 13 skiers on the list getting ready to go. The first 4 skiers on this list are all involved in the overall competition. We have Janina Meckler, Kennedy Hansen, Sasha Denierskaya, and Hannah Stoltzova. And the one outstanding skier in the overall competition, Regina Jacquez, will be starting last off the dock in the slalom competition. She has the #1 seed in the event, so that's why she starts off last. So, Janina Meckler getting ready to go.
Okay, folks, so we are going to just have a slight break here where we're going to feel up the boat between series, and we will head down to Wade and see what he's got going on.
All right, looks like we're in the midst of a fuel break. All right, then. Okay. So when we return in just a couple of moments, we will have continuing coverage here of the 2025 World Water Ski Championships coming to you live from the commune of Rocchetto, from the province of Novara and the region of Piemonte. This is the Parco Nautico di Sesia, and when we come back, we will have a Series 1 Women's Slalom next.
Morning, Brian.
Hey, morning. You have a good weekend?
Yeah, got out on the water a couple times. How about you?
Yeah, I got to set in. Just gonna make a quick phone call here. Oh, of course. Can you get that, Will?
Yeah, man, I got it. Thanks for calling Wake House. This is Will. Yeah, looks like we've got those in stock.
Get ready, set, go! It's that time, everybody kick it and go, go! On your mark, get ready, set,
For skiers and water enthusiasts, Florida lakes are what dreams are made of.
Combined with world-class golf, remarkable weather, natural beauty, theme parks, and so much more, it's easy to see that Florida is paradise. For more than 30 years, I've enjoyed Florida's lakes and many offerings. If you are interested in Florida real estate, let me be your guide and trusted advisor as you search for your paradise. Together, we can make your dreams a reality.
All right, there. Continuing on with coverage, we've got the Women's Slalom Series 1, continuing on with the elimination of the Women's Slalom competition. Brooke Baldwin currently in the lead in a two-way tie with Anne-Marie Wroblewski with 2 on 10.75 meters. Sadie Ferguson currently in third place right now on 1.5 at 10.75 meters. Those are your top 3. We've got a two-way tie for 4 with legs. Okay, so let's have a look at Sadie Ferguson with her performance. It ended up being 1.5 at 10.75 meters, and just rocking up on the back of that ski and getting a good extension in approaching number 2. But I tell you what, that is some major never say die attitude there around number 2.
That's Sadie Ferguson, isn't it? Look, hey, 1.5 at 10.75 may well be enough yet. We don't know. She might have made her way into the final, but that cut kind of looks like it's around 2. But as we go through Series 1, you never know. 1.5 could be enough. Here's Brooke Baldwin. She looked really good here. Probably almost should have got 3, but this is her 1 ball at 10.75, and then into 2. Just broke forward a little with a little bit of slack. Thought she was going to get 3, but just slipped inside. And pretty soon we'll have Anne-Marie as well. So working on it.
All right, then is Janina Meckler getting ready to go out there on the water, waiting for the boat to make its way back. We're going to take a look at Anne-Marie Wroblewski with her tied lead score of 2 at 10.75 meters. And much like Sadie Ferguson, rocking up on the back of that ski, but she was able to yield a score that was two buoys higher, and some very, very intelligent skiing from that young athlete.
Yeah, it was a good effort. And here we go. This is look at that. The top 12 women's slalomers in the world at the moment on the ranking list. Of course, the first 2 or 3, 4 skiers, in fact, overall contenders. Gianna Meckler, Kennedy Hansen, Sasha Deniskaya, Hanna Straslova, all you're probably your top 4 overall skiers at this tournament. And then we get into some really strong slalom specialists, and there she is, of course, top seed, the world record holder, Regina Jacobs.
Mm-hmm. Indeed. So looking for a real true battle royale to as we start to fill up the list of 12 skiers to make it through to the final. Brooke Baldwin, along with Anne-Marie Wroblewski, sitting pretty at the top of the leaderboard, but their destiny is by no means secure in respect to making it through to the women's slalom final. We will begin to answer that question as we bring on Janina Meckler from Germany. So, essentially, the overall competition starts right now with the women's slalom event.
Yeah, that's right. In all likelihood, the podium of women's over will be made up of the next 4 skiers. See, there's a few others kicking around as well that could be on that podium, but these are our top 4 ranked overall lady skiers up first here in the Series 1 Slalom elimination round. 14.25 metre line here for Gianna Meckler from Germany.
Looking good. Just trying to stay focused and not overdo things on the opening pass. That was 14.25 meters, I believe.
Absolutely, 14.25.
And a skier that has really come on in leaps and bounds over the last few years. You know, especially where it pertains to the tricks event, where she's boosted scores of over 10,000 points on a fairly frequent basis. Largely absent last season due to pregnancy, but she's back and she is on pretty good form right now, you'd have to say, Glenn.
Absolutely. And starts up nicely with a 14.25 metre pass. Just the shot there of Brooke Baldwin, who's going to have to hang around the dock for a little while to see whether there's a run-off at 2 at 10.75. We'll have to wait and see. Who knows? There's still a lot of very good slalom skiers to come. Kennedy Hansen, who is, I think, our next competitor.
She is.
Taking the hot seat there, so to speak, just relaxing before she heads out for her slalom set. Okay, here's Gianna now.
Here she comes. Good solid gate pull out, trying to maintain a good line tension going into this pass of 30 meters. Nicely done. And as we see her just absolutely barnstorm that 30-meter pass, let's go over to Wade.
Hey guys, so we wanted to show you this shot in particular because check out the Nautique flag right now, and then you can see it'll go gentle, and then if you can see just up right before the gates, there's a gap between the trees there, and so we're seeing when the wind does gust up, you're getting different mile per hour speed of the wind at each buoy, so it's certainly going to be a factor because one thing we know for sure is when the wind blows, it never blows the same for each of the skier or for each buoy. So, yeah, something to keep our eye on. Back to you guys.
Yeah, so the skier has got to be pretty active out there on the slalom course and be able to detect the wind as it changes up and down the course. From one location to the other, so the skiers have got to be on their P's and Q's going forward there, Glenn.
Yeah, it's but I mean they've all got lots of experience and they've got great coaches on site, so I'm sure that they're ready for any eventuation out here. Now, here we go, Janet Meckler now. This is 12-meter line. It's around 3 ball, across to 4, the 12-meter line.
Continuing to rock here.
Yeah, she's getting it done, and she'll go over to 6 and runs the 12-meter line.
All right, then she's continuing to make her presence felt there in the slalom event. 12 meters run, and if she can get through 11.25 meters, well, that would not only be a pretty big shot in the arm so far as her chances of making it through to the women's slalom final, but could also be a really, really strong statement in regards to the women's overall competition as well.
Absolutely, and particularly we get down to the 11.25 metre line now. Every boy is, well, there'll be a calculation, I'd be guessing, but I'd say every boy is probably going to be worth about, say, 25 overall points on this 11.25 metre line, so it all adds up. And yeah, an outside chance of making the slalom final. Obviously, 2 at 10.75 would be a big score for Gianna, but she's more than capable.
Then we see Kennedy Hansen representing the United States of America and getting ready to rock away in the course. And not long after her, we'll see Sasha Denierskaya also representing the United States, but for the very first time in this World Championship tournament, skiing under the Star Spangled Banner, as it were.
Yeah, of course, recently married to Taylor Garcia. Oh, no, Gianna there. Jeez. She hit the buoy there because she came out of that ski pretty quick, made a rapid exit on the 11.25 metre line. We'll have to wait and get the score. It could be anything here. Could be half, a quarter, or zero, depending on where she was with this buoy.
It's a half on this pass on 11.25 metres, and kind of barreled in a little bit with her left shoulder, and that affected her weight distribution on the slalom ski, blowing the tail on the exit of that turn, and unfortunately for Janina Meckler.
She caught me by surprise here. The way she fell, I thought she might have hit the buoy, but she didn't. She went around it, so that's good. So half on the 11.25 metre line. I'm sure she wanted more, but it's not a disaster of an overall score, you've got to say. Tony, she's got herself into the 11.
Certainly not what she wanted, but at least it keeps her in contention so far as the overall is concerned. And speaking about a contender in that same competition, it's Kennedy Hansen representing the United States of America, and she'll be going in, I believe, on 13 meters.
Yeah, and I guess Kennedy, probably of all the overall contenders in the women's, is possibly you'd have to say the strongest slalom skier of those contenders. So this is her opportunity to get ahead of the bunch. I guess this is her event in the overalls. Also a very strong trick skier and jumper, but it's a big opportunity here. Starts on the 13 metre line.
All right, here we go.
On the 10.75.
Coming in on 13 meters. Entrance gates. Nice and early on these turns, able to generate a lot of angle and a lot of leverage behind the boat, and keeping herself ahead of the game here. And with that, let's go over to Wade.
Hey guys, here with Italian champion Tomas De Gasperi, former world champ. Man, what a crazy, sort of career you've had. You've won so many victories, so many championships, and now again you get to ski a world titles in your home country, your home site, right?
Yeah, it's funny because my first world championship was here in 2001. So a long time ago, I was a little kid, and no expectations, and I got fourth unexpectedly, and this is a different beast now.
Well, we chatted with another skier earlier who skied the same worlds, Regina Jaquist, and she said the meaning after all these years is almost more, because now you understand what it means to you and your family, your whole team. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you got a team behind you, you got a country behind you, and people look at me with different eyes than 2001, and but tomorrow will be another day in the office, and hopefully it will be good. I had a pretty good season so far, so I'll just give my best.
No, it's cool, man. You're here representing. Can't wait to watch you rip tomorrow. Back to you guys.
Yep. One of my favourite men's slalom skiers, Tomas De Gasperi. Good start on one ball here from Kennedy Hansen. This is 12 metre line now. She's all over this pass, looking strong. Round 4.
Looking good here, Kennedy Hansen on 12 meters, and making a strong statement there with that pass on 12 meters, and kind of going back a little bit to that interview with Tomas De Gasperi. For those of you that want to find out a little bit more about his perspective on this competition and that of the Italian team, you can go to the TWBC podcast right there. You can go on Spotify, on YouTube, and other favorite podcast platforms, and tune into the latest episode of the TWBC podcast with my interview with Tomas De Gasperi.
Okay, so the cut at the moment is better than 2 at 10.75, and Kennedy, by the way, because she's we're 12th to last skier, I guess, so she's the first skier to go out, leave the dock knowing what the cut is. So her aim at the moment is to get more than 2 on the 10.75 to be guaranteed into that final. Now, the cut will probably drop back slightly from 2 at 2.25, but not guaranteed. We've got some very capable skiers still to come, all the world's best. That was a very good 12-metre pass, though, Tony. Really impressed with the way Kennedy looks at the moment.
Fantastic skiing so far from Kennedy Hansen. So this is a must-run pass coming right up here. This, I believe, is going to be the 11.25-metre run, the purple loop. There is number 1. It wrangles the handle a little bit off that turn. There's number 2. Getting a good hard snap of the line, getting an exceptional number 4, round number 5, and makes it round
That's
number
great.
6. Good skiing there for USA's Kennedy Hansen.
Yeah, great skiing and a big statement in her overall title aspirations as well, you'd have to say. Full pass in the 11.25 metre line.
And is now within a striking distance of maybe skiing her way through to the women's slalom final. She's been working incredibly hard this season and spending a good deal of time in Europe training for this tournament specifically to be in good shape for what she's attempting to do right now. 11.25 meters and just stands up, safety checks, and gets round buoy number 6. 11.25 meters there, Glenn.
Yeah, it was a great pass. And she'll come in very shortly. We see our driver, Andrew Bergman, there from the United States. He'll be pedaling that boat back into the course. And Kennedy will be looking to get, as I said, a piece of 3 ball will guarantee her into the final. So more than 2 will guarantee her into the final. But even a 2 gives herself a good opportunity.
If she gets an equal to number 2, then it will be a 3-1 runoff situation, potentially.
Here we go. 10.75 metre line. Sorry, Tony.
Here she comes.
Round 1.
There's 1.
Good enough to get 2 here, I think. And across the 3, does she? Yes, she does.
She gets the 3.
Sensational
She's
skiing.
through to the next round of the competition.
That is magnificent. Not just to get into the final, Tony, but that's going to be huge in terms of that overall title. She's thrown down a big one there, putting a bit of pressure on the next 2 girls to go in that overall battle. So magnificent skiing from the young American, Kennedy Hansen.
So fantastic skiing there, and that is such a great feeling to have, that you've just skied yourself into the final just like that there, Zane.
Yeah, no, that's huge, and congrats to Kennedy Hansen right there. That's a big score for her, and her slalom's been coming on as of late, and you see her, throw that ski outside, really good S turn, and getting back for the wakes, and that's going to be huge. That's going to be huge for her overall campaign as well. She's one of those top skiers that has the ability to take home that gold medal in the overall. And
not to mention the United States team, too.
Exactly. So, that's big for Team U.S. That's big for her, not only in the slalom event, but big for her overall chances as well. And huge score set out there from Kennedy Hansen.
And I'm sure we'll get to hear from her very, very soon. But Kennedy Hansen, top of the leaderboard right now with 3 at 10.75 meters. That's relegating the 2-way tie for the lead between Baldwin and Ryblicki, with 2 down to a 2-way tie for second at this moment in time. So the cut line is still the same now as we go into our next competitor. It is going to be Sasha Denyaskaya. And yes, we'll get to hear from Wade and Kennedy right now.
Hey, thanks, Tony. So we just got word that Miss Kennedy, not only is she leader at the dock here, but that was a new PB.
Yeah, it was. I'm super happy, especially to do it in prelims at World. So couldn't be any happier, just trying to take it in now and relax for the next events.
So, yeah, you're representing the team, and you've got multiple events coming up. What a way to start, though.
Yeah, that was great. I'm definitely happy and hyped going into jumping tricks.
So, and you got some family along as well, yeah?
Yeah, my parents are here with me, my coaches, Corey, Adam, Al, the whole team is here. So, yeah, it feels great to do it with them by my side.
Well, awesome. We will let you go get changed and enjoy your spot in the final. Back to you guys.
So congratulations there to Kennedy Hansen as we continue to move down the list. She has assured herself of one marker in the overall competition, the ability to be able to control your destiny via that event. Certainly something that is definitely highly prized whenever it comes to being an overall competitor in a tournament such as this, Glenn.
Absolutely. And she's in good form. It's good to see as we're about to see our next competitor, Sasha Denishevskaya. Here we go. She's in the water now. So recently married to Taylor Garcia. As a commentator, I was secretly hoping she might change her last name to Garcia, but I'm hanging in there with Denishevskaya.
All right, here comes Sasha coming to us out of Winter Garden in Central Florida, representing the United States for the very first time at World Championship level. And looking strong and looking very, very poised out there with the opening run. I believe that was 14.25 meters.
Yeah, I think you're right there, Tony. Completes that pass.
So looking down the shore side and seeing our next competitor about to take to the water very, very soon. It will be Hannah Stroltsova. And certainly the weather continues to be overcast, and the wind conditions are a little up and down as Wade exemplified a little bit earlier on. The wind strength is variable from one end of the course to the next. So as I said before, skiers got to be very, very alert to that fact.
Got to say, Tony, I'm toughing it out in the shorts and t-shirt, but I'm so close to reaching for the jacket. It's just a little bit cooler than I would have liked for my summer holiday here in Italy, if anyone cares about my personal comfort. But hopefully we see that sun, because when the sun comes out, the temperature does go up by probably 5 degrees.
All right, then, here we go, coming up for a second pass. This is going to be 30 meters. A strong pull out for the entrance gates for Sasha Denishevskaya. Take it away, Zane.
Yeah, and Sasha coming in here 13 meters and looking good off of 1 and 2. See all that space she's created in front of 3, and nice, strong skiing. Sasha's slalom has definitely taken an uptick, and I know she's been doing a lot of training down in Florida, and we're seeing that slalom pick up, and that's why she's always been really strong in the overall event, but she's just gotten stronger and stronger, and she's really showing you out there right now, why that slalom's coming up. And I know she's been skiing a little bit at Jack Travers, and that helps. That place they know slalom. They're really good at jump as well. I mean, they're good at all three, but John out there is solid in the slalom event, and a great coach. So definitely helping out Sasha and looking really good out there.
And you just saw a shot of the crowd, which is just continuing to build for the crescendo of this event. And we see there Anne-Marie Wroblewski just staying on site and just wanting to wait and see if her score of 2 at 10.75 meters is good enough to send her into a potential runoff situation, or it could come to pass that maybe one or even 2 skiers conjure up a score of less than 2 at 10.75, in which case both of those skiers would advance through to the final there, Glenn.
Yep, that could happen too. It's hard to pick, isn't it? Let's see how she goes now. This is 12-meter line. Sasha on the start dock end. Lightest of head breezes.
Slow there off for number 1, but able to manage to get it as far as number 3. There's number 4. And Sasha Denishevskaya, 12 meters.
Gets it done. A couple of bobbles in there, but she was early enough at 6 ball.
That's right, and We see Jamie Bull, current and two-time world slalom champion, aiming to win her first world championship outside of the United States.
Yeah, and we saw Sasha have a pretty good bobble there off a 3-ball, almost popping that handle, but doing a good job to stay over the ski, not letting go of it. No rope, no hope, as Glenn likes to say. And you see him right there. Oh, big turn there, but kind of squats, kind of slows the ski down, and then here she's just kind of managing it through it. 12 meters, still not quite a warm up pass for her, but not one of those ones that if she has a big mistake, she's done. So got through the 12 meters, and now she's going to have this 11 meters down there from the tailwind side. So going to have to work. Really going to want to see her get a good gait so that she swings the ski out, not letting that tailwind push her down the lake. And, she's been running this 11-meter pass pretty consistently this season. So looking forward to seeing if she can get it under her belt here today at the Open Worlds.
All right, here she comes, 11.25 meters. Needs to get this pass under her belt to stand a chance of getting on even terms with Kennedy Hansen, and that is 2, and that is going to be 1.5 on 11.25 meters, which means that we have a 2-to-1 situation. Okay, and apparently also breaking news has just come through my headphones. Manon Costard is not skiing, which means that both of the twos have advanced through to the next round of the competition. The 2 from Anne-Marie Rapleski and the 2 from Brooke Baldwin.
Wow, that is huge news, and I'm not sure what's happened there, but I'm sure we'll get an update. And meanwhile, on the water, Sasha, disappointed. It meant a lot to her, especially in the overall battle, to get deeper down that pass, but just not a good start, Zane.
Yeah, no, you just see right here off of 1, brings that handle into the hip, and you see that ski kind of check up on her, and then, needs the big turn here at 2 and just doesn't get it. So that's going to be devastation there for Sasha. That's going to kind of be hard for her overall campaign. And I will tell you, Glenn, I know that Manon at the Open Europeans, skied the first round and then didn't ski the finals, and she was having back problems. So I would say that's probably a continuation from there. These slalom skiers, it's tough on the back, and that's kind of that's tough news. I was looking forward to getting Manon out on the water.
All right, then, our next skier to take to the water, coming to us from Zachary in Louisiana. This is Hannah Stroltsova, opening pass, 14.25 meters. Good-looking posture so far. A little bit jumpy there into number 3.
Yep, number 1 ranked overall female skier on the planet at the moment.
And has 2 submissions currently for the women's world overall record, currently pending by the IWWF, or World Tournament Council. And so far so good for Hannah Stroltsova off that pass of 14.25 meters. And the cut line has been reduced from 2 to 1.5, and it almost borders upon cliche now that Sadie Ferguson is there with 1.5.
Yeah, same as 2 years ago. But Sadie's got a reasonable chance here, I'm sure. I mean, you don't want to say this because the skiers are all so amazing left to go but there's still a lot of skiing to happen, and bad things can happen sometimes out there on the slalom course. So I think Sadie with 1.5, it'll be tough. It'll be a long wait for her, but she's got a decent shot of getting into that slalom final.
Mm-hmm. So as So there we see Whitney Reaney getting warmed up and just trying to get herself, get her mind right before she heads out onto the water. And on the water right now, this is Hannah Stroltsova.
Yeah, so as Tony just said, a couple of pending world overall records. One of them's at Ski Flirt. I was chatting with Kai Lead yesterday about it, actually. He's waiting to hear whether that record's been approved. And
the other one from Ballneck.
Yeah. Here's Hannah on the 13-metre line. And there we go, not a bad pass.
Yeah, not bad at all, but a little bit snatchy at the end of some of those turns. And And as she continues to ski, let's send it over to Wade.
Hey guys, here with Miss Brooke Baldwin, another finalist. Wow, congratulations, girl.
Yes, thank you. A little bit of a wait to see, but I'm really happy.
But it's like the best wait, though, isn't it? Like the nerves when you don't know you've already skied. It's such a unique feeling, though, right?
Yeah, for sure. It's definitely feels good to know that, like, okay, I've already skied. I did the very best that I could, and now you just can wait and see what everybody else does.
Well, and now you get to wait and hang out, enjoy some skiing, final Sunday.
Yep, final Sunday. I actually trick tomorrow, so that'll be fun to do. I haven't tricked in Worlds in a few years, so I'm excited to do that.
Well done, huh? Good weekend coming up. Back to you guys. We're going to sit here and hang and enjoy the weekend with her.
All right, then. So congratulations to both Brooke Baldwin and the skier for whom she's tied with, Anne-Marie Wroblewski. Hopefully we'll get a word from her as well, possibly going down the line. But let's have a look and see. Hannah Streltsova coming into the course on the 12-meter line. Let's see how she fares here. Coming to us from Zachary, Louisiana.
At a 2-ball, not too bad. Round 3, spraying the face on 3, but she's getting it done. Round 4, over to 5.
Coming up a little bit short on the on their edge change into the wind there, and something that she definitely needs to keep an eye on there, Zane.
Yeah, no, I mean, we saw it on 13, and we saw it a few times there. You see her, she starts to swing the feet a little bit early, and then when she dumps it really quick, and then the ski not quite getting all the way out like they would like, like the skier would like it to. And, I thought she had better turns here, but you see right here kind of coming up a little bit short there at 3. And, there was much better at 4, but then she does it again. It's kind of a common theme on the 1-3-5 side where she kind of rolls that ski a little bit quick, but, gets through 12 meters and now setting herself up for the 11-meter pass. And, we've seen her take this down several times this season, so let's see if she can do it again today.
And there we see Manon Costard. I would imagine that she's pretty disappointed that you cannot make herself available to compete in the women's slalom, but health has to take precedence over anything else. And we wish Manon Costard the very best of luck going forward as she seeks a recovery for that injured lower back. All right, then, here we go, coming in from the north end, and there we see
Can't watch. Look at her, Sadie Ferguson.
Sadie Ferguson on 1.5 at 10.75 meters. This is 11 for Hannah Streltsova with the tailwind, getting the good start on number 1. Excellent on number 2. She's good to go for number 3. Good for number 3. And goes down on buoy number 4. And that means that Sadie Ferguson has got a path through to the women's slalom final.
Well, there you go. Big smile from Sadie. And this is disappointing, though, for Hannah because she looked like she was going to get this done.
Yeah, but Glenn, right here, I believe, you see how that ski hops, and she does, that's where she starts getting in trouble. So then she comes in, and now she's kind of taking some speed down course, has a lot of speed at 3, and then here dumps the feet really fast. The whole ski comes out of the water, and that's kind of been, I've kind of been talking about it today. But if you don't let that ski roll and swing out, you kind of lose the line. You carry a lot of speed in, and you've kind of got to take things down course. And Hannah trying to, snap that turn and just unable to hang on to all that load she's created.
So in terms of the women's overall, she's going to give up 5.5 boys here to Kennedy Hansen, but we all know how far she can jump. She's been in magnificent jumping form, so she'll have her best event yet to come. But Kennedy Hansen certainly has taken out the slalom portion of that overall battle.
And let's not forget the overall competition will continue right down to our last skier in this women's slalom competition in the form of Regina Jaquist. She's the number 1 seeded slalom skier as well.
Absolutely.
So let's not forget about that. But here we go. Our next competitor to take to the water, a World Championship finalist in the previous cycle, was actually the 12th and last skier to qualify via the runoff. This is This is Elizabeth Montavon.
All right, now the new bubble score there, Tony, is 5 at 11. So, that's the score that the skiers need to beat to get into the final. And, the rest of these skiers kind of know what they got to get. So we might see some people being a little conservative at that 11-meter pass. But right now we got Elizabeth in attack mode there for the 13-meter pass.
Yeah, so that's interesting. That cut is going to end up a little lower than normal, maybe, possibly. But that probably has a little bit to do with some withdrawals. Obviously, Manon withdrawing, things like that.
And the skiers directly affected by that cutoff score of 5 at 11.25 meters are Daniela Kretzmer and Lexi Abelson. And Lexi Abelson skied all the way back in Series 3.
Yeah, and skied absolutely awesome out there. I'm not 100% sure, but I think that was a PB to get her there. And now she's going to sit on the bank and nervously wait to see if that 5 at 11 can get her in.
All right, we see on the bank there, Hannah Stroltsova, obviously communicating with someone there on her cell phone with a text message, and we see on the starting dock that is Vanessa Veek from Australia, and she's been competing for many years as won titles the world over, and has competed extremely well on the Yarra River at Moomba in Australia.
Yeah, she won the women's slalom at Moomba 2 or 3 years ago. Here's Elizabeth Montavon now at 12-meter line.
Coming to us out of West Palm Beach in Florida. This is Elizabeth Montavon.
And Elizabeth has been skiing on the Pro Tour, but elected to not ski it this year. I don't know if she's staying at home, just training for this event here, but looking strong on her first 2 passes, and we'll see if she can get it together. Electing to take this 11-meter headwind, so it's going to give her a little bit of help just to slow her down and keep her moving. So we'll see if she can get her way through this and get past that 5 buoy count.
And a former Pro Tour winner as well. You take our minds back to a few years ago. She won the Greater Miami Slalom event over there in South Florida. And just looking at her position on the ski, very, very squarely over the tip of that ski, and able to maneuver it to exactly where she wants it to end up, going across course. And looking very rhythmical out there. That, I believe, was 12 meters.
Yep, that was 12 meters. So we're shortening it up to 11. Now, something to watch out for. Elizabeth does have a tendency to unload a little bit fast. So that'll be something to watch. And hopefully she roll that ski nice and smooth here and be able to get through this pass, as we just saw Daniela Kretschmer staying loose just in case we end up with a runoff here.
All right, then. So that runoff would be invoked if any of the remaining scores comes up less than 5 on 11.25 meters. As we see Elizabeth Montavon, she was 12th, and the 12th and last skier to make it through to the final, and actually raised her final position several clicks higher by the time those championships ended. But so far, so good there for Elizabeth Montavon through 11.25 meters.
See a shot there. That's Lexi Abelson walking back down towards the start dock. There's potential for a possible runoff between herself and Daniela Kretschmer. Long way to go yet, though, in this elimination round. The 11.25 meter line here, Zane, from Elizabeth.
Yeah, I mean, does a good job. Again, Elizabeth has that really strong pull behind the boat, and you do see her. She kind of swings that ski, rides a little bit of the tail of the ski, but it's kind of her style, and she's looking good here through this pass. So we'll see if she can be able here to get a good start at the 10.7 pass and maybe take the lead away from Kennedy Hansen. Kennedy skiing a PB with 3 at 10.7, so Elizabeth gonna going to see if she can't get a good start and stay over her feet and get through, at least 3, but looking to get as far down that 10.7 as possible. I know she hasn't run it in a tournament. I've definitely seen some videos of her running it in practice, but looking to uncap it for the first time, maybe be able to do it here today.
All right, here comes Elizabeth Montavon, and this now is 10.75 meters. There's number 1. There's number 2, and by virtue of the fact that she got onto 10.75 meters, she has skied herself into the next round of the competition. So it looks like it's either going to be 1 or 2 on that particular run there for Elizabeth Montavon. But I'm sure that she's going to be pretty happy with her performance in terms of the mission that she set out for herself.
Yeah, no, and you saw a little fist bump after she got done. She knew she got the job done today. The goal is just to make it into the final today. It's not to have your biggest score. You can't win it today, but you can definitely lose it today. So, she did what she needed to do, and got over there, got the full 2. Yep, there you go.
There it is.
You see the S turn, and definitely got back before the boat guide. So, good skiing there out of Elizabeth, and we'll see her ski on Sunday.
Yeah, the job is done.
All right, then. With that means that the bubble score still remains intact at 5 on 11.25 meters. The target for our remaining 7 or so skiers to take to the water.
Yeah, so if you run 11, you're in there, Tony. So that's that's the money pass there. So we've got our next skier up on the water, Vanessa Veek, and just some little reporting though. She had a nasty cut on that middle finger. I believe it's on her right hand. Said she cut it. You could see the bone pulling out of bed at the Murphy bed at the Airbnb she's at. So skiing with a little bit of injury. Probably hurting every time she grabs that handle, but not letting it affect her here as she makes her way through this 13-meter pass.
Ooh, I can't even think about that kind of injury. But there we go, Vanessa Veek, who's competed extensively on the Water Ski Pro Tour this season. The last time I saw her, as a matter of fact, was over at the Morocco tournament, as a matter of fact, and she skied pretty well there.
Yeah, she was skiing well, and definitely been strong. I talked to Noah a little bit earlier this week, and she's been training really, really well. So we'll have to see if she can put it here together. But right now, we'll go check in with Wade.
Hey, thanks, Zane. I'm here with another finalist, American Miss Elizabeth Montavon. Congratulations.
Thank you. I'm so happy to be here. We were just talking about it. My husband is very unwell. I have to take him to the hospital right now, and he wouldn't let me take him unless I skied first. So made the finals check. Now I can take him to the hospital because I don't know what's wrong, but he's really sick. So weirdest, hardest set of my life, but I made it.
Yeah, no doubt. I mean, whenever you're dealt with sort of different circumstances, we'll call it, to say the least. Yeah, it's hard to get focused, but sometimes it allows us to really enjoy the focus, if you know.
Well, yeah, I mean, it makes you realize what's really important, right? This is really important, but my husband is more important, and I just want to make that clear. He didn't bail on me today. He's a good husband. I bailed on him because he told me to. But yeah, no, once I got in the water, it was just do the job in front of you because there's a lot more on my plate today.
Well, hopefully Stevie's feeling well. We're going to let her get so she can go do her marriage duties, but yeah, we're going to enjoy the ride with her. Back to you guys.
All right there. So congratulations there, Elizabeth Montavon, although I do have to say that there's a bit of drama going on.
Yeah, no, and I mean, we've got drama there with her, and then you see a little drama here with Vanessa, but it's not like it's affecting her. That 12-meter pass looked nice and strong. So looks like that finger, she's got it sewn up, and it's not not as bad. It's bad, but it's not affecting her like we might have thought it would. And we see here on the replay, I saw her on the Pro Tour, was skiing really strong, and the same thing here. She's been skiing real strong. I was always liking that 135 side earlier in the season, and you see it there, a little bit of a checkup, but had a little bit of extra speed, but. Looking good out here. So now she's got this headwind at 11 meters and knows she's got to run it to get into the final, and then she gets a day to rest that finger, and it'll just get a little bit better. So
Yeah, I'm sure Australian family back home in Western Australia, which she's originally from, Perth, will be watching this webcast. Started out, obviously, Vanessa Leopold, skied a lot, a good 3-event skier actually. Skied a lot as a junior for Australia, coming up through the ranks, and now lives, of course, in southern Florida. This is now the 11.25 metre line. Crunch pass, as we've said many times this morning in this women's slalom elimination.
There's number 1 and number 2. She's got to run this pass, or at least get a piece of a 6 to advance. And I think that she's got this pass underway. There you go. That is 6 at 11.25 meters, and a tick next to her name.
Yeah, and you see the fist bump, you know. I mean, there was uncertainty earlier in the week if she was even going to be able to ski, and you know, she got out there on the water and you know, got through that 11-meter pass and punches her ticket in. So we just get her back down the lake here, and then you know, she can go home, hopefully get that finger just a little bit better and be a little bit more stronger in the final. But strong skiing here, you see, I really like her gait, and then this 1-3-5 side stays connected, so she gets the ski to turn, and then, you know, looking good here on the onside turn. But then 3-ball Tony, you know, like I said, I've been loving 3-ball for her all season, and that is it right there. It's a solid turn, looks really smooth and good, and you know, that 3-ball turn kind of put her on top of the pass. There, took a little bit down course at 4, but at this point in time, she's just trying to make sure she checks her speed and stays over the ski and gets outside of 6, and there you go. There's your ticket punched.
Yep, she's through, and there are 6 more competitors to go.
Yeah, so 2 Aussies into the women's slalom final. I think Australian water skiing will take that.
Yep. Here we go, Vanessa Wieck, 10.75 meters. There's number 1. There's number 2, and dumps it on number 2, and she gets 1 1/2 there at 10.75 meters, but it's way more than enough.
Yeah, that got her into the final, so she got job done there. And
it's actually going to be a toss-up between her in the women's slalom final, between herself and Sadie Ferguson as to who starts before.
But right here, Tony, watch the reason she wasn't able to keep that ski in the water. She did the same thing. She kind of dumped her feet real fast, and then when she goes to turn, she just doesn't have the rope on the backside of the buoy, and you know, goes down. I think you can kind of see a little bit of frustration because she knows she can get a lot more than that. But strong skiing out of Vanessa gets her into the final, and you know, congrats to her, and we'll see her on Sunday.
So no gate there, but I think there's going to be a little bit of sense of relief that she at least ran through 11.25 meters.
Final, but that does answer the question on who's going to be first off out of her and Sadie in the final. Well, between those two in the final anyway.
And that was really close, guys. I mean, just barely missed them, but judges say no gate, so that's a 0 at 10.7, but she's still got a sigh of relief. It's way better than getting them cut on the pass before.
Indeed, as we now introduce our next skier who comes to us from Canada. This now is Neely Ross, 30-meter start. And Neely Ross has been in the midst of a ski brand change over the last few weeks. Has changed from a previous ski model to good, and looking very, very strong out there on the opening pass. 30 meters, no problem.
Yeah, you could almost say looking good out there. She runs that 13-meter pass.
We'll take a quick look around the dockside area. We'll see Jamie Ball, but in the meantime, let's send it over to Wade.
So, guys, here with Miss Daniele, who gets to ski again this year and extend your season. Congratulations.
Thank you very much. Just waiting to see what happens, and happy to have the chance to ski again.
Still feeling good from the crash? No, you're not having any neck or shoulder soreness?
No, I'm perfect. Ready to ski again if it's possible.
It sure takes the pain away when you make the final, right?
Yeah, for sure.
Well, congratulations. We'll see you Sunday. Back to you guys.
And Daniela Kretschmer, as a matter of fact, is on that bubble score of 5 at 11.25 meters. That's in a two-way tie with one other score on 5 at 11.25 meters. And that is Lexi Abelson. So Lexi Abelson all the way in Series 3 and still very much in contention to maybe slalom in the final in a couple of days. Amazing stuff, really. So here we go. This is Neely Ross.
Yeah, 12-metre line now. Good start there on 1. Which is pretty comfortable stuff here from Neely.
Not only skiing for herself, but also skiing for Team Canada here. Neely Ross doing a fine job there with pass number 2. Started on 13 and ran that and ran 12 meters. So that is Neely Ross wearing bib 41, representing Canada.
Yeah, and Neely's got that unique slalom style. Really kind of gets really rotated, and then you see her really rotate those hips, and that's something we see a lot from our strong trickers out in the slalom event, and Neely, using that trick background to her advantage here in the slalom.
All right, and getting ready for pass number 3, the critical pass now. The skier who harbors any aspirations of making it through to the next round has got to get at least a piece of number 6 to qualify through to slalom final. I'm Tony Lightfoot. He is Glenn Williams on my left and to the right of your screen, and on my right and to the left of your screen is Zane Nicholson. And here out on the water, getting ready to get up, and a member of Team Nautique. This is Neely Ross.
Yep, 6 boys away from making her way into the ladies slalom final on Sunday. Just a matter of doing what she does, basically, out here on this course. She's fairly consistent. Oh, sorry, is this 12 or 11? I thought it was 11.
This is 11, yes,
yeah,
indeed.
It is 11. Over to 3 she goes.
Purple
Round 3.
loop.
Oh, a little bit down course on 3 here. Over to 4. Big 4 ball gets it back on time, though. Round 5. And over to 6. And
how
Neely
on
Ross
earth did she recover from
will
that?
make her way into the ladies slalom final.
Yeah, I mean, took things down course, and it wasn't the prettiest 11, but she's nice and relaxed, and needed that big 4 ball, and really rotated those hips, got the ski to turn at 4, and got over to 5, and then big pull to 6 to make sure she got into the final, and now she can see what she's got at 11. I think 10-7, and I think what her best score is 3. So maybe, yeah. So we see here on the replay, a little bit of loose line and just not stressing too much, getting through it. And there you go. You see, she got a big turn, but I lost a little bit of rope, but the ski was up under her, so she was in a good spot to pull. And then there she just makes sure she keeps her feet up under her so she hits the boat at the right time and gets through it. So that's another one. And we're going to have to sit here and make sure, we've got Daniela Kretschmer and Alexi Abelson sitting here still watching on the bank to find out if one of these last few skiers runs less than 5, then they're going to have a runoff to see if they get into the final.
And just look at the range of scores there in the top 12, all the way down to 4 at 11.25 meters. On a normal day, those scores would be among the elite, but on this occasion, they're on the outside looking in. Here we go. We got Neely Ross. There's number 1. She's already better than Vanessa Veek, and indeed better than Sadie Ferguson, with a score confirmed as a 2 on 10.75 meters prior to full confirmation from our officials. That is Neely Ross with 2 at 10.75 meters.
Yeah, well, job done for Neely, but I think she'll definitely want to try and correct a couple of things for the final. Try and maybe didn't quite look like a normal South Zane out there.
Yeah, no, just maybe there was a little nerves there, and I mean, we also know she kind of has been through a ski change, so wanting to ski good for the new ski company, and right here you just see not quite controlling the line like we normally see. He gets the ski around, but doesn't have the rope on the backside of the buoy, and then has to pull really long there to 2, and just makes the S turn, gets back, and kind of hits in that log jam there that we had at 2 at 10.7.
So great skiing there. 2 at 10.75 meters. It ties her with Elizabeth Montavon. It ties her with Anne-Marie Robleski, and it also ties her with Brooke Baldwin as well. So it's going to be a toss-up to determine who among those competitors is going to be starting whereabouts on the final running order. And that could have a huge bearing upon who takes the World Championship title away from this place, the Parco Nautico di Sesia. Here we go, coming into the course, opening run, 30 meters, Ali Garcia.
Yep, and that wind has dropped off quite a bit, actually. I think it's not quite as strong. It's probably stronger an hour ago, which is good news. And Ali Garcia looks very good here on this 13-metre pass, 32 off. It's time now to go back down to the dock and catch up with Wade.
Hey, thanks, Glenn. I'm just catching up here with Miss Neely Ross, who just awarded herself a spot in the final. You said something that no one else has owned yet, and I love that. You said, man, I was so nervous.
I was really nervous out there. Haven't been that nervous in a while, but felt good to get through 11 and, secure my spot in the final and focus on tricks tomorrow.
So, yeah, if you had it to do over again, would you do anything different there at the 39?
Yeah, for sure. My gait was a little slow. One ball felt pretty good, and I just needed to power more to 2. I should have turned it.
Yeah, but you're in, though. Enjoy your trick ride, and we'll see you Sunday for the final.
Yeah, thanks, Wade.
Good stuff. Back to you guys.
All right, then. So both of those competitors waiting for their destiny in a single shot there. Daniela Kretzmer and Lexi Abelson. They're waiting to see if their fives are enough to at least put them into a runoff situation. The only instance in which both of those competitors would advance through to the final from this instance would be if 2 competitors come up with scores of less than 5. Here we go. This is 12 meters. This is Ali Garcia, and not looking too bad here. Wrangling her way through that run and successful in its execution there.
Yeah, and something to point out here, Tony, the wind is starting to roll around. It's now kind of blowing more of like a crosswind, a little bit more towards the far end, so we're not getting that wind that's blowing straight down the lake towards the start dock. It's definitely rotating around. So, it's not super strong right now, but that might be just something to look out for as we move through into, the event.
Yeah, so Ali Garcia runs the 12-metre line, 35 off. It's a pretty nice pass this for Ali. She's had a good season, actually. She's good form. She was down in Auckland for the University World Championships, finished second in that event. I think Louisa Jaramillo just pipped her. It was a close final, though. And then I see she picked up a couple of PBs throughout the season. So good to see Ali Garcia skiing well. And that's her 12-metre pass. Nice and easy.
Yeah, and we also saw her at the San Gervasio Pro-Am there, Glenn, and she had a ripper of a score. I think she got over to 4-ball at 10.7, so that was a PB, and got herself second at that event. So she's been skiing really, really strong as of late in the slalom event. Let's see if she can put it together here. Has to run this one. Any piece of 6-ball puts her into the final. Let's see if she can get a good start here.
There's number 1.
Nice attacking to the start of this
2.
pass there, Tony.
Looking good for number 3. Just trying to stay ahead of the course here. There's number 4, number 5. And she is through to the next round of the competition on the strength of that effort.
That was a great pass.
Yeah,
really nice pass.
And Ali Garcia is skiing super strong. We've kind of seen her in the past, be a little timid, but she's got everything dialed in, and she's just in attack mode and looking super great out there, and punches her ticket into the final, and then now she can chill out and get a really good go here at this 10.7.
Okay, so now Ali Garcia is on house money right now.
Yeah, no, for sure, and Now it's just a free 10-7. Get a look at the gate and see how far you can push the score up. And like I said, the last time we saw Ali Garcia at a pro tournament, got really far down the 10-7. So wouldn't it be cool to have her do it again here at the World Championships?
All right, 4 skiers remain after Ali Garcia. Ali Nicholson, Jamie Ball, Whitney Reaney, and Regina Jaquist.
It's a bit of a who's who, isn't it, of world women's slalom skiing. Some of the all-time greats, obviously, world record holders, world champions.
Here she comes.
Yep. 10.75 metre line. Round 1 she goes. Over to 2. She's out of 2. I think she can get a piece of 3 ball here. She does. Back to the wakes, and a full 3 boys, I believe, for Ali Garcia. That's a great score.
Yeah, and I mean, she's happy, and like I said, she's made some adjustments since the start of the season. I know she wasn't having the best go at it when we first came over here to Europe, but towards the tail end of it, she got her skiing, kind of turned around, and now she's getting over there and making a play on 2 ball at 10-7, pretty regularly and looking good. So she punches her ticket in, and good skiing there from Ali Garcia.
And just look at this entry into buoy number 1. Gets a good rolling edge change, turns, and gets it to go off her number 1. Nicely done round number 2. And she tried her best to get number 3, and she does that. There we go. That is 3 buoys at 10.75 meters. A lot to be impressed about here.
Yeah, and I mean, right here, you usually would see Ali stand up and make the S-turn there, but makes the play on it and throws that ski outside of 3 ball. And I'll be honest, Glenn, that's strong skiing. She's been looking really good, and I was expecting her to make that S-turn, but gets the play on 3.
She's in good form, and the 11.25 I was really impressed with. So she's looking good. Looks good for the final. Right, Elizabeth Montavon now. Sorry, it's not Elizabeth. It's Ellie. 13 metre line now. Ellie Nicholson.
And Ali Garcia's looking pretty good. Or sorry, Ali Nicholson looked pretty good. I just missed that. We got 2 Allies in a row. This one is probably, I'm a little biased, but probably my favorite Ali out there. And nice strong skiing. I really hope she skis well, but we'll send it to Wade.
Hey, thanks, Zane. I'm here with a very happy Australian, Miss Vanessa Veek. Congratulations.
Thank you so much. I was just telling my team that I went to the Junior Worlds when I was 17, and I've done 5 Worlds, including this one. I'm 42, and I've made every final, so I'm really happy. Yeah.
Wow, that's an awesome story. So, and you got the family here with you. It makes it awesome, huh?
Oh, it's so special. Yeah, my mum was able to come over, and my nephew's here. The kids are running around. My sister should be here somewhere. And, of course, my supportive husband is here as well. So it's a really special trip for us. We're having such a good time.
Now, congratulations. And anything sort of you'll do between now and Sunday mentally to pre-prep?
Honestly, I'm just going to enjoy myself. We went to this really pretty park on the lake last night, and I was just at peace watching the kids play. And, we ski all the time. We do this every day, and we just have to trust our training. So that's exactly what I'm going to do.
No, I like it. You guys hear that at home? Trust yourself, and you'll make the final like this young lady. Back to you guys. No, awesome.
Okay, Ellie Nicholson now, 12 metre line. Getting it done. Looks nice and strong out there, around 5, across the 6. And, of course, Brother Zane, what are we seeing out there? She looks like she's in pretty good form.
Allie's looking good. She's got a little bit different ski style than all the other people. Has a tendency to pull a touch long, but, she carries that speed really well through the turn. And, I think she looks really good and dialed here. You see she rolls in, gets that ski under the line really nice at the gate, and looking really good. You see, she's really big on what she does with her hands, so you're going to see her off the backside of the buoy. The hands always come to that outside hip, which gets that ski under the rope, and then she gets a nice, efficient exit turn out of the buoy, and looking really good here as we see the tail end of this 12-meter pass.
And certainly a very, very different style to what we're accustomed to seeing from a lot of our female competitors out there. Very, very loose and quite powerful behind the boat. And let's go to Wade.
They're coming. Hey guys, here with Miss Allie. How good does it feel?
It feels really good. I was talking to my friends and I was saying that this is definitely the most stressful tournament. I've never been this nervous before. I was like shaking on the dock. So it's really nice to go out and perform despite not really feeling good about my skiing coming into this.
Well, I could certainly sense the vibe down here all morning, yeah, but well done and relax between now and Sunday, right?
Yeah, thank you.
Here we go, 11.25. Ellie Nicholson, she's working her way down here, getting slightly late, but she's going to get around 4 and over to 5. I think she's got this, folks. Heads across to 6, and well done. Ellie Nicholson punches her ticket through to Sunday's final.
She had to dig deep for that one there, Zane.
Yeah, I got a little nervous after that 3-ball turn there, guys, if I'm being honest. You see that slow turn, and then Allie sometimes, just because she carries all that speed, has a tendency to fall over, but did a really good job here. As we see at the gate, leaves the ski behind her just a touch. You see that long pull there to 1. That's kind of her ski style. Gets a big turn out of 1, carrying the speed through. Then she comes over here at 2, and you see that ski tip come up because of the gate. And now here at 3, she opens up a little early, so the ski doesn't quite want to turn. Gets a nice, good pull. Keeps everything connected going to 4. So, that kind of got her back into it. And now, gets the turn here out of 5. She does have a tendency to fall over there. We've seen that happen quite a bit from her, but gets through that. So she's now going to be much more calmer at the end and, going to take a crack at this 10-7. So she is one of those, we talked about Brooke Baldwin being one of those 10 or 11 girls that has made it through this 10-7, and Allie Nicholson is the next skier that we're seeing out here that has made it through that 10-7. So she has the ability to run it. Going to need to get a little bit better start at the gate here if she's going to get through it.
And she first displayed that kind of ability to run 10.75 meters about 3 seasons ago in Kaiafa in Greece. And that coverage from that tournament is still present on TWBC. Here we go. This is Allie Nicholson. There's 2. There's number 3.
Go,
Look
Allie.
at this.
Look at this. It was a good start on 1, and she got to 3 there. That's I thought out of 2 for a second there we were going to get down close to running that pass. It's very good skiing from Ellie Nicholson.
Yeah, I'll be honest with you, Glenn, too. I thought after 1 and 2, I thought she was going to turn 3 and go to 4, and she really didn't get that bad of a turn at 3, just didn't really do anything going to 4 ball. So, we'd like to see her, there just to get a little bit better pull, try to get the angle behind the boat, but she's in the final, and again, like Tony says, you cannot win it today, but you definitely can lose it today. So we see the replay here. Comes in, you see that long pull into 1, but gets out of 1 really nice. And then she comes over here to 2, and I thought the turn here was a little bit on the tail heavy, didn't bring her hands quite where she'd like. And then here at 3, just a little short, but there just didn't do anything when the boat loaded up on her and went inside of 4. But I definitely think, it's a lot easier to say from the announcer's booth, but I definitely think she could have gotten outside of 4 ball, but checks up there at 3 and takes the full 3. So now we've got a little bit of a log jam there with 3 at 10.75.
All right, then. Fantastic skiing there from Allie Nicholson. Another red tick goes against someone else's name in terms of making it through to the next round of the competition. This now is the current 2-time and defending World Slalom champion, aiming to make it 3 in a row. This is Jamie Ball.
Yeah, 13-metre line. We look at our last 3 skiers. We've got Jamie out there at the moment, Whitney Reaney next, and then Regina Jacques. Between them, they've probably got 10 or 12 gold medals in the slalom event, you would think. Absolute class now as we get into our final 3, and there she is, as you say, Tony, defending champion. And now we're going to head down to the dock and see what Wade's up to.
Hey guys, here with another finalist, Miss Allie Nicholson. She was given fist bump with Will and talking about went better, right?
Yeah. I mean, I'll be honest, practice over on like 3 was not super great. So kind of just getting that out. I was happy to run 38 and just get in. And then I know I heard Zane talking about my 3 ball there, probably could have gotten outside 4. I think on the backside of 3, I just went a little safe to get 3, not 2.5. Ultimately, it didn't matter, but it puts me above the other 3s based on seating and whatever. So it'll put me in a little bit better spot going into the final. So played it a little bit safe, but, it'll be all go on Sunday.
No, good stuff. Congratulations. Yeah. Anything else that you would have taken away from that? Like maybe changes that you might make from now to Sunday?
No, I mean, I thought it felt really good. I felt like I was struggling with my gates over on like 3. Today felt way better. The boat just felt dialed. No rollers or anything to worry about. It felt really nice. So, yeah, I'm happy. And shout out to Mom and Dad. I know you guys are up. It's 4:30 in the morning or something, so thanks for watching.
And I heard one of the other girls say, man, it's just awesome out there.
Yeah, no, it feels great. I mean, like I've been saying, this lake is perfect. I mean, it's such a place that you don't worry about it coming here for Worlds. You know it's going to be awesome. So, super excited to be here in Rocheto. Thanks for hosting us, and yeah.
And yeah, Mom and Dad, see you guys Sunday morning. Back to you guys.
All right, here is Jamie Bull, 13-meter start, 12 meters back, and just on her game out there.
Yeah, no, Jamie Bull looking good. And I'll just touch on Mom and Dad real quick. They were texting me at 7:45 this morning, so I'm not sure that they've been asleep yet. So shout out Mom and Dad. I know they're probably nervous at home watching, and Allie's happy. And now we're sitting here watching Jamie Bull, your current world champion, rolling in here, and she has just been on a tear. I think she won every event that she's been in so far over in Europe, and looking to add to that. So really good skiing here as we see Jamie going through 12 and just looking nice and dialed. And I mean, 12 meters for Jamie is just a walk in the park, where you see some of these other ladies who are working real hard and having to get through that, when Jamie's just nice and chill and making it through this pass.
Yep, she certainly, what she did at the last 2 World Championships, when you look at the caliber of the other skiers, the likes of Regina and Whitney and plenty of others, it's nothing short of, Herculean effort to win the last 2 gold medals. And may not quite have the ranking scores of the next 2 skiers to come, but obviously, if she's defending after two-time gold medalist, it's defending champion. She's in good stead, but still, she's got to make that cut and get into Sunday's final. So one job at a time. Here's the 11.25 metre line now for Jamie Bull. Across the 2 she goes, round 2.
Nicely done.
On time and early, you'd have to say, Tony.
Look at the angle that she generates across the back of the boat. Right on time and through to the next round with a 6 buoy count on 11.25 meters. She snags herself another spot through to the next round of the competition.
Easy as you like.
And I'd have to say that's probably the best 11 that we've seen ran today. I mean, Jamie's just, she's got her ski dialed in, her skiing dialed in, and looking really good out there on the water. As we see here on the replay, Jamie just, you watch her off the backside of the buoy. She never does too much off of it. She gets into a position, and once the boat's there, she starts to pull. So she's got 0 off working with her, and it's really swinging her out there really nice. And again, you never really see Jamie stress on the backside of the buoy, and that's why she's able to run these passes, as smooth as she can and really good. And that was a solid 11-meter pass.
So great skiing there from Jamie Bull, current and 2-time world slalom champion. As I say, trying to make it a hat trick of wins in recent times. And I tell you what, also chasing a first world title outside of the United States of America. You do recall that our previous 2 world championship titles were on her home side in Florida, over at Jack Travis's place in Groveland. But now we're on a different venue. We're here at the Parco Nautico di Sezia in Rocheto in Italy. Here we go. There's 2. Looking good look at this, round number 3. She is all over this pass. Little ski rides there on number 5, and our first person to get through 10.75 meters is Jamie Bull.
She is looking so strong. She's looking so good. Zane, this is a magnificent pass.
Yeah, I mean, we're coming to expect Jamie to run 10-7 every time she skis. And again, you don't see her. She might have a little tip rise, might not get the turn that she wants, but she never stresses. And look at the crowd there on the bank. They are showing up here now that we've gotten to this top seed here in the slalom.
Oh, yes, they are. And guess who else is showing up? Jamie Ball.
Yeah, and so watch this, Tony. You see she turns here. That's a pretty good turn, but I think it was 4 ball was where she got the tip rise. And, here she comes good off of here. But watch her here off of 4. She doesn't quite get the turn that she wants, but she doesn't slam the ski back in the water and go for, more speed. So now we're going to have a chance to to possibly break that Canadian record. I know she's been trying for it for a while. Any piece of 3 ball here, and that is a new Canadian women's slalom record. And if she can get a good 1 and 2 like she did there, she's definitely going to be able to make a play on it. So let's see what she's got. Got to get a good gate and a good 1 here.
All right there, the pass, 41 off, 10.25 meters. Needs a piece. He's not going to get there, but unfortunately, but 1 at 10.25 meters, and that will mean that at the very least she'll be 3rd from last off the dock. But it could end up being that she'll be last off the dock if her score goes unchallenged.
Yeah, and you just saw her. She just didn't quite have her speed up at the gate when she turned in, and was a little narrow. So then when she came into 1, she hops off the handle a little early and plays it safe, make sure she gets the full 1. That's a huge score. And then, we've got these last 2 skiers, and, that's a big score for them to beat.
All right, then, let's take a look at this one more time. Glenn, what do you see?
Well, it's very short. We know that, the 10.25, and she just pulls up a little bit narrow there for that turn. It's a solid score of 1 at 10.25. What I liked about this set is just how strong and confident she looked at the 11.25 and the 10.75, getting through it.
And since the last of our European competitions, which was San Gervasio, she had taken a pretty extended break between then and now. We're not skiing much in the way of tournaments. And it looks like that little bit of a break and a little bit of a rest has certainly helped her along there, Zane.
Yeah, no, exactly. That came home, probably went back to Jackson and got some ski rides in, and skiing with Will and JT, and just looking really good out there. And you see all smiles back to the dock, knowing she's gets a day of rest tomorrow, and then she's punched her ticket into the final for Sunday.
Jamie Ball, your leader, with 2 skiers remaining.
Yeah. There you go. Whitney McClintock-Reaney will be followed by Regina Jacques. And we're getting down towards the end of this women's slalom elimination round. You see Whitney there on the dock. Next to go.
Looks like she's riding that new radar ski that came out. Not sure what they're calling it, but I do know that they released a new one, and they were really excited about that. And we've seen a lot of good skiers, skiing well on it. And Whitney is been looking good as of late. So let's see if she can put it together here and get her ticket punched and possibly take the lead away from Jamie Bull.
All right, then, here we go. This is Whitney Reaney approaching the course, coming to us from Canada, but living in South Lake County in Central Florida. Looking in good shape here on 30 meters.
And she's looking for some redemption there, Tony, from the last Worlds. Did not have very good luck there, but looking good on the opening pass, and we'll go check in with Wade.
Indeed, we will.
Hey, thanks, guys. Here with another one of our finalists, Miss Jamie Bull. Congratulations.
Thanks, Wade.
So, first skier to run the 10.7 pass, but let's talk about your 11 pass. Were you feeling any pressure there? Any anxiety, nerves?
There's always some anxiety and nerves for sure. You know that you have to run 11, and I would say that's pretty routine. Like, I would be pretty upset if I didn't run 11, but
when there's one round and you have to make finals, it definitely like gives you a little bit more stress. But my first 2 fastest felt all right, and then 11 was actually much better than the first 2, and it was pretty calm. And just tried to stay connected and nice and chill and finish the pass, and then you can kind of take a deep breath.
And then, speaking of that deep breath, you must have taken a really nice deep breath knowing you made it, and then kind of takes the pressure off a little bit at 39 and gets you to have like a real look, almost like a practice look, huh?
Yeah, definitely. Just I skied here last week, so it was nice to have a few sets on the lake, but it's always good to go back and get another gate look and just try and feel things out and kind of imprint it in the mind for Sunday.
Oh, good stuff. Well, go and get yourself dry and enjoy your weekend. We'll see you Sunday. Back to you guys.
All right, then. Some great skiing there from Jamie Bowen, Whitney Reaney, who has had a little bit of a love-hate relationship so far as the World Championships are concerned, because since she won her first 2 titles in 2009 in the slalom and tricks, things have gone a little bit sour in the last 2 World Championship cycles, but hoping to try and put that to rest and come away with a performance that will, at the very least, put her through to the next round of the competition thus far.
Yeah, no, I mean, you saw the big turn off of one ball. That could have been huge if she wasn't able to hang on to it. And Whitney able to manage it there off of that. You see, she left the ski behind her just a touch there at the gate, so that's kind of why she had a little bit of speed there at 1, and then took that big turn. But the lefties are able to kind of hang on to that, and then she gets the turn out of 2, and then now the rhythm is back to it, and she's established, and now it's just stay over your feet, kind of check your speed out that she created at the beginning, and now she's back into it. It looks nice and easy at this point in time. So we want to see her here on the next pass, this 11 meters. She's going to want to make sure she rotates, get her feet up under her, don't leave them behind her, so she doesn't end up with extra speed at 1, and and then end up in a position where she's got to work really hard to get through this 11-meter pass.
All right, here we go, folks.
I must admit my heart missed a beat there on one ball. I'm glad she was able to handle that. She probably had it under control. I was probably worrying over nothing. Here we go, 11.25 metre line. Whitney.
There she goes, number 1.
Good start. Round 2 she goes. Across the street. Needs to run this pass, of course, to make it through to the final. Round 4, a little bit late out of 4. All the way to 5 she goes. Round 5, and she gets 6. And runs the pass. She's into the final. Not the greatest 11.25 metre line, though. From Whitney, you'd have to say, Zane.
Yeah, I'm going to be honest. I think maybe there's a little bit of nerves just with how the Worlds went last year. And, so she's just making sure that she gets her ticket punched. So now I expect this pass right here to be less nervous. But you see, again, still leaving the feet behind her just a little bit at the gate. So having a little bit of speed here at 1, and then, it's just kind of trying to manage through the pass. And again, kind of like you said, Glenn, she probably had it under control. It just, from here didn't look as clean as we're used to seeing Whitney run 11, but nonetheless, she gets through it. She punches her ticket in. You see her squat right there. She had a lot of speed off of 1, had a lot of rope, and they're just making sure she gets the full 5, and then now the ticket is punched. So now the stress is off. She's in the final, and she'll be able to get a look at this 10.7. Now, something to point out, if she could get her way through this 10.7, we could have another chance of looking at a Canadian national record. So, we can't get the cart before the mule, so she's got to get through this one first. But if she can, she could get there and possibly have a chance to break that record.
All right, then, let's see if she can get that far. One-handed gate shot. Entrance number 1 takes it from number 1 into number 2, getting a good angle off number 2. Round number 3 wrestles the handle a little bit. She's round number 4, stands up, 4 buoys, 10.75 meters through to the next round.
And I'm going to say I think she was nervous, guys, because there on 1 she looked totally different, just looked more in attack mode, and wasn't quite able to get all the way through that pass, but still, that looked more like the Whitney that I'm used to seeing, just the way she turned 1 and 2, I think, like I said, you see that little bit of sigh. I think that's her going, yes, I made it into the final. And, right here, just look, she really attacks the turn.
No gate on this pass at 10.75 meters, so it drops her from being potentially in second place right now all the way down to 10th.
But still, the ticket is punched, Tony, so she can, she's probably not going to be happy that she missed the gate, but she's still going to be happy that she's going to get to ski on Sunday.
However, the other side of looking at this is, despite the fact that she missed the gates, she will be one of our first skiers to start off in the women's slalom final. And if she puts up a big number up there in the women's slalom final, that could have a huge bearing going forwards as to who takes the title away.
Yeah, she's going to come out and really have no pressure other than, she's setting the bar for the rest of the ladies, and then she's got to sit and wait. She's not going to know what she needs to run, but, that might play an advantage to her. Who knows? But right now we've got Regina Jaquist, and, she is seasoned and really knows what she's doing out there, and 13-meter start and looking good through, the first half of this 13 meters.
Yeah, current world record holder, of course. Been a little while since she's won the world title in slalom, though, and she'll be looking to get that this year. And we're going now back down to the dock to Wade.
Hey guys, here with Miss Sade Ferguson, an Australian making her first trip to the finals at a world championship. Congratulations.
Thank you so much. I'm very stoked to have been one of the girls to make it into the finals. It's a pretty big privilege.
Well, and you said a couple years ago you were the first spot out, and I always reckon that that's the worst spot, that you'd almost rather finish dead last than just so close. But
definitely being the first one out, the 13th girl, is it's a tough pill to swallow, but it gives you something to strive for next year.
Well, it certainly, would have ignited some growth and some effort for this day that we're talking about right now.
Definitely. It's been a big part of why I'm in the final this year. I've worked extra hard to make sure that it didn't happen again.
Well, enjoy the next couple days. We'll see you Sunday. Back to you guys. Cool.
All right there. So congratulations to Sadie Ferguson there with 1.5 at 10.75 meters. And she is one of our last people to make it through to the finals for absolute certain. The current 10th spot, which is tied 2 ways right now, with Whitney McClintock-Rini and Vanessa Veek occupy 10th and 11th. And there's still the possibility of a runoff, but that is all going to be down to the score from our final skier on the water in the women's slalom elimination round.
Yeah, I think those two that have that potential of a runoff are sitting there kind of not feeling so hot about that right now, with Regina on the water being the last skier. She's strong, and we expect Regina to run 11, and she runs 10.7 just about every time she skis. So that would be quite the shakeup if that didn't happen, but I think, just watching her right now, Regina looks like she's in strong form and, again, looking really smooth here through this pass. So I'm expecting her to come out and just ease her way through this 11-meter pass coming up.
And Glenn, also another dimension to this, of course, is the overall.
That's right. We tend to forget sometimes Regina is in the overall and a very strong contender for that overall. We've had a good score in the overall battle from Kennedy Hansen of 3 at 10.75, which has given her a good start in the overall when it comes to the slalom. But Regina obviously has a good chance of beating that score.
All right then, so a must-run pass here for Regina Jaquist. She gets a piece of 6, it will be enough. But in order for her to climb up in the overall competition standings, she realistically has to run this pass to try and increase the distance between herself and the remaining opposition. Here we go. There's number 4. A little bit out of shape off number 4. Round number 5. Almost left it out to dry there. But managing to secure the 12th and final spot through to the women's slalom final.
Yeah, that got shaky towards the end of it there, Tony, but I think she kind of felt a little off at 4 and just did everything she could to stay over the ski, and then, knew she had to get the full 5 to at least have a runoff. And, then, Regina gets a big pull to 6. But you see, she looks good off of 1 and 2, and then pretty good here off of 3. But let's see what happens to her here off of 4. I mean, she looked fine going into it, but you see, she pulls that handle to that inside hip, and that makes that ski check up and, not quite finished under the rope. And now she's kind of behind the 8 ball, but gets all the way through it, and that's that's your last ticket punched in. So the 5s at 11 are officially out, and now Regina's going to get her a free try at 10-7. And she's thinking about being that top seed in the final on Sunday, so she's going to have to get through this one and then give herself a chance to challenge Jamie Bull for the lead.
All right there. So it looks like the 12 through to the next round of the competition have been confirmed. Regina Jaquess in as the 12th and final skier, but she's still skiing though. This is going to be 10.75 meters. She's currently right now in a 3-way tie for 10th, and anything more than 0 here will mean that she climbs up the ladder. But look at this. This is 10.75 meters. This is Regina Jaquess we're talking about. There we go. There's number 4. Let's see what she's got. Round buoy number 5 and round number 6, and our second skier to get through 10.75 meters. Her name is Regina Jaquess.
Yeah, excellent pass. And as you said, Tony, really helps her overall out as well. Gets herself up ahead. 3 boys ahead of Kennedy Hansen. And right in there behind Jamie Ball's score of 1 on this next pass.
Yeah, I mean, and Regina, she's real seasoned, and again, I think, got a little dicey at 11, but here at this 10-7, it was much stronger. Gets off 1. The one thing she doesn't do is, like, when she gets the tip rise, she doesn't try to bury the ski going across course and generate more speed than she needs. She just manages it and looks good here. And there was really never a question that she wasn't going to get through this 10-7, and now she's looking to be the top seed on Sunday, and that was a pretty decent 10.75 there, and now let's see what she can get. I expect she'll get a pretty nice gate. The sun has come back out for her, so she must be living right, and we'll see what she's got here as we pick her up and bring her in for this 41 off for 10.25.
All right, 10.25 meters. One other skier has gone on to 10.25 meters, and she currently has the top seed. But will that be successfully challenged by our skier on the water who needs more than 1 to take the top seed? There is number 1. And a good play on number 2. She skis for the wake, and she will be the last skier off the dock on Sunday in the women's slalom final. Ladies and gentlemen, from Santa Rosa Beach in Florida, that is Regina Jaquess.
Yeah, and you see she just had a pretty good gate here, gets through, has her speed up, knows she can get around 1, and then waits on the boat right there, gets a good pull to 2, and solid skiing there from Regina. So, good job from her. She's your top seed. You can see she's still excited. That's what's awesome. She's been here before, and it's still the excitement is out there with her, and gives a big wave to that huge crowd that we saw on the bank a little earlier. And great skiing out of Regina, and I look forward to seeing her ski on Sunday.
And the score with a 2 at 10.25 meters, which I believe is a course record for this facility right here. The Parco Nautico di Sesia, the national training site of the Italian Surfing, Water Ski, and Wakeboard Federation. And ladies and gentlemen, coming back into the shore, your number 1 seed going into the women's slalom final, Regina Jaquess. And let's go quickly to Wade.
Hey, thanks, Tony. I'm here with another happy finalist, and Miss Whitney McClintock-Rini, qualifications are about pass-fail. You pass the test. It's all that matters, right?
Yeah, praise God for that. I mean, this has been a crazy morning in my brain, and I was very happy to get through 11 meters, 38 this morning. So, yes, we checked that off. I felt like I had a really great start at 39 as well, and I just got a little crushed out of 3 balls. So, got some information and ready to commit to do a little bit better in the finals.
And you got a good spot, right? Rest up, be ready for Sunday.
Yeah, praise God. In the finals, we're good. We're going to live to die another day.
All right, back to you guys.
Why, thank you very much there, Wade and Whitney. And we've got our women's slalom leaderboard, our final leaderboard in the initial first round. There we go, Regina Jaquist with a 2 at 10.25 meters. Your leader ahead of Jamie Ball with 1 at 10.25 meters. The only two skiers to get onto that line length. Then we'll see Kennedy Hansen and Ali Garcia and Ali Nicholson all tie on 3 at 10.75 meters. Brooke Baldwin, Anne-Marie Robleski, and Elizabeth Montavon, three-way tie for sixth place there. Actually, a four-way tie for sixth when you factor in Neely Ross's score also too. Sadie Ferguson of Australia making her first appearance in the women's slalom final with 1.5 at 10.75 meters, and the final two competitors to make their spots through to the next round of reality. Tie for 11th between Vanessa Veek and Whitney McClintock-Reening. So that is what we've seen so far of the women's slalom competition. Our next event is going to be the men's tricking, but before that, we'll send it over to Wade.
Flat white. Hey guys, here with a very happy Miss Regina Jaquist, and yeah, kind of like a big exhale after that round, huh?
Yeah, those are always the tough rounds. Today's the day you lose. All I could think about is how mad my sister would be for working her butt off at the pharmacy if I don't make the finals. But that one's for you, and hopefully I can bring a lot more other things home for you. But no, it feels great out there. Last time I was here, I don't think I ran 35, so I've improved in 24 years, so that's fun. But no, the boats, the nautiques feel great. Ricetto, you guys have been awesome with the support. The site's amazing, and hopefully we just have some more successful weather for the rest of the weekend and keep seeing some awesome scores, because I think every event, everything's going to be set to new standards, because these lakes are amazing. We already have a 2:20 in the men's jump for the prelims, and they're not even in Series 2 yet. So I think it's just going to be awesome. And U.S. team's doing really good for the team event. So we're off to a great start.
We can just tell her energy, man. It's awesome. Yeah, we're just going to hang out and be all bubbly and stuff and enjoy the day. Back to you guys.
Yes, indeed. Great skiing there from Regina Jaquist. Not bad. A 19-place rise in the last 24 years since she last made her appearance here in Ricetto. And she is going to be our number one seed going through to the women's slalom final. Next event is going to be a men's Series 2 tricks. We'll have 10 skiers there and then another 10 skiers in men's Series 1. But you are watching live and continuing coverage of this, the 2025 World Water Ski Championships, coming to you live from the commune of Ricetto, from the province of Novara and the region of Piemonte, here at the Parco Nautico di Sesia. We will have trick skiing to come right after this.
World record ropes Masterline.
What if I told you there was a place where the sounds of nature are only broken by the roar of a boat, a place where that summer feeling lasts all year long, a place where the Florida sun is only outshined by the smiles of the skiers, a place where first-time skiers can ski alongside world champions and the world-class coaches work with all levels of skiers. What if I told you there was a place where life slows down and your only job is to make lifelong memories? That place is Swiss Water Ski Resort. Book your trip at SwissWaterSkiResort.com.
See you in Vienna.
At Houston Cadillac, at the moment you arrive, you will notice dedication to excellence. We deliver an unparalleled customer experience, and we're elevating our commitment with a new state-of-the-art facility. Explore our selection of new Cadillac cars, crossovers, and SUVs designed to meet your needs. We are redefining the luxury experience and investing in the future. Visit Houston Cadillac and begin your journey towards luxury.
At Dillinger Insurance, we have over 50 different carriers to shop your home, auto, and recreational vehicle insurance needs. We would love the opportunity to save you money. We insure $1 million mansions, condos, mobile homes, rental homes, and everything in between. We know all about wind inspections, 4-point inspections, and how to get you the right coverage for your particular home. You've got questions, we've got answers. Can you remember the last time you had a rate decrease with your auto insurance? Let's take a look and see what we can do. We know all the ins and outs of getting our customers the best rates, coverages, and discounts, so put us to the test.
Don't monkey around with your insurance. Call Dillinger Insurance today. We've got tons of companies to help find you the best prices and the best coverage for your particular needs on home and auto insurance. Go Knights!
My name is Thibaut Dalen and I'm the broker of Dalen Real Estate. And today I want to show you some of our special listings located in Florida's world famous water ski hotspots.
Then welcome back to live and continuing coverage here at the 2025 World Water Ski Championships, coming to you live from the commune of Rocchetto, the province of Novara, in the region of Piemonte, right here at the Parco Nautico di Sesia. And here is the women's slalom leaderboard after the opening round. Regina Jaquist, your leader, with 2 at 10.25 meters, ahead of Jamie Ball with 1 at 10.25 meters. And for those of you that are just tuned into this coverage, we're going to re-rack a couple of these performances. This is the performance of Jamie Ball on 10.75 meters, getting a good hook up on number 1, and just looking in tremendous shape there on 10.75 meters. Her last previously run past before her score into 10.25 meters. Ski rising up a little bit on number 4, as Zane previously said in our live coverage, but just has that ability to just get the ski tip down and then continue on. So Jamie Ball, that's part of the reason why she has been pretty much undefeated so far this season on the European side of the Pro Water Ski Tour circuit. Now let's have a look at the 10.75 meter run from Regina Jaquist, who has established the number 1 seed and the lead after the elimination round. Good extension on each side of the course and just allowing for that ski to just roll up under the line. Gets into good, solid stacked position. Nicely done round number 4, and just is just on an absolute tear out there on the slalom course on 10.75 meters. She would eventually run that pass and take the lead score with 2 at 10.25 meters behind that world record setting Nautique towboat, of which Regina Jaquist is also a member of their team. So let's have a look at the running order for the men's tricks series 2. We got Tobias Georges, followed by Blaze Grubbs, 2 Ernst Nielsen, Dominic Kuhn, Nicholas Bonatti, Tim Wield, Alexander Schiel, Paul Duplon Freiberg, Bautista Humada, and Pablo Font. Our first 10 skiers in the tricking competition for today, all of them out of Series 2. And then we'll follow on with Series 1, where we have a whole bunch of the world's elite male trickers. And we're going to send out our first skier in the tricks event. From the information that I've been able to receive, we will go on to the jump event at around about 3 o'clock this afternoon. If you're looking for a particular time to tune in to that jump event around 3 o'clock this afternoon. So at the helm of the towboat in this tricking event is going to be Manuel Domini. In the towboat is going to be Sergio Font. A nice expression there from Manuel Domini on dockside as we get ready to pull in the first of our competitors, Tobias Georges, coming to us out of Argentina. Many-time Confederation champion, many-time Latin American champion. And passing up on the green buoy, and from that point, the driver's under no obligation to change the preset boat speed. But upon instruction of the observer or the pin person, 9 times out of 10, the driver will increase the speed upon request, especially where it comes down to hand tricks, toe wake line back to back. And a toe wake line back-to-back reverse. A superb-looking run. A little unsteady in places, but managing to get the job done there, Glenn.
Yeah, good stand-up pass for Tobias. He's got his fancy new hairdo there. And
looks like a character from a dystopian Ridley Scott movie.
Didn't really help him too much in the slalom event, unfortunately, but let's see how it works for him in tricks. It's looked like a pretty good run to me. Well, it's a replay at the moment.
Especially that toe weight back-to-back reverse. Oh, I'm impressed with that.
You love that trick, I know.
Yeah,
it's
indeed.
Your favourite trick.
It's a bit of a high-risk trick, but though I admire anyone who does that well.
Yeah, let's watch these toe line tricks here.
All right,
that's
and
good effort.
This event is being scored using iTrick, and I have a feed into their scoring system, and looks like they're in the review phase. They've gone through the judging phase, which identifies the tricks. Now they're going through the review phase in order to score them based upon their execution. Looks like the toe 5 front has been docked. So too is the toe O. Not being all the way to the front and not starting front, that has a knock-on effect on the next trick to come afterwards. And also the toe wake line back-to-back, the second one is coming under scrutiny as well. But if these tricks are approved, going to timing right now, which I don't think is going to be much of an issue except for the toe wake front at the very end. But if the timing is all okay, then he should have 35.20 on pass number 1, 35.20.
Yeah, which he does, and I must admit I noticed he didn't rotate all the way around to the front out of his toe 5 front, which, as you said, has a knock-on effect to the toe O. So he lost 550 points out of that run, so it would have been over 4,000 points, that toe run, but he's going to have to live with 35.20. See how he can go here on hands.
All right, then, 35.20 pass number 1. Let's see what he can do with hands. It's going to be a positional trick. This is going to be a mode back-to-back. Oh, coming up short of the other wake, though. That it's really going to upset his rhythm here. There is the wake. That is the front flip. There are 2 regular back flips. There's a flip twist to the back, flip twist to the back reverse. Dropping the boat speed, unleashing the trapdoor, and unfortunately unable to get much of anything beyond that point. So in his quest to try and unseat Rob Hazelwood from the lead in the men's tricks event after last night's series of 3 competition, Tobias Georges
pulls up short on that first back-to-back Mobe, so not going to get ahead of Rob Hazelwood's 9,430, I think it was from memory, or somewhere about there. So not having the greatest of worlds at the moment, Tobias. He didn't slalom so well a couple of days ago, and this is not going to be a huge trick score for him. Just comes in here for his first of his ski line tricks. That one was fine, and then the ski line back to back there. Comes around to the front and then falls. So we'll wait and see what the judges think of that one. Obviously with the flips, he should get this credit, but here we go, 46.70 it's looking like.
Okay, yes, they're going to timing right now, 46.70, and if that is the case,
all credit. So
if it's all credit, then it will emerge as a total of 81.90, 81.90 there for Tobias Georges, 81.90, and that should put him in about 6th or 7th place right now.
Blaze Grubbs now out of Northern California. The skis from the United States, but he's skiing as an independent, not on the US team, but he's qualified in all 3 events as an independent. So he is featuring in the overall, I guess. Tough team to make, the United States water ski team. The favourites, of course, in the teams event. So Blaze would make most teams, most countries would be happy to have Blaze on their team, but such is the calibre of the US skiing that he doesn't make the team, but he's here as an independent. Slalom really well, 5 on the 10.75. Was leading that slalom event for a while, and let's see how he goes here on tricks.
All right, here he comes, C3, 31 kilometers an hour, Mo backpack, and it's reversed. Nicely landed. There's the front flip. There's the flip twist to the back, reverse. Now, what else does he have? Flip twist to the front, wake 5 back, wake 5 front, ski line O, positional to the back, ski line back to back, and takes a fall right towards the end there. That should be at around about the 20-second clip there. But decent looking skiing there from Blaze Grubbs, looking to try and set out his stall, especially where it comes to the overall.
Yeah, it's a good run. The flips went well for Blaze. Just unfortunately fell towards the end here because when you're in the World Championships, you really need to get every last trick in and use up your entire 20 seconds. But these are nice flips. He moves soon into the ski lines. Here we go. All right, it's just a basic wake 5 back, hand-to-hand though, which is excellent. Wake 360. Now into the ski lines. Ski line O into the back.
Positional here into the ski line back to back, and just over-rotated there. Didn't quite get enough direction across the top of the wake to find a nice soft landing spot, and ended up landing on the upslope of the wake, and making life difficult for himself with that one. So that is Blaze Grubbs. Looks like the points are slowly trickling through. They're going through the review phase right now, and they're reviewing, and currently he's done enough for 55.90. They're going to go into the timing phase very, very soon.
Yeah, well, he's had credit on all his tricks there, which is great to see. No issues whatsoever. And we'll get the score committed pretty soon instead of the time. I think it probably has been committed, has it?
It has been,
yep.
Yes, 55.90, 5,590 points. Now let's try and get a little bit of an early indication as to where we are so far as the Open Men's Tricking results. We've got 81.90 from Tobias Georges. 81.90 is good enough for 7th place right now. But let's also take a look at the overall standings right now. Mikhailovchenko in the lead ahead of Tom Parkin and Vincent Ahama. Those are your top 3 competitors in the overall. All 3 of those skiers have completed their.
Here's Blaze now on toe. Surface turns, basic surface turns, or not basic, but going over the rope now. Toe wake line O.
Toe wake line back. Side slide there. Toe wake line back to back. And nicely done there with the reverse.
Yeah.
But whether that's going to be in time or not is going to be another issue.
And he's going to have, I'll be interested to see the credit on those toe line tricks too, Tony.
Yeah, you've got to make sure that the foot is cleanly out of the water throughout the rotation. The foot can get into the water at the very end, but only after the rotation.
That's right.
Has
We'll
been
watch
completed.
the replay, and the replay might tell a different story. But I thought maybe these judges might not like the look of all of these toe line tricks, but the beginning of the pass is fine. Starts with the toe 5 back, very kind of common sequences. A lot of skiers around the world will start with a sequence. Toe 5 front, toe O coming up, the toe wake 360.
And then just take a look at this toe wake lino. This is going to come under scrutiny here.
Yeah, that's because that foot was in the water for quite some time while he was rotating over the top of it.
Well, it's come under scrutiny, and apparently the judges believe that he had his foot in the water, and it was either not complete or slid over. But everything else, except for the toe side on the outside the wake, was credit worthy. The reason why they docked the side slide is because it wasn't 90 degrees apparently.
Yeah, I didn't notice that, but these judges they're very good judges, and they're going to be watching that sort of thing. It's the little things at the end, isn't it? The toe slide needs to be 90 degrees.
All right, then. Total point total there with 28.50 on pass number 2 and 55.90 on pass number 1. Gives us a grand total of 84.40. Tue Ernst Nielsen from Denmark is on the water right now. Blaze Grubbs with that score is currently in 5th place, 84.40. Let's have a look and see what our Danish tricker can do. A specialist skier in this event.
Spends a lot of time in Santa Rosa Beach at the Picos water ski facility. You can see Corey's influence on him too with the way he toe tricks. Very quick, crisp toe tricker.
Oh, almost falling out the back there with that toe wake O. But still managing to make his impact known on this
good run.
Pass. First pass of 2.
So my initial thoughts there, Tony, was those tricks still look credit to me. So as I've said before, I'm not at the same judging level of these judges here at the Worlds.
Yeah, the judges might actually be inclined to agree with you there. Looking
good,
so far.
Yeah, I'm a bit of a backyard tournament kind of a trick judge, but they still look pretty good to me.
However, it looks like the toe wake line back-to-back at the very end might come under increased scrutiny.
Okay.
And the toe tricks to come afterwards, the toe wake front and the toe back and toe front, might be out of time in addition to that.
Okay, we'll take a second look at that then. So it's a toe wake 360, which is good. He almost fell on it, but it was good credit. This is good here. I like toe wake line O is good. He didn't put the foot in the water till he'd finished the trick.
Toe wake line back. Now here's the trick that's coming under scrutiny. Toe wake line back to back.
Yeah.
And the judges believe that trick was not over the wake. 3 of them have given the reason for their decision to be that.
It's interesting. I kind of see what the judges are thinking there, but I may have given him the benefit of the doubt. Would have been close for me. He didn't go fully over the wake like you normally would on that trick, but I thought it might have been close enough. But that's just my comments from here, not necessarily of this judge's ability, but still 34.10. But yeah, what's the toe wake line back worth? 480 points or something? It's a big trick for him to miss out on.
Yeah, 480. You're absolutely right on that one.
So he probably doesn't know yet, but he'll be disappointed that he didn't get that trick, I'm sure, when he gets to see his result at the end. Still, good stand-up run.
All right, then, let's rock and roll. Tue Ernst Nielsen with a 34.10 on pass number 1. Losing the toe wake line back-to-back and the subsequent tricks afterwards, except for the toe wake front. Now we focus in on hand tricks. Now let's see what he has in store for us. Tue Ernst Nielsen. from Denmark. Positional to the back. Mo back. Mo back, reverse. Flip to the front. Front flip. What has he got left? Flip twist to the back. To positional to the front. Flip twist to the back. Drop in the trapdoor as he goes for the ski line 5 back. Ski line back to back. What else does he have? Oh, a little bit of an off-axis spin there with the ski line O, but a decent little performance there from Tuans Nielsen. Could be enough to get him close to 9,000 points, but
I was impressed with this, Tony. It's a good run. But the ski line 5, which we'll see in the replay, was a really nice trick. His flips were quick. They were good flips. So this is going to be a decent score, I think. We'll be interested to see what the judges think. But watch the replay here. Back to start. And the reverse.
Didn't look all that bad to begin with. But I do like his flips, though. I like the elevation. I like the aggressiveness, and especially that one, the front flip.
Yeah. We've got the back landing there.
Back landing, then spins to the front for another setup for the back landing. Then reverse. Afterwards, this goes into the ski lines. Ski line 5 back.
That is a great trick. Just obscured a little bit by the boat on that shot, but really nice ski line 5 back.
Yeah, and then just got a little discombobulated there, unfortunately, there for Tuans Nielsen as we get ready for our next competitor. Our next competitor is going to be Dominique Kuhn. Just enough time to tell you that you can follow Nautic Boats on social media to experience some never-seen-before videos and images from the past 100 years of relentless innovation. We encourage you to share your favorite Nautic memories and experiences with us by using the hashtag Nautic100.
Yep, Dominic Kuhn coming in now. Very good, strong overall skier from Austria. Had him at the University World Championships. There's a bit of a unique run there, starting just toe wake 180s. Through his work now. Good, strong, very strong skier, isn't he? Barrel chested. Oh, nice toe line back to back there. Solid run. Geez, I've got to say, Tony, this trick panel is on fire at the moment. I don't know what they're doing in there, but it's so quick. They're getting these results out super quick. It's eye trick at its best. And this is what we want as commentators, Tony, and I'm sure spectators around the world. This is what we've wanted out of the trick event for so many years.
Yes, indeed. And I think we're actually feeding them some Austrian-based nutritional drink.
Yeah, they're on fire. I'm not sure who's in there. I think mention the panel. I know the great Bruce Coburn will be involved somewhere, I'm sure. Watch this run here. Felipe Leal as well as part of our trick panel. He's
yes, indeed.
Probably the best trick judge in the world, Felipe Leal. I'm going to make the call.
All right, then alongside Virginia Sortie, Bruce Coburn, PJ Lung, and also Jeff Smith on the panel.
One heck of a trick panel. And they are just pushing out these trick scores quickly.
And the silent member of that trick panel is Donald Connolly with his eye trick system.
Yeah, he'll be in there.
There is Nicholas Benatti from Italia. He'll take to the water very, very soon.
Yeah, 88.70 from Tuans Nielsen. Puts him in third spot. Rob Hazelwood still leads with his 94.50. And, of course, Lucas Cornell in second spot. Calvin Klein there on the camera. A few midgies are floating around there too. Must be something to do with the rain we had yesterday. Now the sun's out. Here's Dominique Kuhn. This is where his points are. He's sort of a 9.5, 10,000 point tricker, but very heavy towards the hands. He's a much stronger hand tricker than a toe tricker. So let's see how he goes here.
All right, not looking bad there with the mode back-to-back, and there it's reverse, continuing on. Look at him go. Flip, twist to the back, front flip. A skier for the University of Louisiana at Lafayette. They are known as the Raging Cajuns, and raging hard there with the ski line 5 front, the ski line 5 back. Look at him go, ski line back-to-back, and he is on fire.
That's a good run. A little fist pump there, and a little fist pump from an Austrian is a big fist pump for most people, because they're normally quite conservative.
Because they're normally quite reserved.
They are quite reserved. So if he's given a little fist pump there, that means he's absolutely elated. So you're right now looking at an Austrian who's over the moon right now, super excited.
Fantastic skiing there from Dominique Kuhn, whose first pass yielded 39.20, 3,920, and this second run is going to yield a point score even higher than that. And it looks like the majority of the tricks that he put in, save but for the ski line back-to-back and the front right to the very end, are all credit, and they could well be all included into the point score for pass number 2. So we're just waiting on that certified score to be published. Timing should not be an issue, except for those 2 tricks that I mentioned. 63.20 on pass number 2, 63.20 on pass number 2, giving him a total, and this is huge, 10,240 points.
Well done.
10,240.
So our first 10,000 point trick score of these World Championships.
That might actually be a personal best.
Yeah, I think it is. I think it is too.
And thus a new potential Austrian national record.
I'm not sure that I've seen him over 10,000 points before, but yeah, that's why he did that huge Austrian fist pump at the end of the run, because he knew he had a PB.
You say it rather facetiously there. All right then, Nicholas Benatti from Italia on the water right now.
Well, of course, we've got an Italian skier now, so we'll definitely, if he stands up both passes, we'll see a huge fist throw, I'm sure. This is pretty good at the moment. Good, crisp, clean toe tricking.
Winding it on. Look at him go. Grabbing onto the line. Toe wake O. Toe wake line O. Toe wake line back. Toe wake line back to back. But
that's
just yeah, and putting in some.
Did he almost fall on the fist throw there, Tony? We'll have to see a replay.
I think so, actually. You might be onto something there, Glenn. But I mean, the one thing that I saw on there, and he was very conscious of making happen, is that toe wake line back to back, making sure that it goes actually over the top of the wake instead of landing short.
Yeah, he did that well. These tricks are all great. I mean, the toe wake line O is a hard trick to get credit. And we'll take a second look at it, but the rest of the tricks are all fine. I'm sure he'll get the toe wake line. I don't want to be negative, but the most exciting thing for me was he stood up, threw the fist, but then unfortunately fell. Maybe we'll watch the replay on the fist throw.
And he could, I mean, if he's on the outside looking into a final spot, he may just rue the.
I think it was probably time, though. You don't normally throw the fist until you know when 20 seconds is up. These skiers have a pretty good idea.
They've got an internal chronometer.
Oh, no, I might have been seeing things. There was no fist throw there. I don't know what I saw.
All right, then. So toe wake lino is one trick under scrutiny. Looks like...
I tell you what, though, Tony, I looked at on replay from the side, and I reckon it was okay. But we'll see what the judges think.
Foot in the water, one of them. Foot in the water, another. 3 with foot in the water.
I thought they might say that, but they don't, because the judges are looking from the boat. That's their view. If you look at it from side on, it actually doesn't look quite as bad. But yeah, fair enough. Foot in the water.
So 37.10 on pass number 1, 3,710 on pass number 1. Got another pass to come, and Nicholas Benatti doing it for Team Italia. We see Ricky Cassetti there, the coach of the Italian team, in the towboat, and yeah, it's a crunch time now for the Italians to see if they can get their skier through to the next round of the competition. It's going to at least take something in excess of 10,000 points. Dominic Kuhn right there. And it's going to be a 12-skier final, that much we know. We got 10 skiers in this series and 10 skiers in the next series, which means that whoever is in the lead and in runner-up spot after the conclusion of this series will have a path through to the next round.
Absolutely, Tony. Well, we've had our first 10,000 point run. You'd have to say normally 10,000 points would get you into a men's trick final at Worlds. We'll have to wait and see, though. The calibre of skiing, the calibre of the skiers here and the performances have been on the increase over the last few years, so it might take a little bit more. But Dominic Kuhn has got himself in a good position. Anyway, back on the water.
Mo back reverse, 850 points for each of those. There is an 800-point front flip. There is its reverse. Flip twist to the back, positional to the front, flip twist to the back. He's expended his 6 flips. Now he goes in for the ski line O. Ski line back to back to the front. Wake 5 back. Wake 5 front. What has he got? Ski line back, and yeah, there you go, Bellissimo!
Great run. Very good hand pass. His toe run was in the high 3s, close to 4,000, and that one's going to be close to 6,000, I think, his hand pass. So whether he gets to 10, I'm not quite so sure, but he's not going to be too far off it, I don't think. Tony, we'll wait for the scores to come through.
All right there. So I honestly think that one is going to be over 9 at the very least. But
sure.
How much of it is? How close to 10,000 points is it going to be? We wonder. Now, he repeated one trick about, 3 times the front. But everything else in between looked pretty good, except for the Wake 5 back.
Okay, well, let's have a look at that.
Okay, let's have a look.
It's coming up soon.
Yeah, there we go. There's the ski line O, positions himself to the back. The ski line back to back.
Is that the Wake 5 back here?
Wake 5 back.
Yeah.
Wake 5 back, not complete or flat.
No, I agree. I see what the judges saw there. He kind of landed it. He wasn't all the way to the back when he landed, so he finished it on the surface.
And that was the last trick that he performed within 20 seconds, so
Okay.
everything else that he produced afterwards would be out of time and thus would not be part of the score. So it looks like it comes down to timing. It shouldn't take too long to determine that pass is 5670, 5,670 points. And knowing that information, it should be good enough for me to conclude that score was 90. That we're committed on a score of 9690.
Yeah, well, that's a good score. Not quite 10,000.
All right, then. So we're moving on from Germany, moving on to Germany, I should say. Nicholas Benatti, we just see that score 96.90 for second place. But skier on the water right now from Germany, it is Tim Wield.
Oh, what a tournament he's had too. Big slalom score and then a massive jump PB. He had about a 5-metre jump PB in the elimination round. He's on this overall battle at the moment. Let's see how he goes with this trick. Started pretty nicely here on toe.
Oh,
Big
traveling
toe
across
line
the
back-to-back.
toe wake
Oh.
line back-to-back, ensuring that he gets over the wake, or probably did a little bit too much to ensure that happens.
Yeah, be right on the buzzer though, wouldn't it? Be right on time when he fell, Tony. He may not have lost anything there. We'll have to wait and see. Just on fire, this kid. I think it's really... Is he even 20 yet? I think he might only be 19 years of age.
And actually, you're right. He is 19, and he has one more World Championships of eligibility in the U21s, and those U21 World Championships will be coming to us from Peru in 2027, and TWBC at this time is in the frame to actually produce live and uninterrupted coverage of that event as well over at Bayama Lacus, which is about an hour and a half south of the nation's capital of Lima.
Yeah, and look forward to that. Actually, have been to that site, enjoyed that Junior Worlds. I think my son Curtis competed in those Junior Worlds. I remember you there, Tony, running TWBC on your own, actually.
Yep.
You had a little suitcase and you were doing a good job, doing a webcast on your own. But there's the opening pass there for Tim Wield of Germany.
Yeah, you remember back in the days of old in the Junior World Championships, back in, what was it, 1986 or 1987, where his father won the world overall title in the U17s, the very, very first U17s.
Yeah, 1986 it was. I know you competed at those Junior Worlds.
Yes, I did, and I'd skied dead last in tricks.
And you know who Stefan Veld beat in that overall battle, though, don't you? Can you remember? And hopefully I've got this stat right, but I believe Jarrett Llewellyn was second, which is a pretty big claim to fame. There's not too many over the years that would have beaten Jarrett Llewellyn in an overall battle.
Yeah, I remember back in the day that Brett Hodgkins was in that tournament, and he actually won. I don't know whether it was the slalom or the jump event, but I know that the other event was won by Jarrett Llewellyn. Whichever one that was, I think it was probably, knowing what I know, Jarrett Llewellyn, I think, won the jump of that competition, and Brett Hodgkins won slalom in the 86.
You know, I don't
Worlds.
want to argue with you, but I'm actually wondering. You might be right, but I'm wondering because Jarrett didn't do a lot of jumping when he was a young teenager. So it's possible when he was 15 or 16 that he would have won the tricks rather than the jump, I think. But who knows?
My memory gets a little bit hazy beyond
I know the feeling.
All right, then. So with that irrelevance out of our system, at least for the time being, let's see what Tim Wield can do. Tricking 39.40 on pass number 1, positional to the back, coming in on pass number 2.
Well, he's riding high on confidence at the moment, isn't he? Especially after his jumping on Wednesday. This is he's going so quick through these flips.
Boom, look at that front flip.
Spanking
Ski
them out
line Wake 5 back.
Beautiful stuff from this young guy. What a sensational run. He'll be happy. The fist pump. What a world he's having.
Happy. And he might actually end up being first overall if all things being said and done.
At the moment, he absolutely
is in the first overall.
At the moment, absolutely, he'd be leading the overall. I think he's gone over 10,000 points here, Tony. We'll wait for the score to come through.
So he
Yeah, exactly.
So he PB'd in slalom, PB'd in jump, and if he PB's in tricks,
which is on the cards. And that's up alongside Junior Masters. He got all 4 gold medals, of course.
Of course.
Never been done before.
At least not in the male competition. But we're looking at the trick scores coming in. Ooh, very, very close. Very, very close to the cusp there of 10,000 points. They're in the review stage right now. Some of the easier tricks towards the end coming up under scrutiny so far as timing is concerned. They're saying that he's that he wasn't fully back on a back-to-back.
Oh, surface back-to-back? Or?
Yeah, surface back-to-back.
Okay, got to lose one trick, the surface back-to-back's a good one to lose. It's only 90 points, but...
All right, then. So we're in the review stage, 6,080.
Well, this is really close to 10, isn't it? What's the mass on this, Tony?
The total, if the timing proves to be fruitful, is going to be 10. It is projected to be over 10,000 points.
It's definitely over 10 now because his hand run's just gone to 61.40. I'm sure that his toe run was 3.9, I think. 10,080 points for... Okay. Total of both passes, though, 10,080 points.
Based on 39.40 and 61.40, combining those two, 10,080. That is Tim Wield. Skier on the water now, coming to us out of Linz in Austria. This is Alex Schiel. Coming to us from Slaumsee in specifically, and that's where the European Open took place about 2 weeks ago.
Okay,
Wonderful sight.
On toe. Starts with the toe 5 back, some toe wake back-to-backs.
Just being very methodical here, just not allowing himself to get ahead of his of each trick that he's performing. Toe wake line back to back over the wake. There you go. Couple of sides, or just the one, but the judges will know for sure.
Yeah, stand-up run. He's doesn't look super happy. Maybe he's just knows he's only halfway through here. He's got the tan run to come. Doesn't want to get carried away with himself. Probably not tricking as fast as the previous couple of skiers. He's a little bit more conservative in his style.
Now, when it comes to seeing tricks being performed at a lightning pace towards the end of Men's Series 1, you're gonna see some tricks that are going to be performed at that kind of high clip there, in contrast to what we see here from Alexander Schiel from Austria. And just looking at these tricks, toe wake line back to back over the wake, they're looking pretty clean and crisp. Toe front and a toe side towards the end. The last tricks that have been judged to be within time during the review period. Everything else that he produced, starting off with the toe 5 back, which in a fair few instances have actually been taken out because the ski's rotation wasn't smooth enough all the way through across the entirety of the 540 degrees that is prescribed for that trick. And just look at all of those tricks. They're all credit.
Yeah, that's great, isn't it? Nothing
all
but
credit aside from the toe front, which may be out of time.
Yeah.
Committed score there, 4,070. Okay, he's on a roll here. 4,070. As a matter of fact, that is the second best first pass score that we've seen so far in this series. The best score that we've seen in the first pass is Blaze Grubbs with 55.90. But then again, Blaze Grubbs
started with hands.
With hands, didn't he?
Yeah, exactly.
So here we go, Alexander Schiel.
Well, if you toe trick over 4,000 points, you normally are on target for a 10,000 point score, Tony. So he's done the first job. Let's see if he can't stand up this hand run.
Let's see what we got here. Mo back-to-back, 850 points. Another 850 points right there. So he's on 1,700 there before he goes into the second half of his flip-in sequence there. Ski line 5 back, ski line back-to-back. What has he got more? Oh, and I don't know if he intended to do that, doing more or less an orbital, which is a ski line O right across both wakes there. But he obviously took some time out to send that ski across the second wake for a trick. I don't know what it was going to be, but that was very, very deliberate there on the part of Alexander Schiel.
Yeah, other than that trick, though, this is a very good hand pass. I'll be interested to see whether that last trick would have been in time, because if not, he hasn't really lost anything here. Some very good trick skiing. Big front flip.
So not looking bad at all there, especially with these flips to begin with on that carbon fiber honeycomb trick ski. Ski line O, then switches position to the back, ski line back to back. Pretty much a normal sequence here for a skier of his level. And he tried the ski line 5 back. That's why he was being deliberately cautious there towards the end in preparation for that trick. But everything else appears to be on the up and up. Gaining a score of 54.20, combining for a top score for his grand total of 94.90, 9,490 90 points. Skier on the water right now from France. This is Paul Duplon-Freiburg.
I'm a huge fan of this guy. Huge fan of Paul Duplon-Freiburg out of France. University World overall champion from end of February in Auckland. Tricks, personal best trick, maybe just a shade under 11,000 from memory, 10,800 or so. Oh, geez, oh no, Paul. Oh, that's devastation. He's gone down super early in his hand pass, and he would have come here with overall aspirations, Tony. You know, he would have been looking to try and get on the podium and overall, but it's not to be in 2025 for Paul Duplon-Freiburg.
All right, then, and only 2 scoring tricks to add to his total offer. Pass number 1, the Mo backpack and its reverse. And fell on the rotation to the front on the recovery phase. Right about there, unfortunately. So each of those tricks, 800 points apiece at 1,600 so far. Timing not going to be an issue here with that. So 1,600, and now he's going to be dependent upon his second pass of toe tricks, or might it be a repeat of pass number 1?
Yeah, it probably, yeah. I guess he probably will do hands again. His hands are higher scoring than his toes. So here's Coach Roman in the boat with him there.
Roman Cambrai.
Yeah, what a legend. What a good coach he is too. He'll be just talking to Paul. Maybe making a plan now for this next pass. Or maybe start to talk about the jump event, which is what he's got left, because, yeah, magnificent facility. That's what a pretty picture that is. The Italian Water Ski Federation National Training Base here in Recito. Got the 3 lakes there, of course. The little solar farm there just off to the right, and then to your left there you've got the river. I can't know the name of the river.
Sessia.
Yeah, Sessia's got a bit of water flowing out there after yesterday's rain.
Yep, quite a bit, and we see a little bit of activity on the 3rd lake on the extreme left-hand side, and skiers are no doubt been purchasing practice sets even before they go out on the water on the Tricks Lake. You know, it's that kind of facility is open for something like that. And I remember back in the day, you know, when Patrice Martin was actually tricking competing on a 2-lake side for the World Championships, he would actually trick on another lake before competing, and there is 2 trains at the same time. Look at that.
That was close.
Yeah, there we go. the Fresche Rossa.
They're very fast trains because if they go alongside the motorway there, I can tell you those cars on the motorway are doing 140k, because I was out there yesterday, so it shows how fast the trains are.
And that's probably not the Fresche Rossa, but it's the Italo train, which is the competing brand of a high-speed rail that operate in many between many locations in Italy.
Back on hands. Good aggressive start here.
Ski line 5 back, ski line 5 front, continuing to roll front flip. Oh, and traversing across the wake there with an O and 5, and just throwing everything but the kitchen sink out there just to end off with.
Yeah, well, he had nothing to lose, but just I look forward to the replay there. He was turned into a bit of an expression session towards the end of that hand pass. This is big, the half jack front flip.
Just looking at this, rapidly going from one trick to the next. And for those of you out there that are tuned into this YouTube channel for the first time and watching the World Water Ski Championships for 2025, this is trick skiing, folks, the most creative art form of on-water expression.
Yep.
Yep. these trick skiers, you know, at their elite level, will put a trick in once every second, and you only get 20 seconds here. And sometimes with some of our quicker trick skiers, they put in tricks at a much higher rate going forward.
5.7.40 for Pole on his second pass there.
5,740. Looks like the Waco at the very end on which he fell is going to be out of time. They're going through the timing phase right now, which should just be a formality, really. I mean, given what we saw out there. 5.740 on pass number 2. And if that holds water, that will mean that his point score, Pole Diplom Freiburg, it's going to be a little bit disappointed there for him. It should be 7,340 points. 7,340 points for Pole Diplom Freiburg, which puts him in 15th right now.
Yeah,
so out of contention.
Yeah, disappointing stuff for Pole.
Skier on the water at this time is Bautista Humada.
Yeah, because family hosting the Junior Worlds next year in Argentina, at the end of next March. He's a very quick toe tricker, this young Latin American, South American. Oh, some big toe line tricks there to finish. That's a good stand-up pass there, Tony.
And he looks very, very much at ease on that trick ski, you know. I mean, it's not like he's squatting down or anything or just trying to load into a particular trick in order to get the ski over anything. He just seems to be able to just stand there and do it.
Absolutely. Very well balanced. Some great shots coming through here from our drone following the skier down.
You see what I mean towards the end here. I mean, going through this sequence of toe line tricks. There's the toe Waco, good height there. That should be credit worthy. But then you look at something like this and go just step over the line. Nothing too stressful about that. Then the toe wake line 5 back, and the toe wake line back to back. And maybe thinking about the reverse, but probably out of time. His internal chronometer is probably saying, okay, 20 seconds are done. Don't throw anything else. All right, then. So Pablo Font is going to get ready for his 2 20-second passes in just a few minutes. But let's have a look and see how things are getting along with the scoring. Looks like there's a timing issue with the toe wake line back to back right to the very end, and also concluding there with the toe front. So all said and told, 44.10, 4,410 on pass number 1.
I think that's the highest scoring toe pass we've had so far at these Worlds, Tony.
I think you're probably onto something there.
44.10. It's a big toe pass, a youngster out of Argentina.
Yeah, most of the first passes have been toe tricks, with the odd exception there. Blaze Grubbs with 55.90 on his opener as well. So yeah, you're right. 44.10.
So if he can back it up here with a big hand pass, he's going to go plus 10,000 points.
Bautista Humada, there we go. Ski line O, and there we goes into his flips there. Flip twist to the back. Here comes the half jack.
Beautiful.
Front flip with an initial 180-degree spin.
Oh, big trick run here. This young Argentinian. He's all over
Wake
this.
5 back. There you go.
Stops.
Good skiing there.
Fist pump. This may well be 10,000 points, Tony. We're going to wait for the score to come through, but
it's a less than conventional run.
Yeah.
I tell you what. Wake 7 back just for S and Gs.
Back to the dock. Yeah. Yeah. I know what S and Gs means, but well, this is pretty good. We'll enjoy this replay. Yeah, you're right. Most skiers start with the flips, don't they, Tony? But He got a couple of ski lines in first.
And I didn't detect any change in boat speed, though, when some skiers are actually purposefully deciding to go, all right, I'm not going to change the speed up or down with the flips, rather than just do that, keep the boat speed constant. I mean, just look at these tricks there. Good elevation, boom. There's the back-to-back flip, the back mobe, flip twist to the front, about 750 points right there. Wake 5 back, common trick, 310, and he should be pretty pleased with that. And most of it is credit-worthy, from what I'm seeing. Maybe the odd trick is subject to a little bit of scrutiny so far as pre-turn is concerned, but they don't appear to be in the majority right now. The timing is being exacted upon his performance, and if you add 52.60 to 44.10, that gives you a grand total of 96.70.
Yeah, he doesn't quite have the points in his hand pass to match his toe pass. So part of that will be because he's still pretty young, still in around 16 years of age, and I'm sure he'll improve those hand tricks. Anyway, Pablo Font now, from a very famous Mexican water ski family, of course, superstars on the trick ski, the Fonts, and Pablo starts up. Last skier in Series 2, super quick on these toes. Love watching the Fonts toe trick. Over the wake he goes.
Toe wake line back to back.
Yep,
just managing to get that ski over the wake there.
Toe wake line back to back.
Toe wake line 5 back.
Yep. Stand up run.
Yeah, absolutely. No two ways about that. So great skiing there from Pablo Font, member of the larger Font family of trickers, and it obviously takes a little bit of pressure off of his shoulders, knowing that he's just gone through on a pass number 1 very, very tidily indeed. And now it just comes down to a successful pass on hand tricks, and maybe he could send himself through to the final, because don't forget, we have only got 10 skiers in Series 1, and we're within the last 2 on Series 2 at the moment.
Yeah, so you'd have to say then that Dominic Kuhn is not in yet, but he's got to be pretty close. Tony, with his 10,000.
10,080.
No, that was Tim Veld, wasn't it?
Yeah, Tim Veld with 10,080, and then Dominic Kuhn with 10,240. Yeah. So those two 10K scores provisionally through to the next round of the competition. We're just going to have to see. There we go. Dominic Kuhn with 10 to 40. Tim Veld on the bubble a little bit, on the cusp of finding out whether he's made it through. And
it comes down to Pablo's second pass here, doesn't it?
Yeah, pretty much.
Him and Tim.
Yeah, that's the size of it. Okay, so we're going into the timing phase right now on the pass number 1. It should be 45.
Yeah, so 45.20 is it's another step up. That's our highest scoring toe pass now.
So he's going to be looking for a score maybe in about the region of about 5,500 or so points, maybe a little bit slightly north of that, to at least score better than the 10,080 point score of Tim Veld. So that's his target right now. But essentially, if he can get through this pass, it would show every indication of being into the next round.
He's quick on these flips, isn't he?
Oh, look at that twist there with the front flip there.
This is good. This is very good. Speed goes down now for the ski lines. Almost caught a leading edge.
Ski line 5 front, ski line back. Staying in the position.
Big score.
Ah, huge.
That's over 10,000 points. I'm sure Tony will wait for it to come through. But that's a big score from Pablo Font. We should see him through to the final with that score. No guarantees yet, but
they're still in the judging phase right now, and it looks like the point score is going to be north of 10K. Now, how far north of it is going to be determined by the next few tricks, which is in the process of being judged right now.
This is a great run, very quick in his transition from flip to flip.
Looks like the ski line back-to-back at the very end of this pass is being subjected to some intense scrutiny right now. But then you just look at some of these tricks towards the end with this instant replay, just holding it together. Boom. Flip twist to the front.
Oh, yeah, I see that trick.
Yeah. Little bit of a slide there towards the end, but still managing to hold onto it. Ski line back-to-back. That might be subject to scrutiny so far as the timing is concerned. And looks like it's going to go to timing right now. 58.70 provisionally, and now it's a committed score. And that means that through to the next round of the competition, provisionally with 10,390 is Pablo Font. So Dominique Kuhn through to next round. Pablo Font through with 10 skiers remaining. There you go, Pablo Font in the lead.
And don't forget, he lost his ski line back to back as well. So
the second one.
Yeah, so he lost some points there. It could have been more.
All right, then. So we're now on to Series 1. 10 skiers, starting off with Edoardo Morenzi from Italia.
Super strong overall skier, Eduardo. He's on that overall tour, the World Water Skiers overall tour, and we see him a lot, don't we, in the coverage from around the world. This is his first ski set of these Worlds.
Toe 8, line 5 back.
Big hit there.
Oh, my word. That was untidy towards the end there, but it was still effective.
Yeah, well, as long as he gets credit for it, hopefully he does. But it did get a little bit scrappy. Some good releasing here from his pin person.
Or lack of.
Yeah. It may have even been on the pole. I mean, when you're Italian and you're at an Italian World Championships, you'd almost put the tow rope on the pole, I think, for the World Champs. Tony?
Well, not something that I would do myself, but there you go. That's you be you, but in that respect there, the toe wick line back-to-back and just looking at the reverse. I'm not too sure with some of these, though. I don't think that the skier completely crossed the wake on that second toe wick line back-to-back, and I think that it might well be reflected in the judging. Looks like all right there, and let's send it over to Zane.
Oh, yeah. All right, hey guys, I'm here with Speedy Gonzalez, Mr. Matty Gonzalez. So out here, how you feeling today?
I'm feeling pretty good. Ready for a first round, and hopefully I can make it to finals and then put a big one on Sunday.
So do we have like a safe run today, or are we going to see you go all out for this event?
Yeah, I'm going to go for a safe run. I would not say an easy run, but I'm going to go slow and try to make it only.
Well, we know that, like, the tricks you do are not easy, but probably for you, nice and easy. I look forward to watching you go out on the toes. You're super fast at it, and I think you look great out there on your ski.
Thank you, Shane.
All right, we'll send it back to you, Tony.
All right, then. So we'll continue on. Here's the leaderboard after Series 2. Pablo Font and Dominique Kuhn with 10 skiers to go after them are through to the next round of the competition. 10,390 and 10,240. Tim Field waiting in the wings to see if his point score of 10,080 is good enough to see him through to the next round. All right then, folks, here we go. Coming in on pass number 2, having tricked 26.60. That's not an impressive run there.
He was butchered, wasn't he? The judge,
oh yeah, absolutely.
Look at that later, but here we go. On hand now, Edoardo Morenzi from Italy. Going pretty well. Oh, almost bobbles there on that flip, but he's okay. He's back on it. Big front flip to finish. Into the ski lines. The speed goes down.
Well, ski line 5 front.
Looking pretty good now.
5 back and continues on. And he knows. He knows as much as anyone does that is as closely scrutinizing the tricks event as he does. That some of those tricks, especially on pass number 1, may not be part of the final total. Just to answer your question there prior to this pass, the toe wake lino and reverse toe wake line back to back, all no credit.
Yeah, there's a lot of points there. That's in excess of probably more than 1,200 points, I'd say.
Yeah, 1,200 and well, actually 1,360
yeah,
points.
Exactly. It's a lot of points to lose, but I got to say, he looked a little scrappy on toes, did Eduardo. He's better here on hands.
Getting into a little bit of difficulty with the ski line back there, the initial one, and then the ski line back to come afterwards would have been out of time. But here is your running order for men's Series 1 tricks. Eduardo Morenzi, we just seen him ski. Dorian Llewellyn, second off the dock. Daniela Filchenko from Ukraine, third. Then we'll see Adam Picos, Tristan Duplan-Freiberg, Louis Duplan-Freiberg, Joel Poland, Patricio Font, Jake Abelson, and Matias Gonzalez.
Like looking at that list, Tony, I get super excited. I'm a huge fan of the trick event, and that list of trickers is just sensational. So 5.960 it looks like for Eduardo Morenzi on his hand pass, which means that he's going to be less than 8,000, isn't he? I think
just a little over 8,000.
Just a little over, is he? Okay.
86.20, which means that that Tim Vild provisionally is through to the next round of the competition.
Okay, Dorian Llewellyn now, former winner of this trick event, of course, the Open World's trick winner from, was it 2021, I think. And one of the guys that could win the overall event, of course, definitely would want to end up on the podium in the overall event, so he needs to start his overall campaign strong here with a good trick score. Very quick, always very quick on those toe 0 and toe 5 wrap-in tricks. Toe line tricks. Over the rope he goes. Oh, nice couple of toe wake line back-to-backs. And good stand-up run from Dorian. We'll have a look at it, analyse it. It'll look pretty good to me, though. And I think we've got an updated score through for Tim Vild. Is that correct, Tony?
Yeah, 10,020. 10,020. They basically took a side slide from him.
Or a front, maybe, because was he 10,080 before? So he's lost 60. Yeah, so they've taken a front or a back. They must have, I don't know, accidentally had a couple of 180s. One or too many 180s written down, so.
All right, then. So we're looking at Dorian Llewellyn, the world trick champion from 2021. And that was a strange event where a lot of competitors actually came up subpar on their tricking. And the one person left standing was Dorian Llewellyn as we switch on over to Zane.
Hey, guys, I'm here with Edo Morenzi. We just saw you get off the water. So I know you're coming back from an injury. Tell everybody kind of what you've been dealing with.
Yeah, I partially tore my Achilles about 4 months ago. So I took 3 months off and only been skiing for a month, but I was skiing real good. Kind of disappointed for my performance today.
Well, I mean, dude, I'm just happy to get you back here. You know, that's a pretty horrific injury. I mean, good you didn't tear it all the way, have to go through the surgery, but it's awesome to see you get back out here and be on the water.
Yeah, thank you, man. No, I'm happy to be here, but it is what it is. Happy to see all my friends back again, and it's been good.
Well, we're happy to have you back here. I'm looking forward to seeing you, out there jumping in the slalom event.
Thank you so much.
All right, we'll send it back to you, Tony.
All right, we got a committed score on that first pass. Absolutely everything except for the toe front in credit. You can see that there on the toe pass of 5,050. The only trick that he lost was out of time, which is the toe front.
Yeah, it's a repeat as well too, I think. So
yeah, exactly.
So that's our first 5,000 point toe run. So Dorian's looking to be he looks in pretty good form here. Let's hopefully he can stand up this hand pass and he'll crack up over 11,000.
Yep, if he can get over 6,000 on this one, that would certainly help in that regard. Let's see what he's got. 5,050 on pass number 1. Let's see what he can do by way of an encore. Here we go, positional to the back. There is the flip back to back, and it's reversed. 1,600 points for those two tricks alone. There is the half jack.
Yeah, it's good.
And the boat speed going down here.
Really quick transition between flips here. It's making this a quick pass. Oh, this is good from Dorian. This is really good. He's got to be happy with that.
And he just stops.
Well, he knows when the time. He's got this little internal clock in his head.
The internal
ticking
chronometer.
down, and he knew that was 20 seconds.
Well, if that doesn't say nonchalant.
Yeah. Well, look, it's a first round kind of overall score type of run. Maybe he took it a little bit easy, but it's still going to be a big score. I think it'll be over 11,000 points for Dorian. Probably a little bit too. He's not going to throw the big fist because he knows it's only the first round of a big tournament for him. And he's withstood some pressure here and come up with the goods in his opening salvo here.
Flip twist back to front there and front to back. And what else does he have? Boom. Some good trick in there. And what I noticed was that the boat speed started being reduced before he actually executed that front flip. You heard the beeps just before.
Well, that would be under his release person's instruction, which, of course, is the great Jarrett Llewellyn as a release person. He would know exactly when it suits Dorian to have the speed start to go down. Yeah, good run. Dad's happy, and skier's happy as well.
All right, then now comes down to timing. That second pass, pretty much everything he did was credit, which is 63.60 on pass number 2, which means that this total is going to be the first one over 11,000 points, and through to the next round, 11,410.
Yeah, solid score there for Dorian. He'll be happy enough. That's what he needed in the first round.
All right, then. So our next competitor to take to the water. This is Danilo Filchenko, European overall men's champion.
Yep, Ukrainian superstar, of course, been around.
Deciding
for
to
a while.
go with hands first.
Yep. Yeah, which is slightly different, but it's
Both
not really any
backbacks.
wind out there to think of.
Half jack. Flip twist back. Flip twist back, reverse. He has one more flip that he can do, which is the front one. Now drops the trap door and goes for the ski line 5 back. Ski line 5 front. Ski line O. Positional to the back. Ski line back to back. Traversing the wakes beautifully. And there he just nails that pass there, Glenn.
Yeah, it was a beautiful pass, wasn't it? That's going to be up over 6,000 points as well. It's very strong tricker and jumper. That's why you see him win those overall titles. In slalom, obviously not too bad either.
Has tasted victory at a number of major events, including the World Games in the last cycle, which featured tournament water skiing in Birmingham, Alabama. He won gold in the jump event at the World Games, and has won European titles and all that kind of stuff. Ski line 5 front, and then ski line 5-0. Positional to the back, ski line back to back, and then we'll send it over to Zane.
All right, hey guys, I'm here with the current world champion Dorian Llewellyn here to defend your title. So we just saw you out there. Feel pretty good?
Yeah, no, it felt awesome out there. Wakes are big, so a couple tricks where I had to calm down. It's the first round, and especially for somebody who's an overall skier, you can't win the tournament in tricks or an overall today. So, I'm going out, trying to get a good overall score, trying to make the finals. So there's a lot of things going on. So, just keeping my head cool and going out there and one trick at a time. Losing your last trick in hands, especially when you do an easy run, it's not ideal. But 11.4 is a great first score and kind of frees me up for the finals to go for it.
Well, I'm looking forward to that hard run in the finals, dude. I like to see that you have those harder tricks and you call that your easy run. So I'm looking for the hard one.
Yeah, no, for sure. This is awesome. There's a lot of nerves going on in the first round, and the finals is when I love it. You get there, no holding back, you just go for it. It's what we live for. That's why we train.
Well, cool, dude. Well, I'm looking forward to seeing you out there on Sunday, and go get dried off and enjoy the rest of your day. And we'll send it back to you, Tony.
64.60 on pass number 1 there for Danilo Filchenko, and good to hear from Dorian Llewellyn, who was the 2021 IWWF World Men's Trick Champion.
Correct you are, Tony. Well, Daniilo Filchenko there was 64.60 on his hand pass. Very similar score to Dorian, I think, from his hands. This is quick toe trick. Look at him go.
Look at that knee bend. Look at it.
Lightning speed. This is heading towards a big score here. Over the rope he goes.
Toe wake line 5 back.
Yep.
Toe wake line back to back. Good elevation. Toe wake line back to backs. Toe wake line front. And wow.
Okay, we'll take another look at this, Tony. There's those first couple of toe line tricks here. I'm not sure. Very quick on the surface toes, the beginning part of it. But we'll see how the judges see this. But if he gets paid everything, though, we're looking at probably 11.5, even higher, 1,000-point trick run. But we'll have to see whether he gets credit on all of those toe tricks.
All right, then. Fantastic effort there from Daniilo Filchenko. It looks like so far, according to our review phase, they've identified all the tricks that he produced, and now it's going through the review phase, and there is not an awful lot of negative activity there. So beautifully executed tricks here, getting good height there. And then just winds it on there, toe wake line 5 back, and then just brings his hands up, brings his arms up to get more height to clear the wake and to clear the top completely.
I'm going to take back what I said, Tony, because his tricks were credit. It's we see it's in slow-mo from the side. You can see that they're credit. When you watch it first, at the full speed, sometimes you second guess yourself. But that's a great run there from Daniilo Filchenko.
All right, then. So we're committing to a score with 5,300 points on pass number 2. That gives him a grand total of 11,760 points. That puts him through to the next round and gives him the lead.
Okay, Adam Picos now, one of the veterans of men's trick skiing, world's men's trick skiing, but certainly capable, of course, of going up over 12,000 points. See his dad, Corey, in the boat, releasing for him.
And the last skier to win a world men's trick title in Europe.
Well, there you go. Was that in France?
Yeah, that was in 2017.
7:20 to start. Toe wake back to backs. Quick, very quick, super
huge.
quick.
Going like the whirlwind.
Over the rope he goes.
Toe wake line 5 back there.
Oh,
my word.
Oh, no. Just sort of lost his way there. He probably had, what do you reckon, one more trick to go, maybe 2? He just kind of lost his way a little bit outside the wake. It's still a great pass, though.
Yeah, no two ways about it. I mean, he just like flicks the rope away there for the toe 7 front as if it was just something to be angry about. Look at this. Fast, precise.
Look at that.
Fluid. And one of the few skiers that actually still uses a rubber front binding.
Old school.
Yep. Gotta love it. Boom, toe wake line 5 back there. Keeping the ski nice and low as well. All right, then. So and as we look towards the... Oh, and he was thinking about doing something like a toe wake line front. But with that, let's check in with Zane.
All right, I'm here with Daniilo, 11,760. So off to a good start for your trick set and your overall campaign. How you feeling this weekend?
Yeah, I'm glad to get it out of the way, the first one, and right away good score in tricks. I think I'm missing one trick, which is scaling back-to-back for time reason, but I would have to double-check on that. I felt good out there. Glad to start like that, so yeah.
Well, yeah, I mean, coming off of an Open Europeans overall championship, dude, you crushed it there, and, like I said, looking good here, so I bet you'll make some adjustments for the final and, get it all in there.
Yeah, I hope so. So slalom and jump tomorrow. It's going to be a busy day for sure. So excited to take part, and yeah, it's amazing to be here amongst all these great skiers. So it's awesome.
Yeah, and I know the Ukrainians back home are all watching, rooting you on. You got anything you want to say to everybody at home?
Привіт всім, хто дивиться. Дякую, що слідкуєте, та всім привіт.
All right, dude. Well, congrats on the tricks, and look forward to seeing you slalom and jump tomorrow. And right now, we'll send it back to you, Tony.
All right, then. So we got a committed score on pass number 1 there for Adam Picos, 46.20, 4,620 points, which puts him on par with a lot of other competitors with his toe tricking. Probably one of our highest scoring toe passes that we've seen. Now let's see if he can just unload and just empty the tank with the second and final 20-second pass of hands.
Yeah, just sort of missed 1 or 2 tricks at the end of that toe pass, but it's still obviously enough points that he can still easily make it through to this final with a stand-up hand pass.
31.2 kilometers, Bravo 2, no ballast to speak of, which is rather unusual for hand tricks at this level. There we go. There's the Mo back-to-back. Here he comes with the reverse. Slow on the transition, though, with the front flip and the reverse. Almost getting bogged down there. Flip twist to the back, reverse. Has he expended all of his flips? Yes, he has. Ski line 5 back, ski line 5 front. What does he have remaining? Ski line positional to back, ski line back to back. Surface back to back. But I'm sure he won't mind losing that trick towards the end, because the majority of the tricks that he produced out there, Glenn, were definitely in there.
It's a really good run. He maybe lost just a smidge at a time after one of his flips there, but I don't know if that will worry him too much. But it's going to be enough to make the final for sure.
Should be enough. We're looking. Whoa. Anyway, just looking at something in regards to the scoring, but 46.20 on pass number 1, and so far in the review period, 63.20. That is so far in the review period where we're...
Yeah, so that's what, about 11,000 looking like at the moment?
Just south of 11.
Yeah.
But even if it is that far south of 11, from what I'm seeing right here, it's still good enough to see him through to the next round.
He lost a little bit of time there just after that front flip. Went really well.
Looks like they're still reviewing the ski line back-to-back at the very end, maybe subject to a little bit of timing scrutiny, as well as the
Is it this trick, I think?
Ski line back-to-back, and it's just that little sequence at the end, starting with the ski line back-to-back and then ended off with a surface back-to-back and falling on the front. He actually turned that surface back-to-back so quickly there that he actually fell on the front. Anyway, we got 63.20 in the review period. I don't see it being any more than that or any less significantly. So 63.20, it's a committed score of 10,940. 10,940. That, ladies and gentlemen, will send Adam Picos through to the next round.
Absolutely. He's through the final. We're going to move now to...
he's in third place.
Is it Tristan de Plon-Freiberg now, I think?
It is Tristan.
Yep. Youngster. Had a great season. After last season, a lot of injuries, a lot of time off with injuries. He's come back and had some massive trick scores.
Toe 7 front is... No, it isn't. Toe wake 5 back there. Toe wake front, side slide, reverse toe back, reverse toe wake back to back. Now this is quick too. Toe wake line O. Toe wake line 5 back. Look at him go. Toe wake line back to back. Here's the reverse. Nicely done, Glenn. Wouldn't you agree?
Yeah, good stand-up run. Yeah, so he's tricked over 12,000 points 2 or 3 months ago. I saw in the media, so he's come good. You know, he had that bad jump crash at the US Masters last year, and had quite an extended time off from water skiing, and then spent a lot of time on his tricking over the early part of this year, and he's come back really strong.
And just looking at that start, toe wake 5 back there. Then the toe side, reverse toe back, toe wake back to back. And I like the motion that he put in that reverse toe back into the toe wake back to back. It's very, very efficient. It's very, very quick. And that quickness extended all the way through to something like a toe wake O. And then as soon as he lands it, he edges up the wake with the toe wake line O, and then continues on with the toe wake line 5 back there. And that's the thing that I see a little bit with the Duplon Freiburgs. They're able to use pre-existing motion to guide themselves onto a pretty significant next trick there, Glenn.
Yeah, they certainly are. Super talented guys. And stands up as a hand pass. We see Jake Abelson just starting to warm up a little bit here. He'll be our second to last skier off the dock.
All right,
through
there.
the motions. There's our trick judges, or some of the trick judges.
And our chief judge there, Kerry Lee, just overseeing the stuff that's going on. Toe wake line back to back actually was not completely over the wake there on that opening pass there for Tristan Duplon Freiburg. He would have lost 480 points as a result of that.
Well, that's a lot of points to lose, but he's still probably got enough. So what was his total score there on toes?
45.50.
Yeah, okay. So he'll need to stand this pass up. But as long as he stands up this pass, he'll be through to the final.
All right then. So needing somewhere in the region north of 5,500 points there in order to advance. Let's see what he's got here. Boom! Look at these tricks. There we go with the half jack. Flip twist to the back, flip twist to the back reverse. Now he goes in forwards for the front flip. Here he goes in for the ski line O, positional to the back, ski line 5 front. Ski line O, positional to the back, ski line back to back. Yes, he's done it.
Yep, through to the final. I mean, that would be in excess of 6,000 points that run, probably 6,500 points. So if you add that to his toe pass, that's well in excess of 10,000 points.
So far in the judging phase, it looks like it's north of 5,800 or 5,900 points, and looking good. Ski line back-to-back is going to be a subject to scrutiny so far as the timing phase is concerned. But it looks like everything else is pretty clean and pretty efficient to go along with it. The judges are reviewing.
It's a great pass, this. Big front flip here. Into the ski lines.
Ski line O, then to the back. Ski line 5 front.
That's a hard trick, and it does it so well.
And there you go with the ski line O, ski line back to back. And I think the ski line back to back is going to be his last trick within the 20 seconds. They're still reviewing those, so I mean they're still yet to apply the 20-second timing template against the tricks for the timing phase.
You go 63.60, so what are we going to be well into the final here for the youngster Tristan Duplon Freiburg.
All right then, subject to timing right now, and if that score holds fruit, it is going to be 10,970 points, which would put him in the lead and put him through to the next round of the competition. It is a committed score of 10,970 points, and is currently puts him in 3rd place right now. Still out in the lead with his score of 11,760 points is Daniela Filchenko. There we go. We've got some mega fandom going on there with Dorian Llewellyn, but on the water right now, Louis Duplon Freiburg.
Yeah, defending world overall champion, of course, Louis. This is the beginning of his overall title defence. Needs to stand up his trick runs, get into the final, as we heard from Dorian. The main thing is just to stay alive in the overall.
Toe wake line back to back, and it's reverse, and now ending up front. There we go, toe wake line 5 back and toe wake front.
That's a big run.
Huge. Just knocks it down. So some great speed on that opening pass there. Just toe tricks just performed at a pace that is just that was unfathomable years ago.
Absolutely. Good shot there of the new Nautique, the new Ski Nautique model that's just been come out in May.
Yep, lighter boat, smaller boat, and redefined wakes. You can find out more by going to nautique.com to find out more about the new boat lineup, including the 2026 Nautique towboat. And just looking at these tricks going from one to the other. Toe wake-o, beautifully executed. Toe wake line-o, just feeding that ski over the line. Toe wake line back. Toe wake line back to back. He'll follow on with the toe wake line back to back reverse. Boom, just like that. Getting broken over a little bit towards the end, but he had just enough time to get up over the wake for a toe wake line 5 back. All right then, so let's send it over to Zane.
All right, hey guys, we're here with Tristan Duplon-Freiburg. We just saw him get off the water, 10.970, so punched your ticket into the final. You feeling good? How's it feeling out there?
Really, I'm happy. I'm final, so I'm in the final, so it's good. I was a little bit stressful just before, my first Open World Championship, so a little bit of pressure, but now all good, huh? All good. Thank you so much.
Well, now the pressure's off, and you get to just go let it all hang out on the final. So I'm looking forward to getting you out there Sunday, and I'm also looking forward to getting you back on the other 2 events, but ready to see a trick on Sunday.
Thank you so much. Yeah, thanks.
All right, well, congrats on the final, and right now we'll send it back to you, Tony.
Some great skiing from that young athlete hailing out of Grenoble in France. That is Tristan Duplon-Freiburg, and one of his elder brothers is on the water right now. This is Louis Duplon-Freiburg, the current world overall champion.
Yeah, well, if he's going to defend his title, he needs a big trick score.
Oh, well,
either get it
very
today
close
or in the
there.
final. He's got to obviously get into the final to get a second chance of getting a score. This is going well, though. Big flips. Really quick. Speed down now for the ski lines.
Now keep your eye towards the end there. He's going to throw in something along the lines of a 5. Oh, look at that.
That is a good run. That is a sensational trick run. Louis Duplon-Freiburg sends a big message to the start dock. He says, I'm here, folks. I'm in good form. He stands up a couple of magnificent passes, and that's going to be a big trick score.
It's going to be huge, as a matter of fact.
You think it should be our first plus 12,000 point score at these World Championships.
All right, so far so good with the judging phase. We're going to be going into the review phase very, very soon, but just look at the complexity of the tricks that he throws in, including the mode back-to-back, so right from the beginning. 800 points apiece for those, and then he just goes rampantly into the next phase of his run, which starts off with a half jack, and then the flip twist back, and then it's reverse. Beautifully executed tricks. We're in the review phase right now. It looks like it's going to be north of 69.30 for pass number 2. And then just look towards the end here, Glenn. He puts in that front flip, and then what he's going to do is going to do an inverted ski line O, and then go straight into an inverted wake-o, traveling across the towards the next wake. No wasted motion there.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. I might try that at home this summer.
Yeah, me too. Yeah. I'm actually up for that.
Well, here he is now, Joel Poland, of course, the superstar of our sport at the moment.
All right, then. Looks like we've got a committed score of 7,080 points. And
that's
that
some
gives
sort of a hand run.
Yep,
Jeez.
and the total is 12,450.
Oh, wow.
That
Good
might
score.
actually be a championship record.
Yeah, we'll check that. But here's Joel Poland now. Now, we remember what happened 2 years ago in Florida. Unfortunately, in this prelim round, the elimination round, he didn't trick enough to make the final, cost him that overall title. So I'm sure he's not thinking about that right now as he goes down his toe pass.
Here he goes. toe wake O, toe wake line O. Now he transitions in, toe wake line back to the front, toe wake line 5 back. Now what does he have here? Toe wake line back to back. Does he go for the reverse? Yes. But does that ski travel across the top of the wake?
And he did lose a bit of time as well before that last trick. So he'd be interested to see whether that last toe line back to back is in time, and then if it's credit as well. But it's still a great run from Joel. The characteristic toe wake 5 back to start.
Looking good on pass number 1, and already in the judging phase, looking for a point score north of 3,300 points on this one pass alone. So as we continue on with this event, beautifully executed tricks there, are just very, very subtle with the toe wake line 5 back, and then rocking it there with the toe wake line back to back. Now this trick here, toe wake line back to back reverse. Ooh,
jeez.
Yeah,
I don't want to say it. We'll leave it to the judges.
And they have okay. So we'll go over to Zane, and we'll have more details about that in a moment.
I like it the American way.
Freeboard. And it was 12.450.
I think so.
All right, hey guys, I'm here with Louis Duplan Freeborg. 12.450, I believe, is what we saw in the trick run. So back here to getting into the finals in the tricks, but also looking to defend your overall title.
Yeah, to be honest, I was not really focusing on overall whatever. I just focused on doing my stuff on the water, be me, and yeah, I had fun. I had a great time on the water. Just the score is good, and I had fun. That's what matters.
Well, that is what it matters. And the other thing that's pretty fun is you and your brother are into the finals on Sunday. So how cool is that, getting the little bro into the finals with you?
Super cool. It was impressive. I'm a bit pissed for Paul. I'm sad for him because he trained really hard, and I know he will make up ground in the overs.
Yeah, so I'm looking forward to getting you out there on your slalom and your jump skis tomorrow, and then seeing you, out there on Sunday.
I'm excited for that.
Well, cool. Well, just so you know, everybody at home, have fun, and right now we'll send it back to you, Tony.
All right then. So going in with his second pass. By the way, that toe wake line back to back reverse would not have been credit had it not been in time.
Oh my word! What's happened here? Joel Poland's gone down. Oh, this is tragedy on the water for Joel Poland.
Oh my word!
It's he's fallen fairly early on in his hand run, and it's almost a repeat of 2023, folks. This is not what we wanted to see. Absolute superstar of world water skiing has gone down. His toes were not quite as good as he would have wanted, but still he just needed to stand up the hand pass to get through to the final. And this is devastation here. This is not what we wanted to see, Tony.
And only 5 tricks would be counted towards his total, maybe less than that. And he opens up with the flip back to back, the mobe, and that was about the last trick that he that he landed on and skied away from. Front flip.
Oh, geez.
Going down on that one.
Geez, it's a cruel sport, isn't it?
And looks like we're going to get a committed score. It's 45.70 on pass number 1, 45.70 on pass number 1, added to just 25.40 on pass number 2, giving Joel Poland a grand total of 7,110. And that means that our bubble score has been reduced further, so we're looking for a score out less than 10,020 points. And I'm going to have to look down here and see if they're the highest point score of over 9,000 points, close to 10. So if we can have a look at that leaderboard, if at all possible.
Massive upset. Nobody on site wanted to see that. Nobody around the world wanted to see Joel Poland fall there. 7,110 points for Joel Poland. He won't be in the final. He'll be out of the running now for the overall gold. I mean, as good as he is, he's such a good slalom skier and jump skier, but I just can't see him being in the running now for that overall title. And that is tough. Jesus, he's a cruel sport. Anyway, back on the water now. Patricio Font, former world record holder, multiple-time world champion. Patricio Font, let's see him go on tow.
All right, then, here we go. Continuing to rock here, Patricio Font, the current and defending world men's trick title holder. Oh, toe line fight back. How on earth was he able to recover from that and that?
Well, how on earth did the release person not let him go? Because,
he just put it on the pole. That's what it was.
Yeah. There's actually a story behind that, Tony. I should tell you, but right now I'm still a little bit
traumatized
tense and wound up by what's happened here with Joel Poland. And now, I mean, Patricio Font can still get into the final, I'm sure, with a big hand run.
All right, then. So we're looking at Patricio Font. I'm also looking at the tricking leaderboard right now, and can tell you.
So watch here. Got to watch this. Sorry, don't want to interrupt, Tony, but watch this replay here on these toe. It's not here over the rope. Now this next one, I think it is. How did he hang on to this, and how did the release person not let him go? Oh, such balance, and then it was a bridge too far here, and he's gone down. So sorry, Tony. Back to what you were saying.
Okay, so I'm looking at the next lowest score short of 10,000 points, because every score that it has been over 10,000 points has meant that skier advances through to the next round. So the one point score that I see below 10,000 and thus provisionally through to the next round is Italy's Nicholas Bonatti.
Okay, good on him. That's good. So Patricio Font here, 45-20. So he's still got a good shot of making this. Well, he should still make the final. Let's be positive here, but he is going to have to be honoured on this hand pass, because he's missed out a few points there. It's probably 1,000 points less than he would have expected in tow. So he's going to have to be right on his game here to make this trick final.
Could you see that? 13. What does it say? 13K.
Yeah, we can see it. All right, then. So 45-20 on pass number 1 for Pato Font. So 45-20. So Pato Font. Let's see if he can. So see if he can trick north of about 5,500 points. That should be able to see him through to the next round of the competition. But if we know Pato Font to be the skier that he is, he'll be trying to shoot north of 7,000 with the tricks on pass number 2. Flip back to back, looking and go.
He's
Flip
getting
twist
it done
back.
at the moment.
Boom. I like this way he switched his ski into the landing there. There we go with the front flip ski line. Ski line 7 back. And he goes down on that move.
This is close, Tony.
It's going to be close.
Gut feeling is he's probably done just enough, but there's a chance he hasn't. This is going to be so close. Man, this trick elimination round is turning into a horror movie, to be fair.
Yeah, battle of attrition, folks. I mean, this was the same back in 2021, where Dorian Llewellyn prevailed in the trick competition, with a number of skiers coming up short of their very best.
The good thing about iTrick is we're going to know very soon here. We're not going to have to wait 20 minutes for a trick score. We're going to get it within the next minute or so, and we're going to know, because this is going to be pretty close, I think, for Patricio Font.
Looks like we're in the review stage so far. In the review stage, 54-50 so far, and they're looking at each of the tricks. There's going to be a timing issue regarding the last 2 tricks that he produced towards the end, the toe wake line front and the toe and the toe back. We're committing to that score of 54-50. And
this is close. That'll be really close.
It is, and it is close. It is 99.70, 19,970 points, and that puts him just marginally ahead of Nicholas Bonatti.
So that gets that gets Pato into the final, though, Tony?
Yes, it
Well,
does.
it does. So there was a huge sigh of relief, but, man, that was close. Well, we've got the world record holder now. The only man on the planet to ever trick more than 13,000 points.
And one of the very few to trick over 12,000. Never mind that. So here we go. Getting ready. This is Jake Abelson, who's medaled at U17 and at U21 level. And just warming up outside of the trick course. Now he's going to pull that line in and decide what he's going to do. Is he going to go with the... he's going to go in for the toe 5 wrap. Toe 5 back, toe 8 back to back, toe 8 back to back reverse. Keep in focus here. Toe 5 front, toe out, toe straight back in, toe wake-o. Toe wake lino. What has he got left? Toe wake line back, position to the front. Toe wake line 5 back. Toe wake back, toe wake line back to back, and it's reverse. Toe wake line front. Oh, and how? Look. That's obscene. That is obscene.
It's good to watch, though, isn't it?
Toe wake line front, and he just like flicks the handle between his legs and just like where's that rope, as if we were jumping between a couple of attempts.
There's serious talent there, isn't there? The youngster, just 17 years of age, first man to ever trick over 13,000 points.
So some great tricking here from Jake Abelson, but this only represents the 50% of the total effort here. Look at this, toe wake line 5 back there, nails the landing. Good travel across the wake, line out of the water, looking immaculate there. Does the likewise with the toe wake line back-to-back reverse. Toe wake line front. Probably one of the hardest tricks to have line tension on in its completion, but there you go.
Just looking at our final competitor, Matty Gonzalez, just thinking to myself, he's ranked number 1 in the world at the moment. That's a pretty good achievement to keep your ranking score ahead of someone who's tricked over 13,000 points. Tony?
Yes, indeed, and Matias Gonzalez, who has been really rocking it in recent tournaments, whether it be in the Pan American Youth Games and the Pan American Games themselves, which I believe took place last year in Santiago de Chile, and there is a reason why he's called Speedy Gonzalez, and you're going to find that out in just a few moments. But we're committing to a score of 49-20 on pass number 1, and let's see what he can do. Anything north of about, I don't know, like about 5,200 points should be enough to send Jake Abelson through to next round, but I'm sure he harbors far greater ambitions than that, not only in this event, but also in the overall stakes as well.
Yep, we'll see how he goes. This is where his real points lie. He'll be looking to trick close to 7,000, I'm sure, on this hand run.
Flip twist to the back. Goes in for the front flip. Front flip. Flip twist to the back. Half jack. Ski line 5 back. Ski line 5 front. Ski line O. Position. Ski line.
Oh, beautiful. Yeah,
beautifully executed. Wonderful stuff there. And I'm not even too sure that one of those tricks towards the end was the ski line 7 back there.
Yeah, I think it was.
Oh, look at that. Beautifully, the super mobe there back. Fantastic skiing there. Just for S&Gs at the end.
Tried to do it without the weight. Didn't quite get it, but geez, he's a talent. And they're definitely going to be over 12,000 points. Probably around... It'll be interesting, actually. I think it'll be kind of close to Louis Duplon Freiberg's score because he didn't get as much out of his toe run as we would normally expect from him.
Currently, the best score that we've seen so far is 12,450, and this effort here looks extremely close to that level.
Yeah, I think it's right. It will be close, Tony. We'll wait and see, but. A lot of these guys doing what they call their easier runs, their kind of B runs in the elimination round. We'll see them step up a level in the final, I'm sure.
All right, then. So we're looking for the score there.
It's huge.
It's huge. It's over 7K on pass number 2. It's coming down to scrutiny so far as the timing is concerned. Looks like the wake 5 back and the front to come afterwards would be out of time, and so we're committed to a score, and that score committal is 12,090 points. 12,090. That puts him in second spot, right behind Louis Duplon-Freiburg. And now, coming to you, this is our very last tricker of the day. This is Matty Gonzalez.
Yeah, and he's going to start on toes, which is exciting because he is so fast on the toes. And shout out, I'm not sure if he's watching, but Rob Wing from Australia, co-commentator at Moomba. I think he might have been the first guy to call this Matty Gonzalez, to call him Speedy Gonzalez at Moomba Masters back 3-4 years ago. We'll see how he goes here on toe.
Toe 5 back, toe 8 back to back, toe 8 back to back, reverse, surface toe back to backs, toe 5 front, toe 0 out, toe 0 straight back in, toe wake-o, toe wake line-o. Now motors on, toe wake line back, and now toe wake line back to back, toe wake line back to back, reverse, spins to the front, toe wake line 5 back, nails that one too. And just has the audacity to throw in a couple of toe side slides as well in amongst all of that.
Wonderful toe pass, we expected. Nice stand up, super quick. I mean, we've been given reps to our judges all tournament. They've done a magnificent job, but it's got to be tough to keep up with this toe pass, Tony. So quick.
Yeah, they're in the judging phase right now. It's going to take them a little while to actually identify the tricks that he performed, let alone review them for clarity and precision, and award the points. But there you go. The judges are in the review period right now. It didn't take them long to identify the tricks, so big ups to our officials there, all of them. And with that opening pass complete, let's send it over to Zane.
All right, hey. I'm here with Jake Abelson, 12,090 points. So you put you in second place. You're into the final. Looking forward to Sunday.
Yeah, I'm stoked. Hopefully Sunday I can get a little bit more speed on the beginning of my hand pass and be able to put up a bigger score. But the conditions felt great. The boat felt great. Super happy to be here in Italy at the Worlds.
Well, I got a question that everybody at home, everybody on the bank is wondering. Are we going to see the 13K run this weekend?
13K takes a little bit of a higher risk route than I'm planning on taking this weekend. So, but you never know what happens. I'm just hoping to go out there and put up a big score in the finals.
Well, cool. I expect you'll do it, man. Good skiing. Look forward to seeing you on Sunday, and we'll send it back to you, Tony.
All right, there. We're seeing a point score subject to timing right now, but it shouldn't take too long to confirm. Oh, hang on a second here. One of those tricks, the reverse toe wake line back-to-back, is adjudged to have been flat. And looks like 3 judges have not paid that particular trick, which means that it reduces his point score from 5,500 points to 5,020. But it shouldn't be any sweat here for Matias Gonzalez, because he has enough firepower in this handle run to more than make up for that 480-point loss.
Okay, here we go. This is hand pass now. He's gets sort of 2/3 of the way down here. He'll be into the final. He'll be looking to try and get the top seeding, though, which currently still stays with Louis Duplon-Freiburg. Starts off really well with his flips. Half jack is good. Oh, beautiful twist there. Over the wake he goes, the back landing, front flip.
Should
We're into
have
the
enough.
ski lines now. I think he's probably got enough points now for the final. Can he get the top seeding? Oh, he's dropped the handle. Oh.
Yeah, he's dropped the handle, but he shouldn't be too disappointed because I think you're right in saying that about 2 or 3 tricks earlier he has enough.
Yeah, I think so. I think he'll have enough.
Not enough for the lead, mind you, but enough to get to the final. So just looking at these moves, he is a very, very lightweight skier on top of that trick ski, and he just uses that to great effect there. From one trick to the next. Boom. Just getting this dialed in. Good rotation. Ski line O. And I think it was actually programming a ski line 5 back there, but decided to go with the ski line O instead, and then a positional to the back before he tried something else. But he said he was going to go for the safe route, didn't he? And that was probably it. So it looks like we're going to get a points total of 53.60, subject to timing, of course. And that will be enough to be over 10,000 points. As a matter of fact, it is exactly 10,380. 10,380. So, I'd say we're done with tricks for today.
Yeah, and geez, I'm going to have to go take a couple of heart pills after this one, because looking at that leaderboard, great tricking from Louis de Plom-Freiberg. Jake Abelson as well. Danielle Finchico and Doreen Llewellyn all up in the high points, of course. Tristan de Plom-Freiberg, a youngster in his first Open Worlds, is into the final. Adam Picos, the veteran, makes it through, over 10,000 points. Pablo Font through. Matty Gonzalez, 10,380. We've just seen him. Well done. Dominic Kuhn, over 10,000 points. We think that might be a PB, actually, 10,240. Tim Veald, his great tournament continues, over 10,000 points through. Patricio Font, former world record holder, former world champion, just scrapes in with 99.70. And Nicholas Bernardi from Italy, 96.90. There's our 12 trick finalists.
So, yes, the Italians will be especially pleased and overjoyed that their skier in the tricks event will be the lead-off skier in the men's trick final. We'll look forward to seeing him. Maybe he can produce a score of over 10K in the trick final, but he has made it that far, and congratulations to him and the other 11 skiers that have made it through to the men's trick final. Okay, so what do we have for the remainder of the day? We've got open women's jump to take place very, very soon in Series 2 and Series 1. You are continuing to watch the 2025 IWWF World Water Ski Championships, coming to you live from the Parco Nautico di Sesia in the commune of Richeto, from the province of Novara and the region of Piemonte. We're going to have some more great action courtesy of our women's jumpers in Series 2 and Series 1, and all that is to come right after this.
Hello everybody, I'm Martin Coleman. I would like to invite you to the 2026 World Junior Championships here at Ahumada Ski School in Villa Dolores, Argentina. Sí, llevo 15 días acá y 16 asados.
When I left the dock, there was no doubt in my mind I was going to win.
Number 4 needs a ball when he gets
Inside, flips around 2. Wade moves into the lead, and Wade Cobb gets a monstrous turn at 4 and hangs on around 6. First time today.
Wade, you made it exciting once again.
Slingshotting himself around 1, and
that's large. He's here, the foot's up in front.
Wow, this is like my dream come true. Which one of the men is going to end up in this exact spot?
Masterline, made in the USA.
Morning, Ryan.
Hey, morning. You have a good weekend?
Yeah, got out on the water a couple times. How about you?
Yeah, I got to set in. Just gonna make a quick phone call here. Oh, of course. Can you get that, Will?
Yeah, man, I got it. Thanks for calling Wake House. This is Will. Yeah, looks like we've got those in stock.
For skiers and water enthusiasts, Florida lakes are what dreams are made of. Combined with world-class golf, remarkable weather, natural beauty, theme parks, and so much more, it's easy to see that Florida is paradise. For more than 30 years, I've enjoyed Florida's lakes and many offerings. If you are interested in Florida real estate, let me be your guide and trusted advisor as you search for your paradise. Together, we can make your dreams a reality.
Line, made in the USA.
What if I told you there was a place where the sounds of nature are only broken by the roar of a boat, a place where that summer feeling lasts all year long, a place where the Florida sun is only outshined by the smiles of the skiers, a place where first-time skiers can ski alongside world champions, and the world-class coaches work with all levels of skiers. What if I told you there was a place where life slows down and your only job is to make lifelong memories? That place is Swiss Water Ski Resort. Book your trip at SwissWaterSkiResort.com.
Old logic says success is determined by wins. It says you can't be a mother and a professional athlete, that you can't take on giants. New logic says watch me. Watch me become the most decorated track and field athlete in the world. Watch me start a brand designed by women, for women. When old logic holds us back, it's up to us to defy it.
See you in Vienna.
At Houston Cadillac, at the moment you arrive, you will notice dedication to excellence. We deliver an unparalleled customer experience, and we're elevating our commitment with a new state-of-the-art facility. Explore our selection of new Cadillac cars, crossovers, and SUVs designed to meet your needs. We are redefining the luxury experience and investing in the future. Visit Houston Cadillac and begin your journey towards luxury.
At Dillinger Insurance, we have over 50 different carriers to shop your home, auto, and recreational vehicle insurance needs. We would love the opportunity to save you money. We insure million-dollar mansions, condos, mobile homes, rental homes, and everything in between. We know all about wind inspections, 4-point inspections, and how to get you the right coverage for your particular home. You've got questions, we've got answers. Can you remember the last time you had a rate decrease with your auto insurance? Let's take a look and see what we can do. We know all the ins and outs of getting our customers the best rates, coverages, and discounts. So put us to the test.
Don't monkey around with your insurance. Call Dellinger Insurance today. We've got tons of companies to help find you the best prices and the best coverage for your particular needs on home and auto insurance. Go Knights!
My name is Thibaut Dalen and I'm the broker of Dalen Real Estate. And today I want to show you some of our special listings located in Florida's world famous water ski hotspots.
I'm Martin Coleman. I would like to invite you to the 2026 World Junior Championships here at Ahumada Ski School in Villa de Dolores, Argentina. Sí, llevo 15 días acá y 16 asados.
When I left the dock, there was no doubt in my mind I was going to win.
Number 4 needs a ball when he gets inside, flips around 2, Wade moves into the lead, and Wade Cobb gets a monstrous turn at 4 and hangs on around 6. First time today.
Wade, you made it exciting once again.
Slingshotting himself around 1, and
that's large. Knees here, the foot's up in front.
wow, this is like my dream come true. Which one of the men is going to end up in this exact spot?
World record ropes masterline.
Thanks for calling Wake House. This is Brian. How can I help you? Yeah, Will. Can I let him know who's calling? All right, just a second. Will, I got a fill for you.
Perfect. Give me just 1 second. All right, hit it. Thanks for holding. This is Will. Hey, how's it going? Good.
Get ready, set, go! It's that time, everybody kicking and overdrive. Go! On your mark, get ready, set,
All right then, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to live and continuing coverage of the 2025 IWWF World Water Ski Championships, coming to you live from the commune of Rochedo, the province of Novara, and the region of Piemonte. And here we are at the Parco Nautico di Sesia, the national training site of the Federazione Italiana Surfing, Sci Nautico e Wakeboard. Ladies and gentlemen, we have got some jumping coming your way, but before we do, let's summarize what we have seen previously. The men's tricking leaderboard showing that Louis Duplon Freiburg with 12,450 points is your leader, ahead of Jake Abelson with a score also north of 12,000 points for him as well. Danila Filchenko currently in third place right now with 11,760 points. Fourth place right now, Dorian Llewellyn with 11,410. And Tristan Duplon Freiburg rounding off the top five with his score just shy of 11,000 points. And you can see the rest of the results by going to IWWF.sport and clicking on the specific link from the front page that will take you to a special page for the World Water Ski Championships. Women's Jump Series 2. We have 10 skiers to go, and we'll also have 10 skiers in Series 1, which should tell you that if we are taking 11 competitors through to the jump final, then the top two competitors from this series will advance. Could it be someone like Kiersey Wolfersberg or Amber Butterfield or even Katrine Anderson? We will find out in the fullness of time. But let's continue on with our competition. And joining me here in the announcing point is Glenn Williams. And we were enthralled by the tricking competition. And it's only going to get more exciting from here on out with the women's jump.
Absolutely right, Tony. Such a pleasure to be here in Italy for these World Championships. Beautiful afternoon now. The sun is out. The temperature has risen. The boat is doing its phantom passes. It's simulation passes. We will be underway fairly shortly with this women's jump elimination round. Exciting, as you said, 20 jumpers looking for 12 final spots, and the conditions are really good. That it's not any sort of a strong headwind, but the wind we have is kind of a head cross, and we know how good this site is. We saw how big some of the men jumped in the lower seedings a couple of days ago. This boat, this Nautique, is super strong, and really looking forward to a great event here.
Okay, yes, indeed. You did mention the amount of jumpers that we have. We have 20 total jumpers, and 10 of those are in Series 2, and 10 of those are in Series 1. All of those jumpers, save but one jumper, will be jumping at the 1.65 ramp height. The only competitor to jump at 1.50 will be our leadoff competitor in the Series 1 jumps, and that is Amaisa Jakobsen, the young lady who set the world alight last season by jumping a new world junior jump record with a jump distance of over 47 meters right here on this very site last year. So with that kind of performance capability here on this site, we're looking for some great things from some great competitors going forward there, Glenn.
Absolutely, and we look at a few fans seeking shade because of the heat of the sun in the afternoon here, which is good to see because we had a little bit of rain yesterday, so it's good to see things are heating up as we get into this jump elimination round. You see the skiers and officials food hall there, and some lovely pizzas and burgers there for the skiers and officials, and even some salads.
All right, then, continuing on in this tournament here, brought to you by Nautique and their fine range of towboats. You can discover the 2026 Nautique lineup via the all-new immersive website experience on Nautique.com, delivering bold innovation, refined luxury, and an elevated user experience both on the water and online. Featuring Nautique's industry-leading enhancements for 2026 with bold visuals, dynamic storytelling, and streamlined navigation. This intuitive digital experience brings the 2026 Nautique lineup to life like never before. Explore the complete 2026 Nautique model year lineup and experience the future of water sports on the newly imagined Nautique.com. So let's get ready to rock, shall we? A few of our athletes are taking their lunch breaks right now, but the rest of them are going to be interspersed among the 2 series of jump that we have for the women's competition. I see over at the jumping dock Kiersey Wolfersberg. She is going to be our lead-off competitor and will be looking to... All right there. So let's rock and roll, folks. All right, Kiersey Wolfersberg.
Yeah, so just a little bit of a look there at our biggest jumps over the
indeed.
Series 3.
Yeah, absolutely. The Series 3 jumps, which took place yesterday, 40.1 meter jump, currently holds the lead, courtesy of Maria Popova from Ukraine, and but now she is in the unenviable position of being a sitting duck and waiting for these competitors to take pot shots at that particular distance. And maybe the first of them will be our skier from Switzerland, Kiersey Wolfersberg.
We're just having a little bit of a look down the lake, and conditions are just pretty much perfect for jump at the moment. It's the lightest of little heads. Glass calm at the start dock, but it's where the ramp is, it's the lightest of little head breezes. It's going to suit these ladies just perfectly. We know it's a great jump site. The hard and fast jump ramp, and of course that super powerful Nautique boat. We've got Glenn Martin, of course, our driver from Australia. One of the Southern Hemisphere's #1 boat driver is Glenn Martin.
And there you see the jump switch being installed on the pole, and the rope is threaded through it. And when that jump switch is activated at about 130 pounds of force, it signals to the zero-off system to activate a subroutine, which ensures that the jump skier gets absolutely slung from the turn in towards the jump at increased speed and increased acceleration to hopefully better distance there, Glenn.
Yep, absolutely. That's the way it works. We know that this boat's super strong. We've had lots of comments from the skiers and the boat drivers just how strong this boat is. So it's going to help out with the distance.
Most certainly will. So there is our towboat at the Nautique, and you can stay informed and connected with all things Nautique by signing up for Nautique offers and promotions, monthly your Nautique Nation emails, and the Nautique Network. Be the first to hear about event details, groundbreaking products, athlete highlights, and the latest industry news. Whether you are an avid skier or certainly love the lifestyle, their emails deliver insider access and behind-the-scenes content you do not want to miss. Head to nautique.com to sign up right now. So here we go, folks. Kiersey Wolfersberg, and just taking a look there at Kiersey as she tries to get in the zone with the 3 jumps that are at her disposal. 40.1 meters is the lead distance, courtesy of Maria Popova of Ukraine in the previous series. And here we go. Ramp height 5.5 feet high, or 1.65 centimeters high.
Yeah, looks like a 3/4 cut here, obviously. Makes her turn for the ramp.
Here she comes.
Oh, nice.
Oh, getting a little bit of float there towards the end of that jump. A beautiful jump in there from Kiersey Wolfersberg. And we'll see what it yields in terms of distance.
Yeah, just that little bit of head breeze, trying to use that, pushing out over those skis. Let's look at that sight there. What a great looking sight. good jump ramp.
Getting pulled into
Little
the
head
bottom
breeze.
right-hand corner, so her timing looked pretty good.
But that jump I would have thought would have been around 40 metres. Haven't got my eye in yet, but we'll wait and see.
All right, then. Oh, look at this. It's a new leader with 41.9 meters, 137 feet, 41.9 meters. I don't know what her personal best is, but that is going to be close.
Yeah, lovely jump.
So 41.9 meters actually equals her best jump of the season at the European Open. She produced that exact same distance in Salmsee, which is just outside of Linz in Austria. So up to her personal best right now with 41.9. Let's see if she can bust this one out and maybe make a play for one of those valuable and coveted 12 spots going through to the jump final.
Good strong pull out. Once again, a 3/4 cut. She's getting a lot out of that ramp, though. Let's see how she goes here. Jump number 2. Into the ramp she comes. A great jump.
Yeah, good. That was definitely under more control. So jumping with the boat speed at 54 kilometers an hour, which is max speed for women. So wearing bib 156 there, that is Kiersey Wolfersberger, actually bib 155, I should say. Giving herself a little bit more space here to get her legs underneath her and float in for a wonderful landing, getting very, very close to the 45-meter jump buoy, which I see out there. It might actually be closer than we think when the jump distance gets revealed.
Yeah, it didn't quite carry the same amount of speed into the ramp as the first one, maybe. We'll wait and see.
Byproduct of being a little bit early.
Yeah.
So the jump distance should be revealed to us any moment now. Kiersey Wolfersberg. And, wow, that's consistency, I guess. That's 41.5 meters, 41.5 meters. Let's see if she can dig down a little bit deeper and conjure up a distance now with a third and last jump that would really put the heat on the remaining 9 competitors in this series. Because, I mean, if she can come out of this series by being either the leader or the runner-up, then she would be through to the next round of the competition in the top 12. Here we go. Coming in, Kiersey Wolfersberg. Oh, she's a little later this one. She had to turn harder and quicker. Oh, yeah, that's a better looking jump there. That is going to yield some bigger distance there for her going forwards. And if it's more than 41.9, it will probably be a personal best for her. She's already on a season's best of 41.9.
I think it will be. I think it looked to me a couple of metres further than her first jump. A lot more speed. Didn't quite get as good a lift maybe off the top of the ramp, but certainly a lot more speed. So got a feeling this will be around 43. Oh, but I'm wrong.
Wow, 41.1.
It shows you.
I thought that was further from this perspective too.
Yeah, me too. But more speed, I think, but didn't quite. She left that right ski behind a little bit on the ramp. Here. Probably rushed the turn a little bit, actually. Probably maybe looked across, and she was a little later, but she needed to be a little bit more
kind of
relaxed.
Squatted with that left leg, though.
Yeah.
All right, then. So Kiersey Wolfersberg, 41.9. She does take the lead, and if that's unchallenged between now and the end, then she would make it through to the next round. But I would suspect that 41.9 meters is going to be easy meat for a lot of these remaining competitors, even in Series 2. Next competitor up is going to be Amber Butterfield from Great Britain. All right, so Amber Butterfield. Amber Butterfield from Great Britain. Let's have a look at the tail of the tape there for her. Her best jump of the season is a 42-meter leap, which she produced at the Lacanau Open, actually the Malibu Open in Lacanau in France at the earlier part of the season. So let's see if she's got something by way of a season's best with the 3 jumps that she has at her disposal. 54 kph, letter M on the 0 off, and we will see what we shall see.
You can hear the roar of that boat from here, Tony, as it opens up here for Amber. Big, strong Nautique towboat. Here she comes. Would have been pretty narrow on the 3/4. Tidy airform, though.
Yeah, absolutely.
Gets
Pressing
up
out
over
over those
skis.
jumpers.
Yeah, good on her.
Looking good there on jump number 1. We should get the distance motored to us very, very soon.
Right on that corner.
Yeah, exactly.
It's good to see.
You don't want to be too close, but then
No.
again, you don't particularly want to be too far away from it either.
Well, it is a World Championships, and you want to have a bit of a crack, don't you? But, yeah, you can't be hitting it, that's for sure.
All right, then we'll check in and see what the distance is. It is 36.8, so a little behind the 8 ball here on the first jump, but just we're using that first jump to kind of get settled in. So Kiersey Wolfersberg in the lead there with 41.9 meters. Maria Popova in second spot right now with 40.1 in the previous series 3. We are on series 2. Let's see what she shall
Jump
see.
number 2 now, Amber Butterfield out of Great Britain.
Mm-hmm.
36.8 is her first, 54K, letter M.
Competed at the World University Championships and jumped 37 meters there this past March.
Down there at the beautiful Iraqi Basin in downtown Auckland.
Oh, getting pressed out over her jump skis, and probably not by design, but a decent effort nonetheless there for Amber Butterfield of Great Britain. So she had a little bit of speed, but kind of stood up before the jump there, and the skis are getting drawn backwards a little bit here with this effort. Turns and basically almost stops edging, just relying upon the boat to kind of pendulum swing her into the base. And better jump distance, 37.1. But it's probably fair to say that she isn't quite attacking the jump with the kind of vigor that she needs to really establish her credentials towards the top. Now, if you can add some speed to that airform, she should be jumping over 45 meters.
She kind of needs to hold a direction and kind of, if I was coaching, I'd be asking her to look at that top left-hand corner, hold the direction, cut all the way through the ramp. She seems to come off that second wake and she almost flattens off a little bit and actually looks at that bottom right-hand corner, it almost looks like. And when you look at something, you can't tend to go there, don't you?
Yeah, exactly.
Tony, so let's see.
Torma meniscus doing exactly the same thing. 54K, letter M, boat path split. And we'll see what occurs from this point onwards. Now she's hitting the top left. Oh, look at that. Better looking jump there. I would probably wager that jump is very, very close to 40 meters. And if that is the case, then we could be looking at a new personal best there for Amber Butterfield.
Yeah, well, whoever is coaching her kind of must have told her the same thing as I was thinking, because it's worked out for her. I think that's going to be further. She's smiling. She's happy.
Jump distance. Ooh, that's
not.
Wow.
It's hard to pick, isn't it? We're watching the same pitch as you are, folks. We're not sitting on the side of the lake judging the distances. We're watching the same pitch as you are, and I thought this would have been further, but no.
Just getting a little bit squatted into the jump there and just didn't have enough height to match her direction. But there you go. That is all right then, moving on from Amber Butterfield, our next competitor up is going to be Katrine Andersen, coming to us out of Denmark. So Katrine Andersen, let's see if we can pull up some information on her. Competed in the European Championships recently and jumped 45.2 meters in the elimination round and jumped 44.9 in the final. So she's definitely a pretty useful competitor on the jump course out there. But let's see if she can put it all together right here and now. The wind is blowing in the optimal direction. It is a slight breeze, but it is blowing towards the jumper as they approach the ramp.
Yeah, it's a head breeze, which is what we want, and we're going to see some big jumps here, I think, as we move our way through this women's jump elimination round.
All right, then. Looks like she's setting herself up on that full double cut. Here comes Katrine Andersen, and she's taken the lead with that jump, I believe.
Yeah, I think so. Set back a little bit, though. She didn't get everything she could out of that ramp, but she had a lot more width with that double cut. A lot more width, which gave her a bit more speed, I think.
So good jump in there from Katrine Andersen.
The crowd certainly like it. There's a lot of support for her on the banks, and we certainly get a lot of cheering, so they obviously like the distance.
One of our more mature competitors in this competition, and hoping to put some of that experience to good use. And it is 41.4, 41.4. 41.4, that puts her marginally behind Kirsi Wolfersberg right now. So let's see what she has by way of jump number 2 here at the Parco Nautico di Sesia, the home sides of the Italian Surfing, Water Ski and Wakeboard Federation. Here in the commune of Rocchetto, the province of Novara, and the region of Piemonte. This is Katrine Andersen. Coverage of this event brought to you by TWBC, celebrating 15 years of broadcasting events of this kind. Here we go. Turns. Oh, she's late on this one. She's going to have to bail on that jump. Maybe because she had a little bit of slack in the line, and that delayed her turn and her approach into the jump.
Yeah, just didn't get her timing quite right out there, did she? The thing about jump, you've got to get it perfectly in sync. That's why you get three attempts at the jump ramp, obviously, so that you don't. You can take the opportunity to pass if you're not in a good shape. It'd be a pretty dangerous sport if you only got one jump.
Yeah, but you're absolutely right about that. And not even in jump-off situations do you just have one jump. But here we go, Katrine Andersen, and this view from behind the jumper tells us all we need to know so far as what her timing was like. And she was getting pulled onto that bottom right-hand corner. And she also has to take into account the fact that the boat is incredibly strong out there, so that even though you make the turn and you think you're coming into the ramp relatively early, if you're not prepared to push hard against that towboat, you could end up being pushed onto that right-hand corner rather dangerously.
Yep, absolutely. It's probably a fairly scary thought for most of us, that feeling of making your cut towards the ramp and then that big beast of a 410 horsepower, I'm guessing, engine starts to pull on you, that big GM engine. Can pull you out of shape and things can go badly. So you've got to get yourself the right timing and in the right position.
Right then, 41.4 meters on jump number 1. Let's have a look and see what she's got by way of jump number 3. Getting up alongside that Nautique towboat and driving in. That's better. Oh, look at that jump. That could well take the lead there.
Yeah, I think she will. I think she'll take the lead with that one, Tony. Turn with quite a lot of width. It was a good turn, good speed into the ramp. Didn't quite get the perfect lift, but wasn't bad lift off the top of the ramp.
Fantastic skiing there from Katrin Anderson on a jump number 3. We await the distance to be revealed as we look upon this effort here. Oh, look at this, 45.3 meters, 45.3 meters. That jump is a season's best and could actually be her personal best. 45.3 meters for Katrin Anderson.
That's going to be pretty close to making the final, Tony. I'm not sure exactly what the cutoff will be, but it's a decent sort of a jump. I reckon that could get her into the final. We'll have to wait and see.
Well, let's take into account some of the talent that we have in Series 2. Taking all of that into account, we've got Nelly Allard from Canada. We got Sancha Outram. We got Linda Polidarova from Czechia. Sadie Ferguson from Australia. She's been known to throw out a decent jump there every once in a while. We've got Ines Anguino, a talented overall skier from France. We've got Paige Pagozzi, who we haven't seen jump too often, but she's an overall talent. And then Jutta Menestrina, who last competed at the World Championships in 2019 as one of the top-seeded jumpers. So there is plenty to choose from there.
I think Jutta might have skied at the last Worlds in 2023, Tony, but I don't want to... You're the man with all the knowledge. I don't want to second-guess you, but I had a feeling. She's the one that... she's the famous quiz question, isn't she? Because she's the last skier to beat Jacinta Carroll in a jump tournament.
Mm-hmm.
2013 Moomba Masters.
Yep, she's certainly a fine talent, but she's here at the tail end of Series 2, and we'll see what Jutta Menestrina can do, but that is within about the next 6 or 7 jumpers. In the meantime, right out there on the water, it's Nelly Allard from Canada, and she can throw down as well, given the opportunity. A skier who has and continues to compete for the Warhawks of Louisiana Monroe on the U.S. collegiate scene.
Well, that was a big cut. She had a lot of speed on that one, a lot of pull. I don't know if she quite got it all off the top of the ramp, but it's a decent sort of a cut, so this won't be a bad distance.
Yeah, she got a decent amount of speed, but much of her upward motion was also going out towards the back as well. Like that.
Pulling her arms in a little bit too at the base of the ramp,
exactly.
Tony, which always costs you a bit of lift.
To try and arrest any more backward motion, and We did see one or two crashes over the last few days going out the back, and one that rendered Antoine Marin unable to continue skiing because he'd suffered a tibia break on one of his legs. So, but we wish him the best of luck going forwards.
I'm sure none of that's going to happen in the women's jump. Everyone's going to remain safe. Still waiting on that distance.
So Nelly Alar's first jump is going to be 41.3 meters, 41.3 meters, or 135 feet. So there and thereabouts around the 41 meter mark, and that currently puts her in about second spot right now. Actually put her in third spot, I do apologize, 41.3, just behind Kiersey Wolfersberg, who is in second now, and Katrine Anderson, who jumped that whopper of an effort there with 45.3. Let's see what she's got, Glenn. Oh, passing up on jump number 2.
Passes that one. I'd like to see a replay from the different angle, from the angle from behind her, because it looked to be a little bit too late there. Here we go.
Here it is.
Here's the replay. Everything looks good here in the turn. Maybe it's just too early, actually. What do you think, Tony?
I think she may have been a little on the late side,
Okay.
because I mean, you're taking a lot of angle. You're taking quite a bit of angle off the turn, and you're trying to aim the skis, close to center as possible. And the reason why you do that is you got to try and take into account how that strong boat is going to affect you as soon as you get off the second wake. A good portion of our jumpers, at least towards the higher echelon end of the sport, will no doubt want to turn a little bit later and offer a little bit more resistance against the boat. So that power, whenever it comes on, it still brings you in closer to the bottom right-hand corner, but not too much as to put you in a compromised position there, Glenn.
Absolutely. Well, Nelly will be a little bit disappointed with the set so far. She's opened up around that 41.3 or 41.4 metre mark, but didn't really have her technique right on that jump. She's capable, I'm sure, of 44, 45 metres here. She's just got to get her timing right and get herself in a decent body position through the ramp so that she can get some lift.
Here she comes, Nelly Alar.
Yep.
Here she comes.
Roar of the Nautique as she heads out over towards our commentary position. Makes her turn for the ramp now. Oh, she's on this one, I think. Plenty of speed.
Getting pushed on to the bottom right. Oh, look at that float towards the end there. That's going to be extremely close to about a 46 or 47 meter jump, at least from this initial perspective. But
it's definitely bigger, and it may well be 45. I'm not sure it's going to be 47, but let's wait and see. But it was she certainly had some speed there, Tony. It was a much better. The timing was good on that jump. We'll wait for the distance.
Yep, she's waiting patiently on that distance to be revealed. Nelly Alar getting a good edge, offering a little bit more resistance off the second wake, and just driving all the way through and just putting her shoulders through. Yes, it's a 44.4 meters. I don't know how that compares to any of her recent jumps, including this season, but it actually compares rather favorably because she jumped 41.3 at the University Worlds this season, so she's already bested that. So 44.4 meters.
I'd say this is Sanch Outram now. A lot of time for this young lady. Skis for Great Britain, of course, but lives out in New Zealand. Adopted Kiwi. Slalom well this morning, 3 at 11. Didn't trick so well yesterday afternoon. Let's see how she goes here in the jump event.
All right there, so Sancha Outram. Let's see the tail of the tape there for her in the New Zealand National Championships. She jumped 44.7 in that, and that appears to be her season's best effort. So looking for a jump somewhere of that same range, if not a little bit further, to take the lead in this competition. 44.7 is her season's best. This is Sancha Outram, originally from the United Kingdom, represents Team GB, but is now, as Glenn rightly says, a resident in New Zealand.
Yeah, we had a good, really good jump site for our national champs back in April, and a lot of jump PBs at our nationals, and Sanch enjoyed a pretty decent PB actually. I think she got a personal best by a couple of metres at those nationals. She'll be looking for something similar here around that 45-metre mark. Would give her a shot at making the final. Lovely style here. Look at those conditions, just perfect. Nice turn. Come on, Sanch. Slightly on the early side, but that's a nice tidy jump.
Good effort, good direction off the top of that ramp, and sensational jump in there from Sancha Outram, and I'm sure her brother Luke Outram is watching us from his current residence in Dallas in Texas. And I don't know what the time difference is and what time it is now, but it's probably mid-morning there around about that time, and we'll be watching Sanch take to the air with jump number 1. That should be in about the low 40s, I would say, with this effort, and she's got 2 more jumps at her disposal. We'll look at this from that ramp camera angle, and there you go. 42.5. 42.5. It's
that's a good opening jump.
Yeah.
2 years ago at the Worlds in Florida, I think she struggled to jump 40, maybe just over 40 metres. She made some big improvements in the last year or so back home there in New Zealand. Skis a lot with Alex King. He coaches her.
And she currently works at Rowing New Zealand.
That's right. She's going to help bring us a bunch of gold medals at the next Olympics. We always win gold medals at the Olympics in Rowing New Zealand, and the next Olympics in Los Angeles. So I'm sure she'll be involved, hopefully still with Rowing New Zealand by then.
And she might extend her stay to maybe take on the Summer Olympic Games in Brisbane in 2032.
Possibly.
Here she comes.
Very similar jump, I think, Tony, to be fair. Carbon copy again.
Yeah, very, very consistent there. A good edge all the way through. But let's see if she can bring her last jump down a little bit later, which may force her to generate a little bit more speed and come off the ramp.
Yeah, I think she's just got a little bit much time between the wake and the ramp here, which she sort of gets stuck with just sort of coasting in there. Skis a little bit spread there. But 41.1, it's actually less distance. This will be her last. I doubt that she might rush. She might get home to New Zealand next week and decide she wants to go and have a trick set or a slalom set. I don't know if she'll be going over a ramp again for a couple of months, though. Back home in New Zealand, it's still winter there, of course. So this will be her last chance to hit a jump ramp for a little while. So she'll be enjoying it. It's a lovely warm afternoon. One of the world's best ski sites. She'll want to have a bit of a crack here on this third one, I believe.
All right, we're seeing in the background there Ines Anguino getting ready to jump herself. She'll be competing in about 2 or 3 competitors' time. Here's Sancha Outram coming in for her third and last jump. Let's see what she has.
Yep, let's see how she goes. See if she can't get one big one together here. Makes her turn for the ramp.
Driving in on home and stands up, but I don't think she really had too much speed to take advantage of the increased ramp height. the increased height off the ramp that she produced there on jump number 3.
Yeah, it seems similar, doesn't it? Seems similar sort of a distance to the other 2 jumps. We'll wait and see.
All right, so we're looking at the jump distance. It is 42 meters, 42 meters. So her best jump is 42.5. That means that Katrine Anderson is still in the lead with 5 more competitors to go in this series. The first of those 5 competitors will come to us from Czechia, and it is Linda Polidarova.
Is our leaderboard at the moment.
There it is, Katrine Anderson with 45.3 meters, a good healthy lead ahead of Nelly Allard. Freudian slip there. Dominique Allard was actually the last person to hold the world U17 girls jump record before Maisa Jakobsen last season broke that record, not only here but also at Fluid a few months later. But Nelly Allard jumped 44.4 meters and is currently lying in second spot via that leaderboard. There we see along the shore side, 1 or 2 of our jumpers are getting warmed up and limbered and ready to go. Looks like it's going to be a 3/4 cut here for Linda Polidarova from Czechia. In the under 21 Europeans, she jumped to 43.9.
And that was a little bit unorthodox, that jump, a little bit higgly-piggly. She's landed on a skis though, which is the main thing.
Her season's best, however, is a jump of 44.4 meters, and we'll see if that's anywhere close to that measurement. So let's have a look and see what Linda Polidarova has by way of a jump distance on this first attempt. Laying that jump relatively early and getting squatted back a little bit before she pressed on the skis to get as much as she can out of that jump. And it is 36.1, 36.1. And she'll proceed on to the second jump, and we'll see if she does anything more with her set. Just not much height or anything approximating a long distance jump.
No, she didn't get it together very much. It's funny though, because 36.1 from that sort of ramp work is actually not too bad a distance, I think. Just shows she can jump up into the mid-40s.
All right, we see Regina Jaquist there, and from Team USA. She'll be, no doubt, be jumping a little bit later on in Women's Series 1. She'll be our 5th from last competitor out in that particular series. So here we go now. This is Linda Polidarova. 44.4 meters is a season's best. Her only jump so far has yielded just 36.1. Oh, getting into the splits there on that jump, and I doubt whether that jump will even begin to touch 40 meters.
Similar sort of problem to jump 1 here, Tony. I don't know. I guess she's too early, and because she's early, she's pulling it on her arms, coming into the base of the ramp, drifting onto her heels. Two-handed 3/4. Oh, actually, I mean, she's not super early. I guess with a two-handed 3/4,
And its distance yielded is only 10 centimeters further to the tune of 36.2 meters.
With a 2-handed 3/4, it's always a little bit hard to get your angle. You can get pulled towards a corner a little bit. That's kind of what's happening, but just not in the right body position.
And just basically fighting her balance a little bit off the top of the jump there as that left hand comes off the handle. Let's see if she can use the knowledge that she's gained off jump number 1 to maybe come across with something a little bit more substantial on jump number 3. So Linda Polidarova. Jumping at 54, letter O, boat path split.
Yeah, it's been a slightly disappointing set for her so far. Let's see if she can't get it together here on jump number 3.
Oh, and still the problems only magnified between jump 1 all the way through to jump number 3.
Not her set, unfortunately.
Nope. Sometimes you get that. Sometimes you get the yips or the shanks or something similar to that, and you make that approach off the second wake in towards the jump, and then you're waiting for the ramp to hit you rather than you hit the jump. And once you lose that level of control, then everything else just happens and not in a good way. So here we go, Linda Polidarova. We're going to get the jump distance for her shortly. Just laid an egg with that jump, unfortunately. That is Linda Polidarova. And we should get the distance very, very soon, as a matter of fact. 33.6 on that last jump. So, all right then, we proceed onwards. Now, here is a competitor that has the potential of maybe taking the lead and then some. This is Sadie Ferguson.
Yeah, an absolute superstar of Australian water skiing, of course, Sadie. Former junior world jump champion in Spain, Cesena, in 2018, I think that was. Then went on to the 2019 Open World Championships, put a speed up and jumped. I remember it was quite a big jump, 47 odd meters in Putrajaya, and unfortunately went to the under 17 World Champs at Kuripikos in Santa Rosa Beach in 2021. That was a COVID affected Worlds, of course, that were held a year later. Unfortunately, had quite a bad injury in her last practice jump before those Worlds. And has taken a wee while to recover with the knee. But we saw her earlier this morning make the slalom final. She got a trick PB yesterday afternoon. So she's feeling confident, in good form, and we are hoping here that Sadie Ferguson can get a big jump and get herself into this jump final.
Here she comes. This is an aggressive push out nice and wide. Using the snowplow to slow the skis down and now turning in towards the jump. First attempt. Oh, look at that. That's your new leader right there, I believe. That is Sadie Ferguson.
Yeah, I agree. I think it'll be, 46 metres, something like that. It won't be a lead by a huge margin, but I think it's enough to take the lead.
Little comical shrug of the shoulders there.
She's having fun.
Coming to us out of the Australian state of Queensland. Trains with the likes of former world champion and Hall of Famer Emma Shears. And there you go. Look at that, 46.6. So a beauty of a jump there. Getting a little bit pitted coming into the jump, but she manages to hold her nerve and keep her direction going, and feeling the power of that Nautique towboat from Correctcraft on the waters of the world since 1925 and celebrating their centennial. its correct craft, and their Nautic range of fine towboats.
Yeah, wonderful tournament towboat. She's happy. Look at that, pumping the fist for her Aussie mates.
So Sadie Ferguson coming in on jump number 2. Here she comes. This is a later turn. This is a late approach here, and knocks that one down.
Yeah, it's further, eh? Might be another half a metre or a metre further. Jump number 2, I think. So she had a 46.6 on jump 1. My feeling is she's gone just a little further again.
And yes, I mean, and it's already a season's best. I mean, the Australian Nationals, she jumped 44.4, so she's already outstripped that jump there. And if she can knock a jump closer to about 48 meters, then it's really going to start getting interesting. And if that lead is maintained for at least 2 or 3 more competitors, she'll find herself in the jump final.
That's a nice jump. Waiting on that distance to come through. Very tidy stuff. It's a good set here from Sadie. It's going to be right on that bubble, isn't she? We don't have a distance. We've lost it. We're looking for it. I'm sure we'll find it. It's be somewhere in computer space somewhere.
That's a point. Where are my car keys? All right, then. I'm Tony Lightfoot. He's Glenn Williams. We're here providing you with live and uninterrupted coverage of the IWWF World Water Ski Championships, coming to you live from the Parco Nautico di Sesia in the commune of Rocchetto, the province of Novara, and the region of Piemonte. And this competition enjoys a lot of great support from both private and public entities. Public entities such as the Ministry of Sport and the Ministry of Tourism, and also the sub initiatives promoting sports and outdoor activities across this great nation of Italia. And they certainly love their sports in this part of the world, don't they, Glenn?
Absolutely. And massive football nation, of course, Italy, we know that. Produce a lot of good sports with Formula One, huge sport. A couple of car manufacturers, of course, in Italy.
Mm-hmm.
Even play a little bit of rugby, the Italians.
Yeah, then the Six Nations.
Yeah, sport that's really big. We're on the part of the world I'm from. I reckon Sadie here would probably rather just have her third jump than know this distance. It's one of those things in our rules where we have to tell the skier the distance before they have the next jump, which is fine, but those bindings get pretty tight, as you know, Tony.
Yeah. You've only got about 6 or 7 minutes before those bindings render your feet numb. About 6 or 7 minutes is about your average time that each skier has out there on the water. As we see our good folks over there from Oz. There we see Lucas Cornell, and we see Callan Ashcroft there. And we've got the jump distance. Look at this for a whopper. I tell you what, 49.
Sensational. I don't think Sadie Ferguson has ever been 50 metres, Tony. And, this is huge.
She's that close, though.
That must be a PB from Sadie. I could be wrong, but be worth looking into. But this could be an opportunity now to maybe go 50 metres for the first time. Sadie Ferguson. Look at her. She's all pumped up now.
When was the last time we've seen a 50-metre jump from an Australian? It would mean like Jacinta Carroll.
Yeah. Doing a two-handed three-quarters as well. No, a little one-handed now. But three-quarter cut to go 50 metres. Then she comes into the ramp.
Oh yeah, look at that. She got a hold of that one.
And that headwind is so nice out there at the moment. Could be Sadie Ferguson's first ever 50-metre jump. She thinks it is. She'll be so happy. Well, that's sensational stuff from Sadie
She's already
Ferguson.
through to the slalom final. What about the jump final?
She gives herself a good shot here. Well, they're looking pretty confident. I've got to say, if that second jump, 49.8, that one looked further. It looked another metre or so further, even 2 metres further. Big jump from Sadie Ferguson. Such a talent, this youngster out of Australia. Look at those perfect conditions at the moment they're here.
All right.
It's 48. It's not as far.
Yeah, I was convinced that jump was further myself, but 48 meters is nothing to have a moan at. I tell you what. So what is it? 49.8 meters.
The best, the second.
And there are 3 jumpers to come before this season, before this series is done, Series 2. So Sadie Ferguson looking good for a spot in the jump final. All right there. So our next competitor coming to us from France. This is Enith Anguano. And Enith Anguano, so far as her best jumps this season in the European Open Championship, she jumped 47.4 meters. And has had jumps on average of around about 43, 44, maybe 45 meters on the odd occasion or two. But if she can get hold of one off the top of this ramp with the wind conditions and everything else that she has going for her, she could have a massive jump coming right in her general direction there, Glenn.
Absolutely, and everybody's jumping big here so far at these Worlds. It's obviously a great jump site. We've got that magnificent towboat, that Nautique towboat with a super strong engine. The skiers and the drivers are all loving it. And then today we've got this headwind. We didn't have a headwind the other day when we had those big jumps, so conditions are looking pretty good.
All right, then, here we go, folks. Nice and wide on that correct craft, a towboat. Ah, yes, it hits one. Nicely done there, that from Enith Anguano.
Lovely jump.
I think that's going to be around about 46, maybe 47 meters. Launching one out there, and could that be enough to send her through to the next round? We won't know for sure, but until we've expended our last 2 jumpers. And look at that. That is 45.3 meters. 45.3 meters.
Everybody's flying out here this afternoon. Lovely, warm, late summer's afternoon here in northern Italy. Now, that's a lovely jump, isn't it? Good pull through the air. And as you said, was it 45.5? Gets herself in a second spot. Is co-commentator Zane Nicholson down there at the dock with
so Maisa Jakobsen.
Yeah. Only competitor off the 5-foot ramp, 1.5 meters.
Mm-hmm. And staying faithful to that ramp height until the end of this season. She has indicated that she will raise the ramp height to 1.65 meters only when she is good and ready to do so.
Yeah, well, there's no rush, and of course broke the junior world record this season, so it's been a good thing sticking around there. Oh, just
turning round the 180 meter buoy.
Nice and wide here. This is a good, strong counter cut. Good turn.
Getting pulled onto the bottom right-hand corner and just almost losing that right ski in midair.
Drops the right ski a little, doesn't she? Never looked to panic, though. It's a good jump. The crowd like it over there, so I'm thinking it's going to be a little further than her first.
Fantastic skiing there from Enith Anguano, and the distance, I'm hearing some screams and some shouts here from along the shore side, maybe offering. Oh, look
47.
at this! It's a 47-meter jump. 47-meter jump that vaults into second place right now. Still having to battle against the lead distance of 49.8 meters, which we believe is a new personal best for Sadie Ferguson.
Yeah, we need to confirm that, but I'm reasonably sure that that will be a PB for Sadie. Not sure if there's too many Australians still awake to help me out with that, what Sadie's PB is. Starting to get pretty late in Australia. Maybe not so much over in Perth, but on the eastern seaboard Australia, I think a few of them might be tucked up in bed.
And of course, if you can't stay up this late at night to watch these championships, each and every single one of the performances is archived for viewing later on. So I'm sure that there'll be a good few Aussie fans out there that will be watching and re-watching over and over again Sadie Ferguson's possible PB jump of 49.8. There were certainly plenty of people watching the previous day's effort jump of 67.1 meters by Brandon Schiffer. That much I can tell you. There was a huge spike in the numbers at around about the time that he jumped. Enith Anguano getting a decent pull in the air, but
yeah, I don't think it's quite as far. Sort of gave up a bit to the boat, a little bit to the boat coming into the ramp. I think she didn't quite get the pull through the air.
So Enith Anguano in the water, swimming in towards the dock. And it is 46.3, so her best jump is, 47 meters. And that brings us upon to the penultimate skier in this Women's Series 2. We're going to see Yuta Menestrina ski last off the dock in this series in just a few moments, but preceding her is going to be Paige Pagozzi.
Yeah, Paige, of course, representing Canada. Has lived down there in Orlando, though. Didn't slalom, I think it was 3 at 11, her slalom score this morning. Not quite as well as she'd wanted to, but she could be looking to make up for it a bit and jump.
Well, she wants to make a final and at least keep her in the conversation. She has to come up with a brilliant distance with the 3 jumps that she has at her disposal. So in the MLCQ, the Sunset Cup, she jumped 47 meters exactly, which is exactly the same distance that Enith Anguano produced with her middle jump. But still, that jump distance from Sadie Ferguson is just lurking out there.
Yeah, it's hard to say. Oh, I've just got a text here from Ryan Green, so this is going to help me out on Sadie's PB.
But he's from Perth, though. He's all the way in the west of Australia, so it's still a decent viewing hour.
It is, but the question I'd asked them is, Sadie's, was that a PB from Sadie? And he's confirmed that it was. So
nice.
Thank you very much, Ryan. Okay, back on the water. Here we go. Paige Pagozzi, jump number 1.
Oh, nicely done there on jump number 1. I mean, it's probably not the tightest jump that she's ever taken, but the distance looked good.
Yeah, I thought it was a reasonable cut there. She had a bit of speed, but she kind of kicked that left leg out to the side a little bit in the air. Sort of cost her a little bit of distance. Maybe didn't feel super comfortable off the top of the ramp.
Yeah, when you have that much movement in the air, it's like almost like having too much scrub when you're behind the wheel of a racing car. You know, if you overreact on the steering wheel, you scrub off a lot of speed, and And that's similar to movement in the air.
A bit like me on the freeway yesterday afternoon when I went sightseeing out here.
Very, very fast sightseeing from what I heard.
Yeah, I was probably the slowest car out there on the motorway, I got to say. I was getting passed by trucks, but I was still doing 140k. So
don't worry, I'll get passed up by mopeds.
I love the way I love the way the Italians drive.
Yes, sirree. This is the land of the tifosi. And Tony Lightfoot, he's Glenn Williams, and that first jump there was a 46.3 meter leap, or 152 feet. For those of you fans that are watching in from across the United States of America and Canada.
Okay, here comes Paige now, jump number 2.
Keeping the good line tight there so that when she turns, she has contact with the boat. Here she comes off the second wake, and she felt the boat kicking in and got pulled closer to the bottom right-hand corner, but she didn't want any of that.
Yeah, she was a little bit later, I think, than she wanted to be. The wind's died off out there. We've had a headwind out there. It's kind of just glassed off right now, so maybe that affected her timing. I'm not sure.
And there's the thing as well. I mean, a lot of jumpers, practice, and they practice a lot with their technique and everything. But one of those deals that comes alongside jumping at this level is the jump switch, because whenever you turn, you want to try and be light on the line and try not to activate the switch too soon, because if you do, then the boat takes you a lot earlier and moves you towards that bottom right-hand corner if you're not ready for it.
Yeah, that's correct, Tony. You want to get the most out of the jump switch as you're hitting the ramp and going through the air.
Takes about 130 pounds of force to activate that switch.
Yeah. Some of us can get that without actually cutting too hard. But that's because of how much we weigh, Tony.
Mm-hmm. All right there. So we're seeing Yuta Menestrina get ready. Now, Yuta Menestrina competed in the European Championships a few weeks ago, the European Open, for the first time in several seasons, and jumped pretty well for her part there.
Okay, Paige, she'd love to go 50, I'm sure. She's not going to be happy with finishing at 46-odd meters. Let's see if she can't get this together. Looks like a good turn. Into the ramp she goes.
Whoa, almost loosened that left ski.
Yeah, but that's probably a bigger jump, I think. That'll be her best of her 3. Not sure it's going to be 50, but maybe 48 or so. We'll wait and see. But you're right, that left ski does sort of fly up there a bit, doesn't it? Kicks out to the side.
We await for the distance to come through, and looks like she's going to be pretty happy. It's a 48.2 meter jump, 48.2. That vaults her into second, 48.2.
Yeah, 158 feet. She does look happy down there, which is good.
And that therefore means that with one competitor to go, it means that our current leader is through to next round of the competition. And guess who that leader is?
Sadie Ferguson.
Uh-huh.
So well done to her, through to the final. Made the slalom final earlier on this morning. She doesn't actually know about the tricks yet because although she tricked well, the top 2 seeds of women's tricks are yet to go.
Mm-hmm.
So she's having a good tournament, Sadie Ferguson. Good on her. Strong overall score.
All right, then, our skier on the water representing Finland. This is Yuta Menestrina.
And Tony, I mean, you'd know more than me, but doesn't ski huge amount of tournaments nowadays, but does tend to still show up and ski at the World Champs.
And she's the only competitor in this competition who's also a president of their federation.
Yeah, she was at the World Congress with me last night, which, was a fairly late night.
So I'll pull up some stats here on Yuta Menestrina.
The biggest stat, of course, that I know about Yuta is that she won the Moomba Masters back in 2013. Because it's sort of linked into the beginning of the reign of Jacinta Carroll, because Jacinta was, after losing that Moomba Masters in 2013 to Yuta, she never lost another jump tournament.
Ever.
All
right there, so Yuta Menestrina in the European Open Championship, she jumped 50.2 meters. If she can jump better than the second place competitor right now, then she would advance through to the next round, and that's a pretty decent opening jump there.
I mean, it's possible that's 50 on her opening jump, but it's if not, it's going to be around that sort of 48 meter mark. Decent, solid opening jump. Very tight, hitting the middle of the ramp. She could probably cut a little later, but for an opening jump, that was a good one. Is that 48 or 49.3, Tony?
That's 49.3.
49, yep.
That puts her directly behind Sadie Ferguson and puts her into second place, which means that Yuta Menestrina will be part of the festivities in the women's jump final, with 2 attempts yet for her to be taken.
Well, I'd say she's odds on here to go over 50 and get a season's best, because she did that 49.3 pretty easily. So we've found our first finalist, which is Sadie Ferguson. Well under her, 49.8.
So Yuta Menestrina, currently the Women's Open European jump champion, with her jump of 50.2 meters. Let's see what she has by way of an encore.
This looks really good, Tony. Nice lift
Oh,
off the top.
good impact there. Good flight.
The crowd like it. We can hear them roar from this side of the lake. There on the far side of the lake, we can hear the roar of the crowd as Yuta Menestrina lands that second jump, and it looks like it'll be over 50 meters.
Oh, yeah.
The crowd's seen the distance. They've seen the splash ice scoreboard, and they're liking it. We're waiting our turn to see the distance, Tony, but here it comes.
52.8 meters.
Massive.
173 feet.
I think it's so easy to get. Well, it's never easy, but things are conducive to big jumps out here. We've got a super strong boat. It's a great site. We've got a little headwind. If things continue like this, when those top men jump, the likes of Ryan Dodd, Joel Pole, and those guys, we might have to dig a longer lake here, Tony. We might not have a long enough lake, because we're going to see some big jumps.
Never mind that. At this rate, I think someone ought to go over to Jacinta Carroll's house and wake her up.
Why is that? You've got to be careful waking Jacinta up in the middle of the night. She might punch you.
Yeah. I wouldn't doubt it, but I mean, like I'm saying, at this rate, I mean, we could be seeing like record-breaking jumps.
Oh, yeah, good point. Hannah Straslova's been in really good form, you're right, and it's a great jump site.
Now she's requesting that boat to go 1 foot wide. She had been riding with split, which means that she's going to get a stronger pull off that second wake into the bottom right-hand corner of the jump. From Finland, Yuta Menestrina, a current lead jumper with 52.8. Let's see what she's got. getting a little twisted in there, probably loses a bit of distance as a result. But I'll tell you what, folks, great jump into round off Series 2. Yuta Menestrina with 52.8 meters.
Yeah, great jump set. She'll be happy. She's through to the final.
We could probably talk to her right now if you want to ask her a question there, Glenn.
Thank you.
You're welcome. All right, that is a 43.4 meters, 43.4 meters. So the decision to go 1 foot wider probably didn't yield the kind of result that she'd hoped to have. But I'll tell you what, that 52.8 meter jump is probably one of the best jumps that Yuta has produced in a long time. All right, then. So we're docking the boat for the time being, at least, and we just have to do some mechanical stuff with the boat. But Yuta Menestrina, your lead skier in the jump event, and already through to the next round of the competition with 52.8. Sadie Ferguson, likewise as well. She's through to the next round with 10 competitors to go and 12 through to the final. Mathematics is definitely on Sadie Ferguson's side with a 49.8 meters. Currently in third spot right now with 48.2 is Paige Pagozzi. There is some hope for her in terms of making it through to the next round.
So that's our bubble, 48.2 with Paige.
Yep.
Okay, so that's the score to beat at the moment to make the ladies jump final.
All right, then.
2025 World Champs.
And we're getting ready for our next competitor to take to the water, but only after the ramp has been reduced in height from 1 meter 65 meters to 1 meter 50. Maisa Jakobsen, our only jumper to utilize that ramp height. Everyone else will jump at 1.65 meters high, including Kennedy Hansen, Marie Vepranetseva, who is a late game time decision as to whether she is going to compete in the jump event. Then then we got Augustina Vara and the rest of the jumpers on that list. So Maisa Jakobsen, who made history here just a little over 12 months ago by setting the junior girls world jump record with a jump distance of about 47 meters, give or take. And she improved upon that record over at Ski Fluid a few months later, but it was certainly one of those performances of the championship last season, and that was covered by TWBC. And Maisa Jakobsen getting ready to rock. And Maisa Jakobsen, who has had a pretty darn good season so far, has medaled in a number of different championships.
Yeah, it's been a great season for Mize. World record, junior world record, 47.1-ish. Still at the 5 foot ramp. Needing what? I guess the speed's up though. Is she jumping at 54 today, Tony?
I believe so.
Yeah,
She's
so
at 54.
Speed's up. So
silver medalist in the U21 World Championship. She jumped 48.3 meters to be just marginally behind Christy Appleton in the race for that world title. Here we go. Maisa Jakobsen. Oh, beauty of a jump there. A little bit back on the skis, but that's nothing that she can't fix with the remaining 2 jumps. And it's great to see the progression in her jumping ability. Maisa Jakobsen, last season, she actually won the Junior World jumping title with a jump distance of 45.5 meters or 149 feet, overtaking Christy Appleton in that competition. And I get a sense that in the years to come, that there's going to be a battle royale between Maisa Jakobsen and Christy Appleton for supremacy in a lot of these future tournaments coming up there, Glenn.
Yeah, absolutely. She's well, a couple of young ladies that are absolute sensation, aren't they, on the jump skis? It's good to see. Women's jump is continuing to progress. As you said earlier, you touched on it. Jacinta Carroll, we thought we thought her record, the only woman to ever jump 200 feet, that record would last forever. But you look at some of this up-and-coming talent in the jump event. You look at how well Hannah Stroslova has jumped this season. And, it's not out of the realms of possibility, particularly when you get on a site like this with a boat like this. And conditions hold, we're going to see some big jumps.
All right, then. So Maisa Jakobsen opened up with a pretty decent jump there on the first attempt. That was 41 meters, 41.1. She's still got some work to do, though, to make her presence felt in the jump final. And getting a little bit twisted in the air, unfortunately. So it all comes down to this last jump.
Yeah, it just hasn't been the jump set she was looking for so far. It's not quite getting it all together. Danish support there in the grandstand. I'm sure the Danish team coach Zane Nicholson, our fellow commentator, will be helping Mays out here with some coaching. 44.5 on jump number 2.
Yeah, 44.5, but still a lot of work to do between now and the end of this this jump in competition there for Maisa Jakobsen. So a decent second jump there, but let's see if she can connect here with a third and last attempt. We see Kennedy Hansen getting ready to go, but she's in no rush to be ready because that ramp has still got to be raised from 1.50 meters to 1.65 meters high, and it only takes about a minute or two for that to happen. We do have a remote jump raising mechanism at this site, so no need for a homologator to go out there in a rowboat or a tournament boat or even a paddleboard to make a change in the ramp height. Here we go. Coming in, jump number 3. Stumbling a little bit through the wakes and losing a bit of distance there as a result, but Maisa Jakobsen will ski into the dock and we'll wait to see if that jump is good enough to see her through to the next round.
Well, it's certainly her biggest. It'll be the biggest jump of this elimination round.
What is that?
Not sure. The crowd seem to like the distance.
Is that finals?
I won't see. She's asking the question. 48 point. Oh, she scraped in by 0.1. Look at that.
Jesus.
Yeah. You hear what she said? She needed 48. Well, 48.3 is what she needed. Is what she got. 48.2 would have potentially seen her in a runoff with Paige Bogosi's. That's super close.
Yes, indeed, and good jump in there from Maisa Jakobsen of Denmark. So we got 3 competitors through to the next round of the competition. The current leader, Jutta Menestrina, the current runner-up in the form of Sadie Ferguson with a new personal best of 49.8, and then that jump there of 48.3 from Maisa Jakobsen. The boat won't be staying stationary for too long because that ramp only takes seconds to move from 1.50 meters to 1.65 meters high. And our next competitor coming to us from the United States of America, it is going to be Kennedy Hansen.
Yep, and this jump set is big in that overall battle. We said she's slalom pretty well. Kennedy Hansen, one of the contenders for women's overall. She needs to now back it up with a big jump. Jump is probably the weaker of her 3 events in the overall, Kennedy, so she'll be looking to go as far as she possibly can out here.
Kennedy Hansen, I mean, she was absolutely on fire this morning with the slalom event. She slalomed her way directly into the final, as you may recall there, Glenn. I mean, she just went out there, did the business, through to the final, no worries there. And there is Maisa Jakobsen on the shoreline. And
I was so early. I don't know what I was like. Oh my god.
Okay, there we go. That's much better.
I was even early on the last one. I
tricked, and I heard them. They're saying, "Okay, now we're lowering the ramp." I'm like, "Oh my god!" I ran so fast. No idea. I didn't even take out my hair.
It's good to get reactions there, isn't it, from the skiers?
Absolutely, and we see some reaction there to Yuta Menestrina's lead jump distance of 52.8. I'm not too sure if that's her best jump within about the last 1 or 2 seasons, but she's kind of been off the scene and off the boil for a while, so it's going to be a welcome occurrence there for Yuta Menestrina. But on the water right now in Series 1, this now is Kennedy Hansen. And nicely done. Jump number 1.
Tidy opening jump, 3/4 cut.
So just trying to stay light on the rope, which for someone of her frame and build is a fairly routine thing for her to do. And loads up upon that switch, the closer she gets to the wake. 45.9 on jump number 1. It's 151 feet. She's still got a little bit of work to do. We'll find out what the bubble distance she needs to overhaul that jump distance, and let's check in with Zane.
All right, hey guys, I'm here with Maisa Jakobsen. Just saw you get off the water. You left me sweating as the coach. Just wait until jump number 3, but got in by 1/10 of a meter. So we'll see you on Sunday.
Yeah, I'm really excited to get in the finals. That was kind of my goal for this week, and I'm just super excited to be jumping with all the pro skiers, and I'm really excited for Sunday now.
Well, you're the current U17 world record holder. I know everybody at home's probably wondering why you're jumping at the 150 ramp, but when do you plan on bumping it up?
I'm probably going to bump it up here in the fall, so I'm kind of stoked to see how that's going to go. It'll be fun to try something new.
Well, cool. Well, congrats. We'll see you on Sunday, and we look forward to getting you at the bigger ramp height. You're going to be a force to be reckoned with.
Thank you.
All right, right now we'll send it back to you, Tony.
Thank you very much. All right there. So Kennedy Hansen. Now the bubble score might actually be reduced down further, because I do not see Marie Vipranyetsova, our next competitor, to go on the dock ready to go. So she might forfeit her 3 jumps.
Oh, that's a nice jump from Kennedy.
There you go. Nicely done. And nice fist pump at the end there.
I would think this will be 48, maybe 49 metres here from Kennedy. We'll wait and see the distance. Good pull through the ramp, good edge. Lovely lift off the top. The crowd have seen the distance and they love it. So we'll wait for it to come through, but
it's
50.1.
50.1, absolutely. The huge jump distance there for Kennedy Hansen.
164 feet.
And that is going to cause some concern among our competitors in the women's overall competition, along with a great slalom performance to get things up and running earlier on today, plus that jump and maybe a little bit further on the third and last attempt. Yep, it is definitely going to keep things exciting here in the women's overall competition there, Glenn.
Certainly is. Speaking of women's overall, there's Regina Jacques getting ready for her jump set. But you sort of get the feeling the distances seem to be easy to come by out there, so the rest of the overall skiers will probably jump further than we expect. Maybe we'll have to wait and see. It's never any givens in the sport of water skiing. Okay, here comes Kennedy now, jump number 3. There's Goodman jump skis. Good turn for the ramp. Another good jump. Not sure. Maybe further. I'm not sure. Tidy. Very tidy jumping from Kennedy.
All right, that decent jump in there from Kennedy Hansen. She'll be pleased with 50.1. That's about 165 feet. Actually, more accurately, 164 feet. I beg your pardon. So we're going to get the jump distance there for Kennedy Hansen. It is going to be 48.8 meters. 48.8 meters. That definitely puts her through to the next round in the finals. 50.1 did that already. And from the best information that I have at my disposal, our next jumper is going to be Augustina Vara. We're bypassing Marie Viparanetsova. She's not jumping because of an injury she sustained. We wish her the best of luck in her recovery, which does mean that Paige Reaney, by default, has made it through to the next round of the competition, and that therefore means that the next bubble score is going to be 47 meters. That jump from Enif Anguno is now the bubble score for everyone to come, including Augustina Vara, who is on the water right now there, Glenn.
Yeah, and all the skiers left are very capable of jumping further than that 47 metres, I'm sure. The conditions are good out there. The boat is strong, as we've said. It's a great jump site. So it's just a matter of getting out there and doing it. We see the talent out of Asia, of course. Alea Hanofa-Jung from Malaysia. She, of course, picked up Asia's first ever gold medals at the World Championships when she won 3 gold medals at the University World Champs in Auckland back in the end of February this year. So they made some history for Asian water skiing.
And skis collegiately for the Moccasins of Florida Southern College in the United States. But let's focus in on a skier who also competed collegiately for the Alabama Crimson Tide. This now is Augustina Vara, close to the bottom right-hand corner, flying in for the landing.
Yeah, she was close to that corner. Didn't really get the best lift she could off the top of that ramp. Maybe because she was just struggling to get onto the ramp, I'm not sure. She does tend to cut late, though. It's part of her thing, really. She's always kind of close to the corner, and from my memory of watching her jump anyway.
Slipping out a little bit on jump number 1. Barely got onto the ramp surface via the bottom right-hand corner. It is a jump distance of 47.7 meters, however, and that is enough to send her through to the jump final, needing 48 or above, 47 or above. She does the business there with 47.7. And with that, let's send it over to Zane.
All right, hey guys, I'm here with Kennedy Hansen, 2-meter PB here, so that's huge to do in this jump event.
Yeah, I'm so happy to do it. 2 PBs today, so I have nothing to say. 2 PBs in both events, so I'm excited for tricks tomorrow.
And that's a good start to your overall campaign, so now we just got to put it together in tricks for tomorrow and, get a good start.
Yeah, for sure, down and back, and then my job is done, and then have fun in the finals.
Well, cool. Well, I'm looking forward to getting you out in the finals on Sunday. I'm expecting big things out of you, so great jumping.
Thank you so much.
All right, we'll send it back to you, Tony.
All right, then. Thanks a lot there, Zane, and congratulations there to Kennedy Hansen, a 2-meter PB. It's almost unheard of at this level.
Yeah, well, Tim Field, of course, had a 5-meter PB, I think it was, on Wednesday, so it does happen.
There you go. That is Augustina Vara.
Yeah, well, she's made it through to the final, as you say, Tony, with 47.7, but she'll be disappointed. Okay, we're going to cross down to the dock. We've got Zane Nicholson.
All right, hey guys, I'm here with Utah. I'm not even going to try your last name because I'm going to butcher it. But you know, you looked really good out there. It was 52.8. You're in the lead right now, and man, that was a booter of a jump.
Yeah, I mean, I've jumped here a lot, so it's such a nice place. I'm so happy to be back here and to have competition like other girls pushing. So I think girls are going to go far.
Well, you definitely went far. I definitely wasn't going to miss an interview with you like I did at the last World. So I'm super excited to see you jump on Sunday.
Thank you, and thank you for interviewing me.
All right, and shout out to all the crew back in Finland. And right now we'll send it back to you, Tony.
All right, then, Jutta Menestrina, who is also the president of the Finnish Water Ski Federation, so wearing a lot of hats in this event, and including in Congress last night, as a matter of fact. Trying to keep skiing very much alive and kicking in that northern Scandinavian country. So, I'm Tony Lightfoot. He is Glenn Williams. Glad to have you on board and taking in the coverage of this, the IWWF World Water Ski Championships for 2025. Coming to you from the commune of Riceto, the province of Novara, and the region of Piemonte. This is Parco Nautico di Sesia, the national training site for the Federazione Italia Surfing, Sci Nautico, and Wakeboard.
Well, it hasn't been the set she was looking for, Augustina Vara. She's made us way into the final with a 47.7, but everybody else seems to be getting PB. She'll be wanting to get a PB as well. Such a good jump site. Let's see if she can't get it together here on jump number 3. Into the ramp she comes. Plenty of speed. No, misses a kick again. So she's not, well, I guess job's done. She's into the final, but she will be a little disappointed, I think, Tony, to have not got it all together out there.
Yeah, I think she put a little bit too much pressure upon herself with the remaining 2 jumps, because she probably felt that everyone else was getting the max out of the situation out there in the water. Why couldn't she? But there we go, Agustina Vara with 47.7, and that jump of 46.4 was a decent effort, but she's probably more grateful for the first jump than she was for the last.
That's a super sensitive mic we've got down there on the dock. Just trying to think of all the things I would have said on the dock before I went for a jump set. Not sure you would have wanted to have me mic'd up back in the day.
All right there. So as Augustina Vara celebrates making it through to the next round of the competition, we bring on our next competitor from the Southeast Asian country of Malaysia. It is Alia Young Hanifa, the current World University Women's Jump Champion. Looking at Augustina Vara here with the replay, and heavily on that left ski, really edging just to make it onto the ramp surface because of that huge, powerful pull from that Nordique there was dragging her towards the bottom right-hand corner, and she was from that point it was just a case of survival. Alia Young Hanifa, I'm sure that she has plenty of support along the shore side from her 2 younger brothers, Aiden and Adam, and I'm sure that the team coach for Malaysia is also along the shore side offering her advice as well. So here we go. This is Alia Young Hanifa. 54 kilometers now, letter O, boat path split. Here we go, turns in. Oh, launches one out there. Bangs one out there.
Yeah, nice opening jump. It's going to be right up there, I'm sure, with that 48 odd meters, or more than 47 she needs to get into the final. I'm sure that she's probably done that on jump 1.
All right, her personal best jump is 49.3 meters, so looking to take a serious poke towards 50 meters. And what a jump there, 47.1. It's enough to send her through.
Scrapes in. But you're right, Tony, she's still got a lot left in the tank here. I'm sure she can go another 2 or 3 metres further. We could see the first ever 50-metre jump for Alia.
All right, then, as we see Aliyah Young-Hanifer impact the water on that first jump, let's send it over to Zane.
After jump 2? Obviously. Sorry, after this jump. Sounds good.
Okay, looks like Zane's not quite ready for us yet, so we're going to watch jump number 2 of Aliyah Hanifer Young. She's got a 47.1 and has made her way into the final.
Mm-hmm. So we've seen Maja Jakobsen just trying to settle down after her effort a little bit earlier on in this series, jumping 48.3 to make it through to the jump final. 54K split, letter O. Let's see what she has. And taking a walk on the wild side there on jump number 2.
A little bit nervous times there for Alia. She's obviously got a trick tomorrow. She doesn't want to
compromise that.
Yeah, exactly. She's made it into the final, but she's pushing hard because everyone else is getting PBs out here, or most skiers, and she wants the opportunity to jump 50, but that was not the cut she needed. That all started probably from the turn, not quite in the right body position. If you're not in the right body position and that big Nautique starts pulling hard on you when that jump switch engages, you're going to get pulled out of position. She's starting to get pulled forward. She came across the wakes here. Yeah, she did well to get out of that one.
Yeah, started to lose all kinds of control there off the second wake into the jump, and just letting that all hang out there on the jump number 2. 45.5 meters on jump number 2. A jump on first leap on attempt number 1, 47.1, which will ensure that she jumps on Sunday. But obviously, she wants to take full advantage of all of the opportunities that present themselves, including an opportunity to maybe be the first Asian female competitor to go over 50 meters in the jump event.
Is she?
Well, here we go.
We will find out.
So here we go. Let's have a look at this. Let's see if she can push herself hard. That's better.
Yeah.
Better, tidier.
I'm not sure it's going to be 50, but that probably is her biggest jump.
Yeah, that'll be the jump that Aliyah Young-Hanifer would readily remember going into the women's jump final. And if she can start with a jump in this kind of fashion, then it would only be getting better from that particular point. So Aliyah Young-Hanifer will get the jump distance. Oh, look at this, 48.2 meters. Not quite 50 meters, but certainly within.
Yeah, good jump, 48.2. The reason I hesitated when you said that she could be the first Asian. Oh, sorry, we're going to go over to the dock. I'll finish the story later, but we've got Zane down at the dock.
Mm-hmm.
Hey guys, I'm here with Augustina Varez. Got into the final, kind of just squeaked in there, but the whole point of today is just to get there, and then you can kind of go and let it all hang out in the final.
Yeah, I knew I was in after my first jump, so second one wasn't quite the timing I wanted, and then the third one I had a better cut, just kind of missed most of it left it on the ramp. So hopefully we'll be able to bring it down. It's super nice out here. I know I can go further in finals, so just got to bring it down, a couple feet and find my timing. It's going to be great. The boat feels great. Everyone's going to go far. I mean, we saw Brandon go 2:20 2 days ago, got us all fired up, so I'm ready.
Yeah, that was huge to see Brandon do that and kind of see that excitement. So hopefully we can see that out of you on Sunday.
Oh man, yeah. If I get a big jump, we'll definitely see some excitement. So we'll see.
Well, I'm looking forward to it. If it happens, I hope you come talk to me and do exactly what Brandon did.
For sure. Hopefully we'll see each other on Sunday.
Well, perfect. Well, I'm looking forward to getting you out in the water on Sunday, and right now we'll send it back to you, Tony.
Yeah, thanks, Zane. So we've got Regina Jacques on the on the water right now, coming up for her first jump. And my question, Tony, you mentioned Alaya Hanafa-Jung, if she jumped 50, being the first Asian woman, but what about Saya Hirasawa? And I probably pronounced that wrong. From
Saya
Japan.
Hirasawa or Hutch Kamaya.
Yeah, I think I've just got a sneaking suspicion that Saya might have gone 50 metres, but we could try and confirm that. It'd be interesting if anyone from Japan or Asian water skiing is watching this webcast, could maybe pop us a message. But anyway, on with the show. Here's Regina Jacques, jump number 1.
All right then, and not only is her ability to make it through to the jump final certainly at stake here, but also to keep her candidacy for the women's overall intact as well. Coming in. Oof. Oh, look at that. Good direction off the top of the jump. A tight line in the landing. And I don't know what that expression was for. Yeah. She's already through to the finals, one would surmise, off that first jump if the distance...
She seemed like she was pushing pretty hard here. Off that corner. A lot of very, like leaning almost, using the shoulders and not quite over her skis. And I don't know what, maybe she's looking at fiancé Jack Critchley, her coach, and asking him what happened or what. But we'll wait and get the distance. I'm sure it's enough, yes, 48.5 to get through to the final. Okay, crossing back down to the dock now, we've got Zane.
All right, hey guys, I'm here with Aaliyah Jung Hanafa. We saw you punch your ticket into the finals, so we get to see you on Sunday?
Yeah, I'm super excited. It felt really good out there. So.
Perfect. So are we going to make any changes for the final round?
For sure. I messed up my second jump a little bit just because I was trying to go later, but I guess just have to make everything smooth, not push too hard. That's all.
Well, perfect. Well, I've been watching you jump. You've been on a tear. It's been looking good, so I think you'll be able to get together on Sunday.
So, thank you so much.
All right, we'll send it back to you, Tony.
All right, then. Congratulations to Aaliyah Jung Hanafa on making it through to the jump final with a 48.2-meter leap. And that jump has already been exceeded by Regina Jacques to the tune of 48.5. But she does have 2 jumps remaining at her disposal. Driving it in. Let's see how she gets along on jump number 2.
Oh, there you go. That was a later hard cut.
Better looking jump there.
That's a big jump. You had a lot of speed on that one.
Yeah, she got the pull off the top of the jump there and well into the landing. So good jump in there from Regina Jacques, and she's nodding her head.
What do we reckon?
She's liking that
53, maybe 54. I'm not sure. We'll wait and see.
I'm probably thinking closer to about 54.5 meters.
Yeah, you might be right, Tony. She's wider here. Good turn. She's later. She's got good speed.
It's going to be a huge jump. It's 54.9.
Oh, wow, good picking there, Tony. 54.9, 180 feet. That's about as far as we see Regina jump these days, really, I think. I would have to say, Tony, you'd watch more of her than I do, but that's right up there.
Yep, she's been consistent around about the 180-foot jump distance, or maybe marginally beyond that. But Regina Jacques is certainly one of the finest talents you'll ever see in an overall athlete, being able to jump over 180 feet and tricking to a high clip. But a slalom is the thing that sets her apart from everyone else. I mean, and she qualified into the women's slalom final earlier on this morning in the top seeded spot with her score of 2 at 10.25 meters. There aren't that many overall skiers that have that kind of slalom capability to draw upon. Here we go. 54.9 meters on jump number 2. Good solid. And being dragged down to the bottom right-hand corner, which means that she refuses that jump. But she is through to the next round of the competition with 54.9. 54.9. That is United States' Regina Jaquas.
Yeah, and Regina may have made it onto that jump. I was fairly late. She passed because she was later than she needed to be at this stage in the tournament. She's still got a lot of skiing to come, slalom finals, jump finals to come, so no point in pushing it hard. She's already through to the final.
So she has 2 overall markers to draw upon on finals day on Sunday. The slalom
right, yeah.
and the women's jump, which means that that if she does need to improve, then she has the ability to with the final round in regards to overall.
Okay, Gianna Meckler now. Another girl with a good chance, or another lady with a good chance in the overall title hunt.
Sorry.
Don't know what's happening here or what's precipitating the delay. A little bit of a knot in the rope there, which we've seen on a couple of occasions, though not in this tournament, I have to add it. All right then, folks. Next skier to take to the water from Germany, it is Janina Meckler. And you know, back in my competitive day, we didn't have the option of providing your own jump line of 75 feet, you know. But I mean, in this day and age, the skiers have that ability, and they also have the ability to have like a compound rope as well, with a percentage of that rope having non-stretch spectra, and then the other portion of it polypropylene, which is normally the one mounted closest to the pole.
That's correct, Tony. And that spectra can be a little bit niggly too. It can tangle up a little bit, can't it?
Yes.
Time to time, and that's when you get the knots in.
And depending upon how much spectra you use, it also affects your sensitivity to any kind of wave action or ripples on the water, because the more and more spectra that you have, I mean, the more you feel every little bump and every little ripple on the water.
That's correct. But then I guess it's, what's the reason for the spectra again? Less drag through the air from the rope?
Exactly. In the area closest to the jumper, it cuts through the air a little bit cleaner, a little bit more aerodynamically more efficient, and we'll see how that affects someone like Janina Meckler.
Turns to 6. Conditions perfect. The headwind may have just dropped off a little bit, but looks really nice out there.
Oh, early as you like there on jump number 1, but able
Still
to
a good jump though, Tony. But yeah, I guess hit the middle of the ramp there. First jump's not a bad thing to do though. Get that score on the board.
Anything more than 47 meters will do the trick there for her.
See the German flag down there flying. I think this is going to be far enough, isn't it, on jump 1 to make the final. Looking for more than 47. 47.1 will get her through.
Yeah, I kind of suspect that jump is going to be, just squeezing in there. At 47.6 meters, it's good enough. But let's see if she can make a little bit more hay while the sun still shines here at Parco Nautico de Cessia.
So you would think, I mean, there'll be a number. I'm not going to, this is going to be a wild guess, but you'd think there'd be a distance that Gianna needs to jump to win overall. It's probably somewhere, it's definitely into the 50s. You know, say it's 53 to 55, I'm not sure. And it all because it comes down to how much he tricks tomorrow. But
yeah, of course.
She essentially, by making the final, gives herself 5 more opportunities to do that distance. You know, if you don't make the final, she'd only have 2 more opportunities because she gets an extra round of jump. And that's probably one of her main things, was get into the final, jump as far as she can for overall, but it does give her another opportunity in overall to get that big jump she's going to need if she's going to be on that top of that podium.
And don't forget that this overall competition, the skiers contribute their best score out of either of the rounds in which they ski in. You know, it's one of those very, very rare tournaments in which that is the case. Here we go. This is Janina Meckler. Turns in, drives hard off the second wake. Bam!
Pretty early again, though, Tony, as you said. It's further. She's gone a bit further. But she hasn't really pushed the boat out yet, so to speak. It's been quite conservative, and that might be that was her approach, maybe, to be conservative. She's got still got a trick tomorrow, which is super important for her, the trick event.
Yes, certainly. I mean, she's definitely capable of tricking over 10,000. That is the one overall advantage that she has, that ability to go over 10K. And, oh, look at this jump there. That is 50.9. 50.9.
And when I think back to watching Janina, jump at pro events and world tournaments in the past, she does tend to do this. She's quite smart. She goes further on every jump. She starts off fairly conservative. She's a type of skier where you'll see go up by 2 or 3 meters on each jump, and maybe that's the way this set is headed.
All right there. So Janina Meckler, who married her college sweetheart in the form of Dane Meckler many seasons ago. Both of them skied for Louisiana's Raging Cajuns, and yep, they've got a little one now to contend with now.
Yeah, good on them.
50.9 on jump number 2, and she's got one more attempt coming. Janina Meckler, 54K, letter V, and boat path split.
Well, this looks to be a little bit later. We'll wait and see where she ends up on the jump ramp. Yeah.
Later, but she wasn't able to collect everything that jump could potentially deliver. All right, Janina Meckler already qualified for the women's jump final on the strength of her jump of 50.9 meters. Qualified actually with the jump before of 47.6. But we'll get that final jump distance there at any moment now. 45.9. She'll want to forget that jump distance. But it's 50.9 meters that's the score that she carries. 50.9. So now we're down to our final 3 competitors. We're going to see Sasha Denierskaya and Hanna Streltsova take to the water in a few minutes. But before them, we have a skier from the United States of America, specifically and originally from the city of Little Rock in Arkansas. This is Brittany Wharton. And much like the Mecklers, Brittany Wharton also marrying her college sweetheart in the form of Chris Wharton. Both of those couples skied for Louisiana's Raging Cajuns.
Yeah, we enjoyed having Brittany's brother Sam Greenwood down in Auckland for the University World Champs. I think he was the US team coach actually for that event. And of course Scott Greenwood, Brittany's dad, one of the world's best boat drivers. Not here obviously for this tournament, but I haven't seen him yet. But shout out to those guys. They'll be watching at home on the webcast. Probably, would it be 9 o'clock in the morning or something now in Little Rock, Arkansas?
Yep. And incidentally, Scott and Jane Greenwood met each other in college as well, whilst they both skied for Louisiana's Warhawks in Monroe.
I didn't go to college, so I didn't get that opportunity, I guess. Tony?
Well, I did.
Good on you.
There you go.
Did you meet your sweetheart, or?
I met my sweetheart on the college campus, yeah.
Oh, well done.
There you go. All right there, Brittany Wharton. 54 kilometers an hour, letter O. We've seen that setting before.
Sprays the 6. the 180-metre boy.
Here she comes. Jump number 1 needed more than 47 metres to make it through to next round, and I think she's done that, and with plenty of room to spare.
Yeah, that should be over 50, I think, Tony, to be around 51 metres to me, maybe even slightly further. Had a good, strong cut at it, didn't she? Never been scared to have a strong cut at the jump ramp, has Brittany.
All right, then we've got plenty of jumping left to come. We've got at least 8 more jumps to come. Okay, 51 meters, but it has a fast second segment attached to it. And faster second segment, and we'll send it over to Zane.
All right, hey guys, I'm here with Janina Bonneman. Punched your ticket in. I believe 50.9 was your furthest jump. So, got in, and looking forward to seeing you on Sunday.
Thank you. Yeah, me too. I'm super happy I made it to the final. I'm trying to still be in the overall race. I unfortunately just got half at 38 in slalom, but making it to the final in jump and maybe improving in the finals a little bit would definitely help me.
Well, yeah, and then we see you in the trick event tomorrow, which I know you're really strong at, so I'm looking forward to getting you out in the water tomorrow.
Yeah, definitely my favorite event, the tricking, so let's hope for a good run, up and back, and then we'll see you.
And I'm super stoked to have the whole family here. I know last time I saw you, we only had Luca and Dane wasn't here, but it's nice to see the whole family here this weekend.
Yes, it's so awesome that we can all be here, and also my parents and my sisters, and it's just nice to be here with the whole family and have the whole support.
Well, cool. Well, congrats. We'll see you on Sunday. And right now we'll send it back to you, Tony.
All right, then. And just to confirm that was a fast boat time on the third segment rather than the second segment for Brittany Wharton's opening jump of 51 meters. So in order to keep that kind of distance, she's going to have to out-jump it with the remaining 2 attempts, with one of the remaining 2 attempts that she's about to get done with on this attempt. Here she comes, Brittany Wharton. Jump number 2, and she is barreling in hard.
I think that was further. So, because if she exceeds that third fast segment on the first jump, we don't have a rewrite, I believe, Tony.
Yeah.
So I think that might be further, that second jump. Looked to me to be around 52, maybe 53 meters.
So brilliant skiing here from Brittany Wharton. Driving in hard off that turn and using that boat's power, that massive PCM equipped ski nautique. Ola, 52.9 meters, no problems with the time this time around. She has a really, really good shot of coming away from this round with a distance in the top 3. Fantastic effort with 52.9. That is Brittany Wharton.
Yeah, it was a nice jump. A lot to like about that jump.
Sasha Denyaskaya on dockside now, just getting mentally pumped up for the 3 jumps that she will have at her disposal. And just enough time for me to tell you that in addition to building the world's best towboat, Nautique has been dedicated to making a difference off the water, working with charitable organizations all around the world as part of the Nautique Cares initiative. The world's best ski boat, the world's best wake boat, and a company that cares. That's Nautique. Go to nautiquecares.com to learn more.
Yeah, well read there, Tony. Certainly spent a bit of time on that Nautique website building my dream boat.
Black with red stars.
Yeah, something like that.
Here we go.
Here we go, Tony, you're right. Jump number 3. It's been a good set so far for Brittany. See if she can't put some icing on the cake with a big...
Oh, look
jump.
at this. Oh, good float towards the end of that jump. That jump could be well in excess of 53 meters. Never mind 52.9.
Yeah, I think it could be slightly further. I'm not sure that it's massively further. It's hard to tell from our view, but good set from Brittany nonetheless.
Just rocking those. Oh, look at this, 54
yeah, well done.
meters.
Good jump set, really good jump set. Built as she went through it. 54 meters.
54 meters there for Brittany Greenwood, and already through to next round of the competition on the strength of the first jump. But just wound it on a little bit. It'll be interesting to have a look and see what the leaderboard reveals to us. Just seeing what she is able to produce on jump number 3. Good, solid effort there.
That is a nice looking jump, isn't it?
All right,
Appreciate
there.
that.
All right, jumper already out on the water and getting ready for 3 attempts. It is Sasha Denierskaya. Regina Jake was still in the lead with 54.9. Brittany Wharton with 54 meters. Yuta Menestrina with 52.8. Mekla with 50.9. And the remaining list you can follow by checking out the live results service at IWWF.sport and clicking on the link to the World Championship subpage. Sasha Denierskaya. Let's have a look and see the tail of the tape here for her. Her best jump of the season, looking down this list, has been about a 52.3 meter jump that was performed at the last chance qualifier for the Masters. She actually competed in the Masters competition this season, yielding a jump of 50.2. So if she wants to be a part of the party, she's going to have to go some here.
Yeah, I'm sure she will, though. She's a pretty seasoned campaigner, lots of experience.
Here comes Sasha Denierskaya dropping that right ski down very, very softly indeed. Here she comes. Oh, shunted that jump there more than anything else, and just was not prepared to push.
It almost looked like, she was working a little bit hard to get to the ramp and started to sort of use her arms a bit much into the base of the ramp, which is not what you want to do. You sort of have to, it's hard because it can be scary and you're going in there with a lot of speed, but you've actually got to relax, Tony, as you know. Relax those arms, and just looked like she was a bit tense here into this ramp.
She still only needs to jump a 47 meters exactly to
well, she might have on this jump, I think. Yeah, 48.
48 meters, she's through.
She's through. But what she's looking for and what we're looking for is, a 55 meter jump to really help out her overall chances.
And certainly some great athleticism here, but leaving it extremely late on jump number 1. And as she lands on jump number 1, let's send it over to Zane.
All right, hey guys, I'm here with Brittany Greenwood Wharton. We saw you go out there and get 54 meters, and you just told me that was a PB since you had your knee surgery, so huge congrats.
Yeah, thank you. 2 years ago, or actually 3 years ago now, yesterday is whenever I hurt my knee, so really proud of that jump, and this summer has been a bit challenging, so just happy with that set.
Well, you looked really good out there, and you punched your ticket into the finals, so we're going to get to see you on Sunday. It looks like the weather is going to be much better on Sunday.
Hey, that was a pretty sweet headwind, so hopefully we get more of the same. It's been super nice here.
Yeah, well, the site's great. We're looking forward to seeing you on Sunday, and then shout out back to your crew back at home.
Oh, my word, what happened there?
We've got a fall
Perfect.
on the countercut.
Well, right now we'll send it back to you, Tony.
Wow. What's happened here, Tony? We've got a fall on the countercut. It's a very rare thing. Hopefully she's okay. I think it looks okay.
And what that does is it reduces her remaining jumps from 2 to 1.
That was cutting out for the 180 meter boy, was it? That's unusual to see someone fall here. What's happened?
It's that left ski. It's got to be.
Wow.
I could just tell.
Yeah.
Just as.
That's
and that's an indication that the wind has kicked up a little bit in her face.
Yeah, exactly. But a lot of people have done that. In fact, I remember doing it, but it's normally on your cut out to the other side. It's not normally at the
You remember
180
Mark
metre buoy.
Lauder a few years ago when he was competing in that event? I think it was like the Australian Open, where on the counter cut going out towards the free quarter, he actually dug his right ski in, and he still ended up hanging on to the handle.
Oh,
that, and I don't care who you are, but that's got to hurt.
You know what you're doing, 70 kilometres an hour there, and then it's like someone just trips you up. Boom.
I do have to tell you, I've done that once, but unfortunately, that was on 74-inch jump skis, which proved to be quite embarrassing at that time. All right, then. Apparently she's okay, but she's going to go back to the dock to have her equipment inspected to make sure that it's all right, which would seem to be a little bit weird considering those circumstances.
I'm sure husband Taylor is back home watching this webcast, and he wouldn't have enjoyed seeing that. And, wow.
Or indeed a brother, for that matter.
Well, yeah, true. It's, but she's okay. That's the main thing. We're going to go back to the dock, check her equipment, and she will have one final jump in this round. But, of course, she has made the final, so it's she will get 3 jumps in the final as well as she seeks the big jump for her overall score.
Mm-hmm.
I need a towel.
Wow, there's a lot of...
yeah, so she's got three minutes here. But I think the main concern is just the helmet, the padding in the helmets. The helmet's paddings come out.
Yeah,
she
go
just
ahead and
needs
make
to
a
take
path.
that up, I think. I think that's all that needs to happen here.
All right, and in amongst that 3 minutes of time period, the boat is going to make its way up and down for a simulation run.
Yes, maybe.
She's pretty organised, you got to say, and cool, calm, and collective at the moment. You've got to appreciate that.
And you know, I see this a lot with some of the jumpers that are seen at LA Night Jam and the like. You know, and they use this black electrical tape in order to keep the heel in basically one place throughout the entirety of their jump set.
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure everything was okay.
Okay, so maybe there wasn't a problem with the helmet. I might have misheard. It was maybe just talking about taping her feet.
Let's have a look at this once again for those of you who had just joined us, and you see the foot coming out the heel on one of those jump skis, and at the same time the electrical tape that was on that foot also came out with the foot as well, and because the jumpers require the maximum support and comfort out there, then that means that Sasha had to be brought back into the dock at her own request to redo the tape on her heel, and she has it applied on both heels, as a matter of fact. Just a quick reminder as we continue to roll along that the latest edition of the TWBC podcast has been published. My interview there with Thomas de Gasperi, asking him a whole raft of questions regarding his personal experiences within the sport and that of Team Italia, and also some news of maybe a ski design that will be on sale to the general public via the Good brand that he's been associated with for many years. So check out that podcast episode. You can find that on your favorite podcast platform. That's the TWBC podcast. And if you really want to get a good grip on your competition, insist upon getting Pro Gear gloves. You can go to skiprogear.com to find out more.
Try it again. 54, you.
Well, I got to say that was very impressive from Sasha. I thought she remained calm during the whole time. She didn't need anyone's help. Got self-managed very well and used her 3 minutes perfectly. So I'm impressed. That shows her experience as a top-line skier.
All right then, so Sasha Denyaskaya coming. She'll be going out there and looking to complete one final jump. That second jump resulted in a fall, and so she expended that jump. But we'll see if she can go out there and rock it with a third and last attempt. We only have one more competitor to go, and she's on dockside right now. It's Hannah Streltsova. And Sasha Denyaskaya representing the United States team as a full team member for the first time in these World Championships. And there we see Hannah Streltsova, who has been on a tear so far this season, not only in the women's jump competition, but also in women's overall, having submitted 2 separate record applications to the IWWF World Tournament Council. Yet to get approval on either of those 2, but in the meantime, she is just getting set and ready to go. Sasha Denyaskaya getting ready for jump number 3, attempt 3.
Lovely headwind out there at the moment, isn't there? She pulls out for the 180 metre buoy. Make sure she lifts the keeps the tip of the ski up this time. Good strong pull out here on the counter cut.
Here we go. Losing a bit of width before a turn, but able to impact, and the beauty of a jump there. That's got to be in excess of 50 or so meters. Good, solid effort there under massive duress.
Definitely over 50, Tony. I think it'll be around that 50, 53 maybe. 50, we'll wait and see.
I'm probably going to say, just for the sake of argument, about 53.7.
Okay, well done. We'll see. But it's a good jump. Well done, Sasha.
What happened?
We're waiting on the distance, but looks like there is other complications in play here as well.
Have we got a time issue or not sure? Anyway, it's a nice jump. Very nice jump. Let's watch the replay of it now. Yeah, good stuff. Good tidy jumping there. Using the headwind to her advantage. Good pull through the air.
Well, that last jump there for Sasha Denyaskaya, 53.3.
Well, I'm willing to say we can split the difference there, Tony. I said 53, you said 53.7. We're pretty much about the same distance away from where it actually was. So.
All right, then. So now we come down to our final skier of the day. It is going to be Hannah Streltsova, who has been on an absolute tear this season, as I told you. Personal best jump, 59.6 meters.
Yeah.
And she's done that twice this season. Once at Ski Fluid and the other over at Bull Neck Lake in Little Rock in Arkansas.
And I tell you what, you couldn't get it set up pretty nice here. You've got a perfect headwind. You've got a super strong boat. You've got one of the world's best jump sites. So things are set up pretty well here for Hannah to push, maybe even to get a new PB. I guess it's not a tournament where you're looking necessarily to get PBs or records straight off. And when you're chasing an overall goal, the first thing you want to do is get a score on the board, I guess, get into the final, and then kind of build through your set. But we'll wait and see. If it looks good out there, it feels good, I'm sure Hannah's going to go for it.
Coming to us from Zachary, Louisiana in the United States, this is Hannah Streltsova. Gets a good turn, gets a good drive. There we go, impacts. Good-looking jump there, enough to send her through to next round, but she has far greater aspirations in mind, especially where it concerns her in respect to the overall competition. She needs to take every opportunity possible to jump as far as she can because she's a little bit behind the 8 ball after the slalom event.
Yeah, and what's that, 54 odd meters, I think? Something like that?
I'm saying about 55.8.
Okay, yeah. It's the mid-50s. She's disappointed. She wants a bit more. Oh, wow, 57.8.
57.8.
Well, then where PBs are on here, in fact, 60 metres is on, I believe, Tony, because she did that super easy.
Just knock that one down, and she is the leader after the elimination round. That much we can say, and we can also confirm that the jumpers that will be in the final. Hannah Streltsova.
All right, hey guys, I'm here with Sasha Daniskaya. Got in on the on your first jump, and then had a much bigger one on jump 3. So how are conditions out there?
No, conditions are awesome out there. I just couldn't get my stuff together, and yeah, it was a very weird fall. So I feel like, yeah, I need to go back look at what I'm doing.
Well, we got lucky that the weather held off, and we got all of you ladies out there and got jumped. We have thunderstorms rolling in. You can feel the temperature dropping, so it's good. And I'm ready to see you jump in the finals on Sunday.
Yeah, no, thank you so much. The conditions are awesome. That's why I feel like everybody's pumped up. We saw so many PBs, so hopefully for the finals we get like really good wind. And I mean, the conditions are awesome.
Yeah, and hopefully the sun comes out. That would be huge. But I also know Taylor's at home watching, so shout out to Taylor and everybody watching for you, and look forward to seeing you on Sunday.
Thank you so much.
All right, we'll send it back to you, Tony.
Here she comes, letter U, 2 foot wide. Oh, a beautiful jump again. Takes the landing, skis out, and an absolute fair dinkum jump there from Hannah Streltsova.
Yeah, we're going to wait for the distance to come through. She wasn't quite as good off the ramp here, I didn't think. She just sort of dropped the shoulders a little bit on the ramp. But we'll wait for the distance.
Oh, losing a bit of her edge and a little bit of her direction coming off the jump there. It is in excess of 50 meters. We do know that.
For sure.
But it is 54.4. So she has one more opportunity here to see if she can try and bust out a distance close to 60 meters. But a decent-looking jump there from Hannah Streltsova. She's got one more attempt to come. 54.4, which is 178 feet, and 57.8 meters are only jumped so far into the 190-foot range. That was on her first attempt. So there is your leaderboard. And the jumpers that have made it through to the jump final are as follows. Augustina Vara in 12th spot. Leah Young-Hanifer in a two-way tie for 10th there with Paige Rini. Maisa Jakobsen, Sadie Ferguson, Kennedy Hansen, Janina Meckler, Yuta Menestrina, Sasha Denyaskaya, Brittany Wharton, Regina Jaquist, and the competitor that's on the water now with one final jump is Hannah Streltsova.
Yeah, this is the last jump of the day, last skier of the day. So let's see if we can't get a big one to finish it off. Nice turn into the ramp she comes. Big kick off the top. It looks pretty good to me, Tony.
Oh, beautiful jump
really
there.
Good.
Really took that one downtown.
Had more speed. Maybe didn't quite get the lift. She spread the skis a little bit on the ramp. Let's see how far this is. Waiting for that distance to come through. 57.8 on her first. Is this one further?
Distance coming through.
56.8, is it?
56.8.
Good set. 57.8 will be her best. It's good for her overall. She's got a pretty good lead over the rest of the field. Just watching this jump here. Coming into the ramp. Yes, I don't know. Their skis spread quite wide, didn't they, off the top?
Yeah, just lost a bunch of distance there, but I'm sure that she's going to have the bit between her teeth, when it comes down to the women's jump final, especially if the overall competition destiny is in the balance.
It almost looked like her first jump. The first jump, she took the easiest and went the furthest, and then just started to push a little bit hard. Anyway, going to go down to the dock and catch up with Zane.
All right, hey guys, I'm here with our final jumper, Hannah Stratzlova. You jumped into the lead. 190 feet was your furthest jump. 57.6, I believe, was the furthest. So congratulations and punching your ticket into the final.
Thank you. Yeah, I got it on the first one and then kind of tried to adjust a little, but it didn't quite work. It's nice out there. I'm looking forward to the finals. I'm excited.
Well, perfect. And I'm going to tell you, I'm excited to get you in the finals because you are right there on the cusp of hitting that 200-foot jump, and I'm really rooting, just like everybody at home is to see you clear that benchmark.
I know. I'm looking for it myself every day, like everyone else is expecting it.
Well, you're going to get it. It's coming in no time, and then we get to see you out in the trick event tomorrow. So, enjoy your evening, and I look forward to seeing you ski tomorrow.
Thank you.
Well, perfect. We'll send it back to you, Tony.
Why, thank you very much there, Zane, and congratulations to Hannah Stroltsova. She has the lead score going into the women's jump final that will take place on Sunday. And there we see Hannah Stroltsova with 57.9 meters, your leader on 190 feet. 10 feet further back, Regina Jaquist with 54.9 is currently in the runner-up spot, followed by Brittany Wharton with 54 meters, Sasha Jeniowskaja with 53.3, Yuta Menestrina with a 52.8. Those are your top five, and you can see the remainder of the results by going to IWWF.sport. That's IWWF.sport. So we've gone through a half of the series, the major two series in half of the events. We've qualified 36 competitors through to the final. Those will be the 12 competitors in women's slalom, the 12 competitors in men's tricks, and the 12 competitors in women's jump. So what does tomorrow hold for us, being Saturday the 30th of August? Well, we've got Open Men's Slalom Series 3, 2, and 1, Open Women's Series 2 and 1 in tricks, and then we will have Open Men's Series 2 and 1 jump. Well, we anticipate starting at around about 8 a.m. tomorrow morning, so glad to have you present here. You have been watching continuing coverage of the 2025 IWWF World Water Ski Championship, coming to you live from the commune of Rigetto, the province of Novara, and the region of Piemonte, right here at the Parco Nautico di Sesia, the home of the Italian national water ski team. 8 a.m. tomorrow. Be here. And until that time, and from everyone here who has a direct stake in ensuring that this competition is a success, and on the behalf of the crew at TWBC, have a good night, and ciao for now.
For skiers and water enthusiasts, Florida lakes are what dreams are made of. Combined with world-class golf, remarkable weather, natural beauty, theme parks, and so much more, it's easy to see that Florida is paradise. For more than 30 years, I've enjoyed Florida's lakes and many offerings. If you are interested in Florida real estate, let me be your guide and trusted advisor as you search for your paradise. Together, we can make your dreams a reality.
made in the USA.